Emperor Xiaowen was the second son of Gaozu. In spring, in the 11th year of Gaozu's reign, after defeating Chen Shi's army and pacifying Dai territory, he was enfeoffed as the king of Dai, with his capital at Zhongdu. He was the son of the Empress Dowager Bo Shi. 17 years after ascending the throne, in the 7th month of the 8th year of Gao Hao's reign, the Empress Dowager Gao died. In September, the Lu clan members such as Lu Qian wanted to start a rebellion and endanger the Liu family. The senior ministers jointly exterminated them and plotted to summon and install King Dai. This event is recorded in the biography of the Empress Lu. Chancellor Chen Ping, the Grand Commandant Zhou Bo, and others sent envoys to welcome King Dai. King Dai consulted his inner circle, including the left and right attendants, and the master of the palace guards, XiaoWu, among others. These men deliberated, saying, "The senior ministers of Han are all former great generals from Emperor Gaozu's time. They are experienced in military affairs, and are full of schemes and deceptions. Their intentions go beyond this. They merely fear the authority of Emperor Gaozu and the Empress Dowager Lu. Now that they have exterminated the Lu clan, fresh blood has been shed in the capital. Their claim to welcome your majesty is merely a pretext. It cannot be trusted. We hope your majesty will feign illness and not go, so as to observe how events develop." The Minister of Justice, Song Chang, advanced and said, "All of the ministers' opinions are wrong. When the Qin lost their governance, feudal lords and powerful men rose up together. Countless people believed they could seize power. Yet in the end, only Liu Shang was able to ascend the throne as emperor. The world had given up hope. This is one reason. Emperor Gaozu enfeoffed his sons and brothers, with their territories interlocking like the teeth of a dog. This is what is called an unshakable clan. The world submitted to its strength. This is the second reason. When Han rose, it abolished Qin's harsh policies, simplified laws and decrees, and implemented benevolence and grace. Everyone found peace in their own lives. The regime was hard to shake. This is the third reason. Despite the severity of Empress Dowager Lu, who enfeoffed members of her clan as free kings and seized power for herself, when the Grand Commandant entered the Northern Army with a single token, he called out once and all of the soldiers responded by exposing their left sleeves in support of Liu Shang, rebelling against the Lus, and ultimately exterminating them. This was a gift from heaven, not achieved through human effort. Now, even if the senior ministers want to instigate changes, the common people will not follow them. Can their faction possibly remain united? At present, internally, they are the relatives of Zhu Xiu and Dong Mu, while externally, they fear the strength of Wu, Chu, Huainan, Lang Ya, Qi, and Dai. Now, among Emperor Gaozu's sons, only King Huainan and your majesty remain. Your majesty is also the elder one. You are virtuous, wise, kind, and filial, renowned throughout the world. Therefore, the senior ministers have followed the will of the people to welcome and install your majesty as emperor. Your majesty should not doubt this. King Dai reported the matter to the Empress Dowager for deliberation, still hesitating and undecided. They divined with tortoise shells. The hexagram omen was Da Heng. The interpretation said, "Great transverse line, strong and firm. I shall be the son of heaven. XiaoJing will bring glory." King Dai said, "I have already been a king. How can I become another one?" The diviner said, "What is meant by Son of Heaven is the Emperor." Thus, King Dai sent the Empress Dowager's younger brother, Bo Jiao, to visit the Marquis of Jianghou. This man and others fully explained their intentions for welcoming and installing the king to Jiao. Bo Jiao returned and reported, "It is indeed true. There is nothing to doubt." King Dai then smiled and said to Song Chang, "Indeed as you said." He then ordered Song Chang to accompany him in the carriage, while Jiang Wu and 5 others travelled by official relay carriages to Chang'an. Upon arriving at Gaoling, they halted for rest, sending Song Chang ahead in haste to Chang'an to observe developments. When Song Chang arrived at Weijiao, the Chancellor and those below him all came out to welcome him. Song Chang returned with a report. King Dai hurried to Weijiao, where the ministers kowtowed and paid homage, addressing him as their sovereign. King Dai stepped down from his carriage to bow in return. Grand Commandant Zhou Bo advanced and said, "I would like to speak privately." Song Chang said, "If what you have to say is public business, then please speak openly. If it is private, a sovereign does not entertain private matters." Grand Commandant Zhou Bo then knelt and presented the imperial seal and symbols. King Dai replied, "Let us discuss it when I arrive at my residence in Dai." He then hurried into the Dai residence. The ministers followed him there. Chancellor Chen Ping, Grand Commander Zhou Bo, General-in-Chief Chen Wu, Minister of Justice Zhang Tsang, Keeper of the Royal Clan Liu Ying, Marquis of Zhuxiu Liu Zhang, Marquis of Dongmu Liu Xingzhu, and Director of Guests Liu Ji, all kowtowed twice and said, "Zi Hong et al. Are not sons of the Emperor Xiaowen. They should not be entrusted with upholding the ancestral temple. We respectfully request, together with the Marquis Yinan Ho, the Marquis of King Qing Wang Ho, King Lang Ya, the Imperial Clan, several ministers, marquis and officials of the rank of 2,000 Dan salary, Your Majesty as Emperor Gaozu's eldest son. You should succeed him as his heir. We respectfully request that Your Majesty ascend the throne of the Son of Heaven." King Dai said, "Upholding Emperor Gaozu's ancestral temple is a matter of great importance. I am not eloquent or capable enough to be worthy of the ancestral temple. I wish to consult King Chu on what is appropriate. I dare not accept this position." The ministers all knelt and insisted with great urgency. King Dai turned westward to decline 3 times, then southward to decline twice. Chancellor Chen Ping and others all said, "We have carefully considered the matter. It is most appropriate for Your Majesty to uphold Emperor Gaozu's ancestral temple. Even the feudal lords and common people throughout the empire believe this to be so. For the sake of the ancestral temple and state, we dare not act carelessly. We humbly request Your Majesty to kindly listen to our entreaty. We respectfully present the imperial seal and symbols, kowtowing twice in submission." King Dai said, "The imperial clan, generals, ministers, marquis, and dukes believe no one is more suitable than I. I dare not refuse." He then ascended the throne of the Son of Heaven. The ministers attended in accordance with ceremonial protocol. He then ordered Tai Pu Ying and the Marquis of Dongmu Xingzhu to clear the palace, prepare the imperial procession according to regulations, and welcome him at his residence in Dai. On the same day, the emperor entered Yang Palace in the evening. That night he conferred on Song Chang the title of Wei-Jiang-Jun, or General of the Armies, to pacify and command both the northern and southern armies. He appointed XiaoWu as attendant in charge of the left and right, overseeing affairs within the palace. He then returned to sit in the front hall. That night he issued an edict saying, "Recently, the Lu clan seized power and plotted a great rebellion, attempting to endanger the Liu family's ancestral temple. Fortunately, thanks to the generals, ministers, marquis and members of the imperial clan, they were exterminated, all receiving their due punishment. Now that I have just ascended the throne, I decree a general pardon for all under heaven. Each household shall be granted 1 rank of nobility. Every 100 households will receive an ox and wine, with 5 days of public revelry. On the Xinhai Day, the emperor ascended to the throne and paid homage at Gao Temple. The Right Chancellor Ping was transferred to become Left Chancellor. Grand Commandant Bo became Right Chancellor, and General-in-Chief Guan Ying became Grand Commandant. All the former territories of Qi and Chu that had been seized by the Lu clan were restored to them. On the Renzi Day, he dispatched General Bo Zhao, commander of the cavalry, to welcome the Empress Dowager at Dai. The emperor said, Lu Chan appointed himself as Chancellor, and Lu became Supreme General. They arbitrarily ordered General Guan Ying to lead troops against the Qi, in an attempt to replace the Liu family. However, Guan Ying stayed at Xingyang without attacking, instead joining forces with the feudal lords to plot the extermination of the Lu clan. Lu Chan intended to do evil, and Chancellor Chen Ping conspired with Grand Commandant Zhou Bo to seize the armies of Lu Chan. The Marquis of Zhu Xiao, Liu Zhong, was the first to capture Lu Chan and others. Grand Commandant Zhou Bo personally led Marquis Xiangping Ho Tong, holding an imperial token, to enter the Northern Army in accordance with the Emperor's decree. Director of Guests Liu Ji personally seized the seal from King Zhao Lu. The Grand Commandant Bo was further enfeoffed with 10,000 households and granted 5,000 catties of gold. Chancellor Chen Ping and General Guan Ying were each granted fiefs of over 3,000 households along with 2,000 catties of gold. The Marquis of Zhu Xiao, Liu Zhon, the Marquis of Xiong Ping Tong, and the Marquis of Dongmu, Liu Xingzhu, were each granted fiefs over 2,000 households, along with 1,000 catties of gold. The Director of Guests, Ji, was enfeoffed as Marquis Yang Xin and granted 1,000 catties of gold. In the 12th month, the Emperor said, Laws are the foundation of governance. They serve to restrain violence and guide people towards virtue. Now those who commit crimes have already been judged, yet we still make their innocent parents, spouses, children, and siblings suffer the same punishments, as well as confiscating their property. I find this unacceptable. Discuss it among yourselves. The officials all said, The people are unable to govern themselves, so laws were established to restrain them. Collective punishment and property confiscation serve to weigh heavily on their hearts, making them fear breaking the law. This practice has a long history. It is convenient as it was before. The Emperor said, I have heard that when laws are just, the people will be upright, and when punishments fit the crimes, the people will follow. Moreover, it is the officials who guide the people towards goodness. If they cannot properly guide them and punish them with unjust laws, this is to harm the people and becomes tyrannical. How can such tyranny be prevented? I do not see the benefit in this. You must carefully deliberate on it. The officials all said, Your Majesty has shown great grace and virtue is most abundant, which we cannot match. We respectfully request you to issue an edict abolishing the laws and decrees regarding collective punishment and property confiscation. In the first month, the officials said, Establishing a crown prince at an early date is essential for upholding the ancestral temple. We respectfully request that a crown prince be enfeoffed. The emperor said, I am lacking in virtue. Heaven and the gods have not yet accepted my offerings, nor have the people of the empire shown satisfaction. Now, even if I cannot widely seek out virtuous and sage men from across the world to whom I might cede power, saying that I should prematurely establish a crown prince would only emphasize my lack of virtue. What would this say about me before all under heaven? Let it be left as it is. The officials said, Establishing a crown prince in advance is to honour the ancestral temple and the state. It shows that we do not forget the empire. The emperor said, King Chu is my uncle, and he is of advanced age. He has seen much of the principles governing the world, and understands the fundamental state of affairs. Wu Wang is my elder brother, kind and benevolent, with a love of virtue. King Huainan is my younger brother. He upholds virtue to accompany me. How could this not be sufficient preparation? There are many virtuous and meritorious ministers among the feudal lords, imperial clan members, and my brothers. If we were to select those with virtue to assist me in governance, when I am no longer able to rule, this would be a blessing for the state and all under heaven. Now, if we do not select from among them, but insist it must be my son, then people will think I have forgotten the virtuous and talented in favour of my own child. This is not how one should care for all under heaven. I find this most unacceptable. The officials all firmly requested, saying, in ancient times, the Shang and Zhou dynasties ruled their states, enjoying peace for over 1,000 years. Among those who held power in antiquity, none lasted longer than those two dynasties. They followed this principle. Succession must pass to the son. This practice has a long history. Emperor Gao led the scholars and officials in person, first pacifying the empire and establishing feudal lords. He was the founding ancestor of the imperial house. The feudal lords and marquises who initially received their fiefs also became ancestors for their respective states. Descendants succeeding to the title, generation after generation without interruption. This is a great principle of all under heaven. Therefore, Emperor Gao established this system to govern within the seas. Now, abandoning what should be established, and instead choosing from among the feudal lords or imperial clan, is not in accordance with Emperor Gao's will. Therefore, further discussion is unnecessary. Prince Mo is the eldest. He is sincere, kind, and compassionate. We respectfully request that he be designated as Crown Prince. The Emperor then agreed to it. He therefore bestowed a rank of 1 level upon all commoners in the empire who were to succeed their fathers, and enfeoffed General Bao Zhao as Ho of Zi. In the 3rd month, the officials requested that an empress be established. Empress Dowager Bao said, The feudal lords are all of the same surname. We should establish the mother of the crown prince as empress. The empress was surnamed Dao. Because the emperor had established an empress, he bestowed cloth, silk, rice, and meat in specified amounts upon all widowers, widows, orphans, destitute people, those over 80 years of age, as well as children under 9 who were left without parents. Since the emperor came from Dai, upon his initial accession to the throne, he extended virtue and grace throughout the empire. He pacified the feudal lords as well as the 4 barbarian groups, achieving harmony and joy among them. Thus, he followed the example of those who had come with him from Dai, and rewarded their meritorious subjects. The emperor said, "When the great ministers were punishing the Lu clan and welcoming me, I was hesitant. All of them urged me to stop, but only the commander-in-chief, Song Chang, advised me to proceed. Thus, I was able to preserve and serve the ancestral temple. We had already honoured Chang as Wei Jiangjun. Now he enfeoffed Chang as Zhuang Wu Ho. The 6 men who followed me, their official ranks all reached the levels of 9 ministers." The emperor said the 68 marquis who followed the emperor Gao into Shu and Hanzhong shall each have their fiefs increased by 300 households. 10 former officials of the rank of 2,000 Dan who accompanied Emperor Gao, including Yu Jun, the governor of Yingchuan, shall receive 600 households as a stipend. 10 others, including Shen Tu Jia, the governor of Huaiyang, shall receive 500 households each. And 10 others, including General Wei Weiding, shall receive 400 households each. Enfeoff Uncle Zhao Jian of King Huainan as Ho of Zhouyang, and Uncle Si Jun of King Qi as Ho of Qinggao. In autumn, the former Chancellor of Changshan, Cai Jian, was enfeoffed as Ho of Fan. Someone advised the right Chancellor, saying, "Originally you were responsible for punishing the Lu clan and bringing in King Dai. Now you are again taking pride in your achievements, receiving top rewards and occupying a position of great honour. Disaster is about to befall you." The right Chancellor Bo then resigned on grounds of illness, and the left Chancellor Ping became the sole Chancellor. In the 10th month of the 2nd year, Chancellor Ping died. They again appointed Marquis Jianbo as Chancellor. The Emperor said, "I have heard that in ancient times, feudal lords established their states for over 1,000 years, each guarding their own territory and making timely tribute. The people were not burdened with toil. Both rulers and subjects lived in joy and harmony, without any virtue being neglected. Now many marquis reside in Chang'an. Their fiefs are far away. Officials and soldiers tasked with transporting supplies suffer hardships, and the marquis also have no means to educate and govern their people. Therefore, let all marquis return to their fiefs. Those who are officials or have been ordered by imperial decree to remain shall send their crown princes instead." On the last day of the 11th month there was a solar eclipse. On the 15th day of the 12th month another solar eclipse occurred. The Emperor said, "I have heard that heaven created all people and appointed rulers to nurture and govern them. If a sovereign lacks virtue, or if his administration is unjust, heaven will show signs of disaster to warn against misrule." Thus, on the last day of the 11th moon, there was a solar eclipse clearly visible in the heavens. What greater disaster could there be? I have been entrusted with the ancestral temple, and though I am but a humble person placed above millions of subjects as their sovereign, Whether the empire is at peace or in chaos depends solely on me. The few ministers who hold power are like my arms and legs. I am unable to govern and nurture the people below, thus burdening the brilliance of the free lights above. This is a great failure in my virtue. When my decree reaches you, I order that you all reflect on my faults and shortcomings. If there are any matters beyond your knowledge or understanding, please offer them to me in petition, and recommend those who are virtuous, upright, and capable of speaking out frankly with bold remonstrances to help correct my shortcomings. Therefore, each official must diligently perform their duties, striving to reduce corvée labour and expenses for the convenience of the masses. I am unable to extend virtue far enough, so I anxiously worry about criticism from outsiders. Therefore, my preparations for defence have not ceased. Now, even if we cannot yet disband the border garrisons and guards, further strengthening troops and heavy protection is unnecessary. Therefore, dismiss the army of the Wei Jiangjun. The Taipu shall inspect the horses and remaining supplies. If they are sufficient, the rest should be used to supply relay stations for official messengers. In the first month, the Emperor said, "Agriculture is the foundation for all under heaven. Therefore, let us open the imperial fields for cultivation. I shall personally lead the ploughing to provide offerings of grain for the ancestral temple." In the third month, officials requested that the emperor's sons be enfeoffed as feudal lords. The emperor said, "King Yo of Zhao died in sorrow. I feel deeply for him, and have already enfeoffed his eldest son, Sui, as king of Zhao. Su's younger brother Pi Jiang, and Zhu XiaoJing, son of King Dao Huai of Qi, as well as Dongmu Ho Xingzhu, have all rendered meritorious service. They may be enfeoffed as kings." Thus they enfeoffed the younger son of King Yo of Zhao, Pi Jiang, as King He Jiang, established Zhu Xiaoho in Jiju Commandery of Qi as King Cheng Yang, enfeoffed Dongmu Ho as King Jin Bai, and enfeoffed Prince Wu as King Dai, Prince San as King Tai Yuan, and Prince Yi as King Liang. The emperor said, "In ancient times those who governed the empire had banners in court to encourage good counsel, and wooden posts for criticisms. These were used to open channels of governance and invite remonstrances. Now the law imposes punishment for slander or superstitious speech. This causes officials to dare not speak their true thoughts, and prevents me from learning of my faults. How then can I attract virtuous men from afar? Therefore, abolish this law." Some commoners cursed the emperor in oaths with others, and then insulted each other. Officials regarded this as great treason. If there were any other remarks, officials also considered those as slander. These are ignorant commoners who deserve no death for their foolishness. I find this unacceptable. From now on, if anyone is accused of such offences, do not permit the case to be heard in court. In September, for the first time, he issued bronze tiger seals and bamboo envoy tokens to the governors of commanderies and states. On the Dingyo day of the 10th month in the 3rd year, the last day, there was a solar eclipse. In the 11th month, the emperor said, "Previously I issued an edict to send marquis back to their fiefs, but some have delayed and not yet departed. The Chancellor is the one I value most. He must lead the marquis in returning to their fiefs for me." Marquis Jiaobo was dismissed from his post as Chancellor and returned to his fief. the Grand Marshal Yin became the new Chancellor. The position of Grand Marshal was abolished, its duties transferred to the Chancellor. In April, King Zhang of Chengyang died. King Chang of Huainan and his attendant Wei Jing killed Ho Shen Yi Ji. In May, the Xiongnu invaded Baidi Commandery and took up residence in the southern part of the Yellow River to raid settlements. The emperor first visited Ganzhuang. In June, the emperor said, Han and the Xiongnu had an agreement to be like brothers, not allowing harm to either of our borders. For this reason, we have given them generous gifts. Now the righteous Shan Yu has left his territory and led a large force to reside in the southern region of Han's surrendered lands. This is abnormal. They move near our frontier, capturing and killing officials and soldiers, driving away the border-dwelling barbarians from their homes, insulting local officers, committing thefts and acting with great arrogance and lawlessness. This violates our agreement. Therefore, mobilise 8,500 cavalry from the border officials to Gaonu, and dispatch Chancellor Yin Ho Guanying to attack the Xiongnu. After the Xiongnu withdrew, troops from the Commander-in-Chief's material forces were assigned to General Wei's army in Chang'an. On the Xinmao Day, the emperor travelled from Ganzhuang to Gaonu and then visited Taiyuan. There he met with former ministers and bestowed gifts upon them all. He awarded rewards for meritorious service, bestowing cattle and wine to the people in each village. The tax burden on the people of Jinyang Zhongdu was suspended for 3 years. He stayed and toured Taiyuan for more than 10 days. King Xingju of Jinbei, hearing that the emperor was going to die, wanted to go and attack the Hu people. Instead, he rebelled, raising troops to launch a surprise attack on Yingyang. The emperor then issued an order to disband the chancellor's troops and dispatched Jipu Ho Chen Wu as Grand General, commanding 10,000 men to attack him. Qi Ho He was appointed general and stationed at Yingyang. In the 7th month, on the Xinhai Day, the emperor returned from Taiyuan to Chang'an. He then issued an edict to the officials, saying, King Jinbei betrayed virtue and rebelled against his sovereign, misleading officials and commoners. This constitutes great treason. Those among the Jinbei officials, people, or soldiers who have not yet arrived but resolved themselves on their own, as well as those who have surrendered with their military garrisons and fiefs, shall all be pardoned and restored to their official positions and ranks. Those who went away or returned with King Xingju will also be pardoned. In August, the Jinbei forces were defeated and its king captured. The emperor pardoned all officials and commoners from Jinbei who had rebelled with the king. In the 6th year, officials reported that King Chang of Huainan had violated the laws of the previous emperor and disobeyed imperial edicts. His manner of living was without restraint. His comings and goings resembled those of an emperor. He arbitrarily issued decrees and conspired with Prince Qi, the son of Ji, Pu Ho, to rebel. He sent envoys to Min Yui and the Xiongnu, mobilizing their troops in order to endanger the state and the ancestral temples. The ministers deliberated and all said, Chang should be executed in the public square. The emperor, however, could not bear to subject the king to legal punishment. He pardoned his crime, but deposed him from his kingship. The ministers requested that King Chang be exiled to Yandao, or Qingdu in Shu, and the emperor agreed. Before he could reach his place of exile, King Chang fell ill and died on the way. The emperor felt pity for him. 16 years later, he posthumously honoured King Chang of Huainan with the title of King Li, and enfeoffed his 3 sons as King of Huainan, King of Hengshan, and King of Lujiang. In the summer of the 13th year, the emperor said, "I have heard that according to heaven's way, calamity arises from resentment, and blessings come through virtue. If there are faults among officials, they should be attributed to me personally." Now the secret priests transfer blame onto subordinates in order to highlight my lack of virtue. I find this most unacceptable. Let it be abolished. In the 5th month, Chun Yu-gong, the Taizang commandant of Qi, was guilty and sentenced to corporal punishment. The imperial court ordered his arrest and transfer for imprisonment in Chang'an. Commander Taizang had no sons, only 5 daughters. As Commander Taizang was about to be taken into custody, he scolded his daughters and said, "You bore me daughters but no sons. In times of crisis, they are no help at all." His youngest daughter, Ti-Ying, was deeply distressed and wept. She followed her father to Chang'an and submitted a petition saying, "My father served as an official. He was universally praised in Qi for his integrity and his fairness. Now, due to legal violations, he has been sentenced to corporal punishment. I am distressed that the dead cannot be brought back to life, and those who have been punished cannot regain their former state. Even if they wish to reform themselves and start anew, there is no way for them to do so. I humbly request to be conscripted as a palace servant in order to redeem my father's punishment and allow him the chance to reform himself." The emperor read the petition and was moved by her filial devotion. He issued an edict saying, "I have heard that in the times of Xiaoyu, people were marked with distinctive clothing to distinguish them as criminals, yet the people did not commit offences. Why was this so? Because it was a time of perfect governance." Now, despite the law code stipulating 3 forms of corporal punishment, crimes do not cease. What is to blame for this? Is it not because my virtue is shallow and my teachings are unclear? I am deeply ashamed. Therefore, the moral guidance is not pure, and ignorant people fall into misdeeds. The Book of Songs says, "A kind and benevolent gentleman is the father and mother of the people." Now, when a person commits an offence, punishment is imposed before instruction has been given. Some may wish to reform and do good, but have no way to do so. I feel deeply for them. Corporal punishment, which cuts off limbs and scars the flesh, causes lifelong suffering. How cruel and lacking in virtue is this? Could it possibly align with being a father or mother to the people? Therefore, let corporal punishment be abolished. The emperor said, "Agriculture is the foundation of the empire. There can be no greater priority than this. Now, those who toil diligently in farming still bear the burden of taxes and levies. This makes no distinction between fundamentals and peripherals. It is not yet complete as a means of encouraging agriculture. Therefore, let land taxes be abolished." In the winter of the 14th year, the Xiongnu plotted to invade the border and attacked Chaona Pass, killing Du Wei Ang of Beidi. The emperor then dispatched 3 generals to station troops in Longxi, Beidi, and Shangjian. Zhongwei Zhouxi was appointed as Wei general, and Langzhongling Jiangwu as Cha general, stationed north of the Wei River with 1,000 chariots and 10,000 cavalry soldiers. The emperor personally visited the troops to encourage them, inspected the forces, reiterated military orders, and bestowed rewards upon officers and soldiers. The emperor wished to lead his own campaign against the Xiongnu. Ministers advised against it, but he would not listen. The Empress Dowager strongly urged the emperor, and so he finally desisted. Therefore, Zhang Xiongru, the Marquis of Dongyang, was appointed as Grand General, Cheng Hoqi as Naishi, and Luan Bu as general to attack the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu retreated. In spring, the emperor said, "I have been entrusted with sacrificial jade and offerings to serve heaven and the ancestral temple. 14 years have passed since then. My reign has lasted long, yet I am slow-witted and lacking in clarity while governing the empire for so long. I feel deeply ashamed. Therefore, let the altars and fields of various sacrifices be expanded, along with jade and offerings. In the past, sage kings extended their benevolence without seeking reward. They honoured distant deities in ritual offerings without praying for blessings. They valued virtue over kinship, placed the people before themselves. This was the ultimate manifestation of wisdom. Now I have heard that officials in charge of sacrifices and blessings pray for benefits to be bestowed upon me personally, not for the people. This deeply shames me. That I, lacking virtue, should personally enjoy such exclusive blessings, while the people receive none. This only compounds my lack of virtue. Therefore, let officials in charge of sacrifices offer their respects without making any prayers for personal gain." At this time, the Marquis of Beiping, Zhang Tsang, was the Chancellor, and was just clarifying the laws and calendar. Gongsun Chen of Lu submitted a memorial discussing the theory of the 5 virtues and their cyclical succession, stating that at present it was the time of earth virtue. According to this doctrine, when earth virtue prevailed, yellow dragons would appear, and thus the calendar, colours, dress codes, and systems should be changed accordingly. The emperor referred the matter to the Chancellor for discussion. The Chancellor argued that it was currently the time of water virtue, and had already established the 10th month as the beginning of the year with emphasis on black. He considered Gongsun Chen's claims incorrect, and requested to dismiss them. In the 15th year, a yellow dragon appeared in Chengji. The emperor then summoned Gongsun Chen of Lu again, and appointed him as doctor to elaborate on the doctrine of earth virtue. Therefore the emperor issued an edict stating, "A divine being in the form of a strange creature has appeared in Chengji. It has caused no harm to the people, and this year has been one of good harvests. I have personally conducted suburban sacrifices to heaven and all deities. The ritual officers all deliberated, saying that I should not be spared the labour of these ceremonies. The officials and ritual officers all said, in ancient times, emperors personally performed sacrifices to heaven in the suburbs during summer, hence it was called Jiao, or the suburban sacrifice. Thus, the emperor first visited Zhong to perform a suburban sacrifice to the 5 emperors, offering formal rites in the first month of summer, on the 4th lunar month. Xin Yuanping of Zhao presented himself to the emperor by interpreting atmospheric signs and advised the emperor to establish 5 ancestral temples in Weiyang. He claimed that if the Zhou dynasty's tripods were to be unearthed, jade flowers would appear as a sign. In the 16th year, the emperor personally performed a suburban sacrifice at the 5 emperors' temple in Weiyang, offering formal rites during summer, and emphasizing red as the favoured colour. In the 17th year, a jade cup was found, inscribed with, "The ruler's longevity is extended." Therefore, the emperor began anew, as the first year of his reign, and decreed a grand public feast for all under heaven. In that year, Xin Yuanping's deception was uncovered, and he was executed along with 3 generations of his family. 2 years later, the emperor said, "I have been lacking in wisdom, and unable to extend virtue, which is why some distant foreign states remain unsettled. The people beyond the 4 frontiers do not enjoy peace, and within my capital domain, those who labour diligently find no respite. The fault for both lies in my shallow virtue and inability to extend benevolence far and wide. In recent years, the Xiongnu repeatedly ravaged our borders, killing many officials and civilians. Border commanders and soldiers have also failed to convey my inner intentions, further compounding my lack of virtue. Continued conflict and prolonged warfare will leave both the empire's interior and foreign states without peace. How can they find tranquility? Now I rise early and sleep late, toiling for the empire and worrying over the hardships of my people. I have never forgotten this in a single day. Thus, I have sent envoys with successive carriages travelling along the road to convey my intentions to the Qian. Now, Qian, you have returned to the ancient ways. Considering the safety of your state and the benefit of your people, let us personally set aside minor grievances and walk together on the great path, forming a brotherly bond in order to preserve peace for all of the common people under heaven. The pact of peaceful marriage is now established, beginning this year. In the winter 6 years later, 30,000 Xiongnu troops entered Shangzhen, and another 30,000 entered Jianzhong. The emperor appointed Zhongda Farling Mian as Qianji general to command troops at Feihu. The former prime minister of Chu, Su Yi, was made general and stationed at XiaoJing. General Zhang Wu garrisoned Beidi, and Zhou Yafu, the governor of Hedong, was appointed general and stationed at Shiliuzong. Zheng Liuli was made general and stationed in Bashang, and Hu Junji Pu men of Juzi to guard against the Xiongnu. After several months, the Hu people withdrew, and so did the troops. A drought occurred across the empire, accompanied by a locust plague. The emperor extended his grace. He ordered the feudal lords to cease their tributes, relaxed restrictions on mountains and lakes, reduced the number of dogs, horses, and attendants used for personal service, cut down the staff of palace officials, opened granaries to relieve the poor, and allowed commoners to sell noble ranks. Emperor Xiaowen, since coming from Dai to the throne, had reigned for 23 years. During this time, he made no additions to palaces, parks, dogs, horses, or personal luxuries. Whenever something proved inconvenient, he would relax it for the benefit of the people. He once wished to build an open-air pavilion and summoned craftsmen to estimate its cost, which came out to be 100 gold pieces. The emperor said, 100 gold pieces is the property of 10 middle-class families. I already received ample provisions for the palace built by my predecessors, and I have always feared bringing shame to it. Why would I need a pavilion? The emperor often wore plain hemp clothing. For the lady-in-waiting, Shen Fu, whom he favoured, he decreed that her robes must not trail on the ground, and that curtains and canopies could not be embroidered with patterns. This was to demonstrate simplicity, and set an example for all under heaven. The construction of his tomb was to use only earthenware. No decorations of gold, silver, copper, or tin were allowed. No large mound would be built for the tomb, as he wished it to be simple and not burden the masses. King Wei-Tuo of Nanyue declared himself Emperor Wu, but when the emperor summoned and honoured his brothers with high status as a gesture of virtue, Tuo abandoned his imperial title and submitted as a vassal. Although the Xiongnu violated the peace treaty by raiding, the emperor ordered border defences to be maintained, but did not send troops for deep incursions, unwilling to trouble and exhaust the people. King Wu of Wu pretended to be ill and refused to attend court. The emperor sent him a stool and walking stick as a gift instead. Ministers such as Yuan Ang, although they spoke bluntly in their advice, were often treated with leniency and tolerated by the emperor. Ministers such as Jiang Wu, who accepted bribes and money, were discovered, but instead of punishing them, the emperor gave them money from his own treasury to shame their consciences, and did not hand them over to officials for prosecution. He focused solely on transforming the people through virtue, so that within the empire, wealth flourished, and rights and righteousness thrived. 7 years later, on the Zhihai day of the 6th month, that is June the 15th, 180 BC, the emperor died in Weiyang Palace. The imperial will stated, "I have heard that all living things under heaven, from their first sprout to growth, inevitably face death. Death is the natural order of heaven and earth. It is an inevitable part of life's cycle. Why should one grieve excessively? In our time, people generally value life and fear death. Excessive funeral expenses ruin families, and prolonged mourning harms the living. I find this unacceptable. Moreover, since my virtue has been lacking, I have not been able to assist the people properly. Now that I have died, if the people are made to mourn for a long time and endure the hardships of changing seasons, grieving fathers and sons, harming the wills of the young and old, reducing their food intake, and interrupting sacrifices to ancestors and gods, this would only compound my lack of virtue. What justification could I have before all under heaven? I have been entrusted with the ancestral temple, and for over 20 years, my humble self has occupied a position above all kings and rulers under heaven. Thanks to the blessings of heaven and earth, and the fortune of the state, peace has prevailed within my domain without war or conflict. I have been slow-witted and always feared making mistakes that would bring shame to the virtue left by my predecessor emperor. Throughout these many years, I have feared failing to complete my duties properly. Now, by the grace of heaven's allotted span, I am fortunate enough to be able to offer sacrifices once more at the High Temple. If my unworthiness is overlooked and I receive such honour, what sorrow or grief could there possibly be? Therefore, I command all officials and commoners throughout the empire to mourn for only 3 days upon receiving this order, after which they should resume their normal attire. Do not prohibit those who wish to marry, give in marriage, perform ancestral rites, drink wine, or eat meat. As for those responsible for funeral arrangements and mourning attire, they should proceed without unnecessary restrictions. Widows' bands should not exceed 3 sun in width. Do not use funeral carts or weapons, and do not mobilize men and women from the populace to weep at the palace. Those within the palace who are required to mourn shall each raise their voices 15 times in the morning and evening. After completing these rites, they may disperse. At any time other than the designated mourning hours, No one is allowed to weep without permission. After this order has been issued, mourning shall wear deep red for 15 days, light red for 14 days, and plain mourning attire for 7 days, after which they may resume normal clothing. Those matters not specified in this order shall be carried out according to the principles outlined here. Announce this throughout the empire so that all may clearly understand my intentions. The mountains and rivers of Barling should remain as they are. Do not make any changes. Return the concubines from those of high rank down to the attendants. The emperor ordered Zhong Wei Yafu as Chargé General, Xu Guo Zhonhan as Jiangtun General, Lang Zhongling Wu as Futai General, and mobilized 16,000 conscripts from nearby counties and 15,000 soldiers from Neishi to be placed under General Wu for the tasks of burial, construction, excavation, and backfilling. On the Yi Si Day, that is April the 12th, 180 BC, all ministers kowtowed in unison and bestowed the honoured title of Emperor Xiaowen. The Crown Prince ascended the throne at the High Temple. On the Ding Wei Day, that is April the 14th, 180 BC, he assumed the title of Emperor. In the 10th month of the first year of Emperor XiaoJing's reign, an imperial decree was issued to the Grand Historian. I have heard that in ancient times, ancestors were honoured for their achievements and revered for their virtue. Rituals and music were established according to these principles. Music is used to express virtue. Dance is used to illustrate achievements. At the High Temple, during the Zhou wine ceremony, the dances of Wu Di, Wen Shi, and Wu Xing were performed. At the temple of the Emperor Xiao Huai, for the Zhou wine offerings, the Wen Shi and Wu Xing dances were performed. Emperor Xiaowen ruled over all under heaven, opening up passes and bridges without distinguishing between distant or nearby regions. He abolished slander laws, removed corporal punishments, rewarded the elderly with gifts, provided care for orphans and widows, and nurtured all living beings. He curbed his desires, refused tributes, and did not seek personal gain. He did not confiscate the property of criminals or execute those who were innocent. He abolished castration, released concubines, and valued preserving family lineage rather than severing them. I am not wise enough to recognize these things. These were all beyond the reach of ancient times, yet Emperor Xiaowen personally practiced them. His virtue was as great as heaven and earth, his blessings extended to all under the 4 seas, and none failed to receive fortune. The emperor's virtues shone forth like the sun and the moon, yet the temple music did not adequately reflect this. I am deeply troubled by this. Therefore, a dance called Zhuang Di shall be performed at the temple of Emperor Xiaowen to honour and illuminate his virtuous deeds. Only then will the achievements and virtue of our ancestors be recorded on bamboo slips and silk, passed down through countless generations, enduring eternally without end. I find this most commendable. Work together with the Chancellor, the Marquis, officials of the rank of Zhong Shi, that is, officials who earn 2,000 bushels, and ritual officers, to prepare the proper rites and submit them. The Chancellor, Minister Jia, and others said, Your Majesty has always deeply considered filial piety by establishing the Zhuang Di dance to honour Emperor Xiaowen's great virtue. This is beyond our humble understanding as ministers. We humbly propose The greatest achievement of any generation belongs to Emperor Gaozu, and no virtue surpasses that of Emperor Xiaowen. Therefore, the temple of Emperor Gaozu should be honoured as the supreme ancestor or Taizu temple for emperors, and the temple of Emperor Xiaowen should be designated as the grand ancestor or Taizhong temple. It is appropriate for successive emperors to offer sacrifices at their ancestors' temples. Prefectures, states, and feudal lords should each establish a Taizhong temple for Emperor Xiaowen. Feudal kings, marquises, envoys, and attendants should serve in the ancestral rites for the Son of Heaven, offering annual sacrifices at the temples of their ancestors. We respectfully request that this be recorded on bamboo slips and announced throughout the empire. The imperial decree stated, approved. Confucius said, it must take a generation before benevolence can be realized. 100 years of good governance by virtuous people is also sufficient to overcome cruelty and eliminate killing. How true these words are. Since the founding of the Han Dynasty, it took over 40 years until Emperor Xiaowen's reign. This was a time of truly great virtue. Although the people were already prepared for ritual reforms, sacrifices to heaven and earth, and changes in ceremonial dress, humility and restraint prevented these from being completed in our time. Alas, was this not an act of benevolence? Emperor XiaoJing was the second son of the Emperor Xiaowen. His mother was the Empress Dowager Dou. When Emperor Xiaowen was in Dai, he had 3 sons before the Empress Dowager Dou gained his favour. All of these sons died, and then 3 more of his sons also died. Thus, XiaoJing became emperor. In the first year of his reign, on the Yi Mao Day of the 4th month, that is, on April the 15th, 156 BC, a general pardon was granted throughout the empire. On the Yi Wei Day, 1 rank of noble title was bestowed upon the common people. In May, half of the land tax was abolished, and a temple of the Taizhong for Emperor Xiaowen was established. An edict was issued ordering all ministers not to offer congratulations in court. The Xiongnu invaded Dai and made a peace agreement for marriage alliances. In spring of the 2nd year, the grandson of the former Prime Minister, Xiao He, Xiaoxi, was enfeoffed as the Marquis of Wuling. Men would be registered for military service at 20 years of age. On the Ren Wu Day of the 4th month, Empress Dowager Xiaowen died. The kings of Guangchao and Changsha both went to their respective fiefs. Chancellor Shentu Jia died. In August, the imperial censor-in-chief, Kai Feng Taoqing, was appointed as chancellor. A comet appeared in the northeast. In autumn, Hengshan experienced a rain of hail. Some hailstones were 5 sun in size, and the deepest accumulation reached 2 Qi. The planet Mars moved in retrograde, and remained stationed at the North Star. The moon appeared between the stars of the Northern Dipper. Jupiter moved in retrograde in the celestial court. Nanling, Naishi, and Dershu were established as counties. On the Yi Day of the 1st month of the 3rd year, that is January the 23rd, 154 BC, a general pardon was issued throughout the empire. A long comet appeared from the west. Heavenly fire burned down the Eastern Palace's main hall and city buildings in Liaoyang. Prince Wu of Wu, Prince Pu of Chu, Prince Sui of Zhou, Prince Ang of Jiaoxi, Prince Pi Guang of Jinan, Prince Qian of Zichuan, and Prince Xiongnu of Jiaodong all rebelled, raising troops to march westward. The Son of Heaven executed Xiaozu and sent Yuan Ang to deliver a message, but the rebels did not stop. They then advanced westward to besiege Liang. The emperor therefore dispatched General Dou Ying and Grand Commandant Zhou Yafu with troops to suppress the rebellion. On the Yihai day of the 6th month, a pardon was granted to deserters from the army and Prince Yi, son of the former king of Chu, along with others who had conspired in the rebellion. General Dou Ying was enfeoffed as the Marquis Wei Qi. Prince Li, the son of the former king of Chu, and previously Lord Ping Lu, was established as the king of Chu. The emperor's son Duan was enfeoffed as the king of Jiaoxi, and his son Sheng as king of Zhongshan. Prince Ji, the former king of Jibei, was transferred to become the king of Zichuan. Prince Yu, the former king of Huaiyang, became the king of Lu, and Prince Fei, the former king of Runan, became the king of Jiangdu. Prince Jianglu of Qi and Prince Jia of Yan both died. In summer of the 4th year, a crown prince was established. The emperor's son Qi was enfeoffed as King Tsuwa Jiaodong. On the Jiushu day of the 6th month, a general pardon was granted throughout the land. In the following September, Yi Yang was renamed Yangling. The customs and checkpoints were re-established, requiring permits for entry and exit. In winter, the state of Zhou was abolished and transformed into Handan Commandery. In March of the 5th year, Yangling and Weiqiao were constructed. In May, people were recruited to relocate to Yangling with a grant of 200,000 coins given to each household. A violent windstorm from the west struck Jingdu, destroying 12 zhang of the city wall. On the Ding Mao Day, the emperor enfeoffed Jiao, the son of the eldest princess, as Marquis Longlu. The king of Guangchuan was transferred to become the king of Zhou. In spring of the 6th year, Zhongwei Zhouwan was enfeoffed as the lord of Jianling, Jiangdu Chancellor Jia as the lord of Jianping, Longxi Governor Han Yi as lord of Pingchu, Zhou Governor Jia as lord of Jiangling, and former General Bu as Lord Shu. The kings of Liang and Chu both died. In the following September, trees along the imperial road were cut down to plant orchids in Lanshi. In winter of the 7th year, the Crown Prince Yi was deposed and made the king of Linjiang. On the last day of the 12th month, there was a solar eclipse. In spring, convicts and labourers working on the construction of Yangling were released from their duties. Chancellor Qing was dismissed. On the Yisi day of February, Grand Commandant Zhou Yafu, Marquis of Tiao, was appointed Chancellor. On the Dingxi day, Prince Jiaodong Wang was established as Crown Prince. His name was Qi. In the 1st year of Zhongyuan, Ping, the grandson of the former imperial censor-in-chief, Zhou Qi, was enfeoffed as Marquis of Sheng, and the grandson of the former imperial censor-in-chief, Jia Cheng, Zhuo Chu, was enfeoffed as the Earl of Anyang. On the Yisi day of April, a general pardon was declared throughout the empire, and one rank of noble title was granted to all. The decree of lifelong prohibition from office was abolished. An earthquake occurred. Hengshan and Yuandu experienced hail rain, with some hailstones measuring 18 sun in size. In the 2nd year of Zhongyuan, in February, the Xiongnu invaded Yan, and thus did not maintain a peace alliance. In March, King Linjiang was summoned to court. He died in the residence of Zhongwei. In summer, the emperor's son Yui was enthroned as king of Guangchuan, and his son Ji as king of Jiandong. 4 marquis were enfeoffed. On the XiaoWu day of September, there was a solar eclipse. In winter of the 3rd year of Zhongyuan, The position of imperial censor-in-chief of the feudal lords was abolished. In spring, 2 Xiongyu chieftains led their followers to surrender. They were both enfeoffed as lords of the ranks. In March of the 4th year of Zhongyuan, Diyang Palace was established. A severe locust plague occurred. In autumn, convicts working on the construction of Yangling Tomb were pardoned. In summer of the 5th year of Zhongguan, the emperor's son Shun was enfeoffed as Prince of Changshan. 10 marquises were granted titles. On the Dingxi day of the 6th month, that is June the 28th, a general pardon was proclaimed throughout the empire, and 1 rank of noble title was granted to all. A great flood occurred across the land. The title of Chancellor of Feudal Lords was changed to Xiang. In autumn, an earthquake occurred. On the Jimao day of February, in the 6th year of Zhongyuan, the emperor went to Yong and performed a sacrificial rite to the 5 emperors. In March, there was a rain of hail. In April, Prince Xiao of Liang, Prince Gong of Chengyang, and Prince Fei of Runan all died. Prince Ming, the son of Prince Xiao of Liang, was enfeoffed as the king of Jichuan, his brother Peng Li as the king of Jidong, Ding as the king of Shangyang, and Bu Shi as the king of Jiyin. The state of Liang was divided into 5 fiefs. 4 marquises were conferred. The title of Ting Wei, or Commandant of Justice, was changed to Da Li, or Grand Judge. Jing Zhao Xiaofu, or Privy Council of Architecture, became Jingzhu Da Jiang, or Grand Architect. Zhuju Zhongwei, or Palace Commandant over Nobility, became Du Wei, or Chief Commandant. Changxin Zhanshi, or Supervisor of the Household of the Empress Dowager, became Changxin Xiaofu, or Privy Chamberlain of the Empress Dowager. Jiangxing, or Grand Chamberlain of the Empress, became Da Langchu, or Grand Palace Domestic. Daxing, or Director of Ceremonial Protocol, became Xin Gren, or Receptionist. Feng Chang, or Director of Ancestral Sacrifices, became Tai Chang, or Grand Master of Ceremonies. Dianqi, or Director of Foreign Affairs, became Da Xing, and Zishu Naishi, or Minister of Finance, was changed to Da Nong, or Grand Grain Treasurer. The position of Dai Nei was ranked as a 2,000 Dan official, and left and right Nei Guan posts were established, both subordinate to the Dai Nei. On the Xinhai day of July, that is July the 18th, there was a solar eclipse. In August, the Xiongnu invaded Shangzhen Commandery. In winter of the 1st year of Ho Yuan, the title of Zhongda Ling, or Director of Grand Masters, was changed to Wei Yi, or Commandant of the Palace Guard. On the Dingyou day of March, that is March the 25th, a general pardon was announced throughout the empire. 1 rank of noble title was conferred to all. Officials ranked as Zhong Qian, or officials of the fully 2,000 Dan rank, and chancellors of feudal lords, were granted the title of Yo Shu Zhang, or leader of the right. In April, a grand public feast was held. On the Bingshu day of May, that is May the 24th, an earthquake occurred. It shook again at dawn at mealtime. The earth trembled for 22 days in Shangyong, damaging the city walls. On the Yisi day of July, that is July the 23rd, there was a solar eclipse. Chancellor Liu Shi was dismissed from office. On the Renchen day of August, the Imperial Censor-in-General was appointed as Chancellor and enfeoffed as Viscount of Jianling. In January of the 2nd year after, on one day, there were 3 earthquakes. General Ji attacked the Xiongnu. A public feast was held for 5 days. An edict was issued prohibiting the inner historian's commandery from feeding horse feed to horses, with all such grain confiscated by county officials. A decree was issued ordering convicts and labourers to wear cloth of 7 zhang in length. The use of horse-powered grain mills was prohibited. Because of a poor harvest, an edict was issued forbidding people throughout the land from eating food not produced in that year. The marquis were ordered to return to their fiefs and reduce their ranks. In March, the Xiongnu invaded Yanmen. In October, taxes were levied on the fields of Changliling. There was a great drought. A plague broke out among the people of the Hengshan kingdom and the Hedong and Zhanzhong commanderies. In October of the 3rd year after, for 5 days, both the sun and moon were red due to an eclipse. On the last day of December, there was thunder. The sun appeared purple in colour. The 5 planets moved retrograde and remained stationed at Tai Wei. The moon passed through the centre of Tianting in the sky. On the XiaoJing day of January, the Crown Prince was given the capping ceremony. Emperor XiaoJing died on the Jaishi Day. The posthumous edict granted a rank increase of 1 level to all those from marquis down to commoners who were the legal sons of their fathers, and gave 100 coins per household throughout the land. Palace women were released and sent back to their families, with no further provisions given to them. The Crown Prince ascended the throne. This was Emperor XiaoWu. In March, the Emperor enfeoffed his Empress Dowager's younger brother Fu Bing as Ho of Wuan, and his other brother Sheng as Ho of Zhuyang. Yangling was established. The Grand Historian said, when the Han Dynasty rose to power, Emperor Xiaowen practiced great virtue and brought peace and contentment to all under heaven. By the time of Emperor XiaoJing, there was no longer any concern about non-royal surnames, yet Xiaozu harshly curtailed the feudal lords, thus causing 7 states to rise together in alliance, marching west. This happened because the feudal lords had grown too powerful, and Su dealt with it abruptly without gradual measures. It was only after Zhu Fuyan made his proposal that the feudal lords were weakened and ultimately brought peace. Is it not through strategy that safety or danger is determined? Emperor XiaoWu was the son of Emperor XiaoJing. His mother was Empress Dowager Wang. In the 4th year of Emperor XiaoJing's reign, he was made king of Jiaodong as a son of the emperor. In the 7th year of Emperor XiaoJing's reign, the Crown Prince Li was deposed and made king of Linjiang, and Prince Jiaodong was appointed as Crown Prince. In the 16th year of Emperor XiaoJing, he died, and the Crown Prince ascended the throne as Emperor XiaoWu. At the beginning of his reign, Emperor XiaoWu showed particular reverence for rituals to gods and spirits. In his first regnal year, more than 60 years had passed since the founding of the Han Dynasty. The realm was at peace, and members of the gentry all looked to the Son of Heaven to perform the Fengshan sacrifices and institute calendar reforms. The emperor favoured Confucian learning and recruited virtuous and capable men. Zhao Wan and Wang Zhang, among others, were appointed as high ministers due to their literary attainments, and they wished to discuss the establishment of an ancient-style Ming Tang, or Hall of Illumination, in the southern part of the capital city, for receiving feudal lords. They had not yet completed their proposals on matters such as touring the realm, performing the Fengshan sacrifices, and reforming the calendar and colour symbolism. At this time, Empress Dowager Dou, who favoured the Huang Lao philosophy of Lao Tzu and disliked Confucianism, had people secretly uncover corrupt dealings involving Zhao Wan et al. summoned them for investigation, and Xiaowen and Zhang committed suicide. All their proposed initiatives were abolished. 6 years later, Empress Dowager Dou died. The following year, the emperor summoned literary men such as Gong Sun Hong. The next year, on his first visit to Yong, the emperor performed sacrificial rites at the 5 altars for suburban offerings. Thereafter, he conducted these sacrifices every 3 years. At this time, the emperor sought a divine master and lodged him at Tishi Guan in Shanglin Park. The divine master was a woman from Changling, who had become so grief-stricken over her son's death that she claimed to have encountered spirits through the mediumship of Xian Ho Wan Ra. Wan Ra conducted rituals in her home, and many people went there to worship. Ping Yuanzhang went to worship there. Afterwards, his descendants became honoured and prominent. When Emperor Wu ascended the throne, he treated her with great courtesy, and housed her in an inner shrine. He heard what she said, but never saw her in person, they say. At this time, Li Xiaojing also presented methods for altar worship, grain cultivation, and longevity to the emperor, who honoured him highly. Xiaojing was a former physician of Lord Shenzi Hao, who had introduced him for his experience in alchemy and formulas. He concealed his age and place of birth, often claiming to be 70 years old, and said he could manipulate objects and ward off aging. He travelled widely among the feudal lords, promoting his formulas and methods. He had no wife or children. People heard that he could manipulate objects and achieve immortality, so they gave him more gifts. He often had an abundance of money, silk, clothing, and food. Everyone thought that without managing any property he was still well provided for. Since no one knew where he came from, they believed him even more, and competed to serve him. Xiaojing had a natural talent for formulas, and was good at making clever predictions that often proved accurate. Once, while drinking with the Marquis of Wuan, there was an elderly man over 90 years old at the gathering. Xiaojing then said that he had once played and hunted with the elder's grandfather. The old man, as a child, had followed his grandfather on that outing and remembered the place. Everyone at the table was astonished. When Xiaojing presented himself to the emperor, there were some old bronze vessels in the palace, and the emperor asked him about them. Xiaojing said, "These vessels were placed in Beijing during the 10th year of Duke Huan of Qi's reign." Later, when they examined their inscriptions, it turned out that they were indeed vessels from Duke Huan of Qi. The entire palace was astonished and regarded Xiaojing as a deity, believing him to be hundreds of years old. Xiaojing told the emperor, "By worshipping the stone altar one can summon objects. Summoning objects allows cinnabar to be transformed into gold. When golden vessels are used for food and drink, longevity increases. With increased longevity, one may see the immortals of Penglai in the sea. Seeing them enables one to perform the Fengshan sacrifice and attain immortality. This is how Emperor Huangdi did it. I once travelled by the sea where I met Han Shisheng, who gave me jujubes to eat as big as melons. Han Shisheng was an immortal who resided in the midst of Penglai. He appeared to people when conditions were right, and disappeared when they were not. Thus the Son of Heaven began personally performing sacrifices to the stove altar, and sent alchemists into the sea in search of Han Shisheng and others from Penglai. At this time, people started transforming cinnabar and other medicinal ingredients into gold. After some time, Li Xiaojing fell ill and died. The Son of Heaven believed that he had transformed himself into an immortal and did not die. As such, he ordered Shi Quanshu and Huang Chui to receive his formulas. The search for Anshi Sheng on Peng Lai yielded no results. Many eccentric alchemists from Yan and Qi in the coastal regions imitated each other, fabricating more tales of divine matters. Bo Yoji from Bo submitted a proposal for the worship of Tai Yi, saying, "The most exalted among the heavenly deities is Tai Yi. The assistants to Tai Yi are the 5 emperors." In ancient times, the Son of Heaven sacrificed to Tai Yi in the southeast suburbs during the spring and autumn. He used a full set of 3 sacrificial animals for 7 days, building an altar with 8 passageways for spirits. Thus, the Son of Heaven ordered the Grand Priest to establish a shrine for Tai Yi in the southeastern suburbs of Chang'an, and to conduct regular sacrifices according to Bo Yoji's method. Later, someone submitted a memorial stating, "In ancient times, the Son of Heaven used a full set of sacrificial animals to worship the 3 ones, Tian Yi, Dai Yi, and Tai Yi, once every 3 years. The Son of Heaven approved of this and ordered the Grand Priest to oversee the worship of Bo Yoji's Tai Yi altar according to these methods. Later, another person submitted a memorial saying, "In ancient times, the Son of Heaven regularly performed sacrificial rites in spring and in autumn. When sacrificing to Huangdi, 1 broken mirror and 1 owl were used. For Ming Yang, a sheep was used. When sacrificing to Ma Hang, 1 green male horse was used. For Tai Yi, Gao Shan, Shan Zhan, and Dai Zhang, a bull was used. For Wu Yi Zhan, dried fish were used. And for the Yin Yang Shi Zi, 1 bull was used. The Emperor ordered the ritual officials to oversee these rites according to this method, and conduct them at the site of Bo Yoji's Tai Yi altar. Later, there were white deer in the Son of Heaven's hunting park. Their hides were used as ritual offerings to manifest auspicious omens, and thus white gold was produced. The following year, during a suburban sacrifice at Yong, they captured a 1-horned beast that resembled a boar. The officials said, "Your Majesty has been solemn and reverent in performing the suburban sacrifices. Heaven, pleased with your offerings, has bestowed a 1-horned beast upon you. This is probably a Qilin. Therefore, they offered it at the 5 altars of Ji, adding an additional bull for each sacrificial fire offering. The Son of Heaven bestowed white gold upon the feudal lords to harmonise the auspicious signs with heaven and earth." At this time, King Ji Bai, believing that the Son of Heaven was about to perform the Feng Shan sacrifices, submitted a memorial offering Mount Tai and its surrounding towns. The Emperor accepted it, but compensated him with other counties in return. King Changshan committed a crime and was exiled. The Son of Heaven enfeoffed his younger brother at Zhengding to continue the ancestral rites, and converted Changshan into a commandery. After this, all 5 sacred mountains came under the jurisdiction of the Son of Heaven's commanderies. The following year, Xiaowen from Qi presented methods for contacting spirits and gods to the Emperor. The Emperor had a favoured concubine, Lady Wang, who died. Xiaowen claimed that by night he could summon the image of Lady Wang and the stove spirit through his methods. The Son of Heaven saw them from behind a curtain. Thus he appointed Xiaowen as General Wang Cheng and bestowed many rewards upon him, treating him with the courtesy due to a guest. Wang Cheng said, "If your Majesty wishes to communicate with spirits, your palaces and attire do not resemble those of the divine. Otherwise, divine beings will not come. Therefore, they made chariots decorated with painted clouds, and used them on appropriate days to drive away evil spirits." They also built the Ganzhuan Palace, in which a pavilion was constructed and painted with images of heaven, earth, Tai Yi, and other deities. Ritual implements were placed there to summon heavenly gods. After more than a year, his methods became increasingly ineffective, and the divine beings did not appear. Then he wrote messages on silk cloth and fed them to a cow, pretending to be unaware of it, claiming there were wonders in the cow's belly. After slaughtering the cow and examining its entrails, they found the silk cloth. The writing on it mentioned strange things which made the Son of Heaven suspicious. Someone recognized the handwriting and inquired about it from others. Indeed, it was a forged document. Thus, General Wang Cheng was executed, but this was kept secret. Afterwards, they built structures such as Baoliang, Tongju, and Chenglu Hien Ren Zhang, or the Palm of the Immortal Receiving Ju. The year after Wen Cheng's death, the Son of Heaven fell seriously ill at Dinghu Palace. He summoned every kind of shaman and physician available, but his illness did not improve. Yue Shu Hefa again then said, "There is a witch in Shangzhen who became ill and was possessed by a spirit. The emperor summoned her and placed her at Ganzhong for worship. When he became ill, he sent people to consult the Divine Master. The Divine Master said, 'The Son of Heaven need not worry about his illness. His condition will soon improve. He should make an effort to meet with me at Ganzhuan.' Thus, when his illness improved, the emperor went in person to Ganzhuan, and indeed he was cured. He issued a general pardon throughout the realm, and established a shrine for the Divine Master at Xiaogong. The most honoured among the deities was Tai Yi. His assistants were figures such as Da Jin and Si Ming, who all accompanied him. He could not be seen directly, but one could hear his voice, which was like that of an ordinary person speaking. He would come and go at irregular times. When he arrived, the wind would suddenly become still. He resided within a curtained chamber. Sometimes he spoke during the day, but usually at night. The Son of Heaven would purify himself before entering. Through the witch, he served as host and managed food and drink offerings. Whatever was desired was conveyed through spoken words from below. They also established Xiaogong and Beigong, raised feathered banners, set up sacrificial offerings, and honoured the Divine Master with ritual propriety. What the Divine Master said, the Emperor had people record in writing. These records were called Hua Fa. What he spoke of was known to common people and nothing extraordinary, yet the Son of Heaven found it pleasing. The matter remained secret. No one in later generations knew about it. 3 years later, the officials said that the beginning of an era should be named after an auspicious omen from heaven, and not numbered simply as 1 or 2. The first era was named Jian Yuan, the second Yuan Guang, because of a long comet, and the third Yuan Shou, because during a suburban sacrifice, a one-horned beast was captured. The following winter, the Son of Heaven performed a suburban sacrifice at Yong and proposed, "Now that I have personally sacrificed to heaven, but have not yet offered sacrifices to the earth deity, Ho Tu, then the rites are not complete." The officials and Tai Shi Gong, as well as the ritual officer Quan Shu, discussed, sacrificial animals for heaven and earth should have horns like silkworm cocoons or chestnuts. Now that your Majesty is personally offering sacrifices to Hao Tu, it would be appropriate for the worship of Hao Tu to take place at a round altar in the marshland with 5 altars. At each altar, 1 yellow bull and full sacrificial offerings should be used. After the sacrifice, everything should be buried completely, and those accompanying the rites should wear yellow clothing. Thus, the Son of Heaven proceeded eastward and established the first Ho-Tu shrine on Shui Hill in Fenyin, as proposed by Quan Shu. The emperor personally gazed towards the altar and paid homage, following the same rites used for heaven. After completing the rituals, the Son of Heaven travelled to Yin-Yang before returning. Passing through Liaoyang, he issued an edict. The 3 dynasties are long gone. They are distant and difficult to preserve. Therefore, I shall bestow 30 li of land upon the descendants of Zhou as the Lord Zhou Nanjun to offer sacrifices in honour of their ancestors. In this year, the Son of Heaven began touring the commanderies and counties, gradually approaching Mount Tai. That spring, the Marquis Yui Cheng submitted a memorial concerning Luan Da. Luan Da was a native of Jiaodong. He had previously studied under the same teacher as General Wen Chang, and later became the Shangfang officer for King Jiaodong. Marquis Yui Cheng's sister was the Queen of Wang, but she had no sons. After King Kang died, a son of one of his concubines was installed as monarch. Queen Kang had immoral conduct and did not get along with the king, endangering each other through legal means. Queen Kang, having heard of General Wen Cheng's death, and wishing to ingratiate herself with the Son of Heaven, sent Luan Da through Marquis Yui Cheng to request an audience in order to present his methods. After the Son of Heaven had executed General Wen Cheng, he regretted his early death and lamented that his methods were not fully revealed. Upon meeting Luan Da, he was greatly pleased. Luan Da was tall and handsome, spoke eloquently with many strategies, and dared to make grandiose claims without hesitation. He boldly claimed, "I have often travelled in the sea, and met figures such as Anshi and Qian men, but they considered me lowly, and did not believe me. They also thought King Kang was merely a vassal lord, unworthy of receiving my methods. I repeatedly advised King Kang, but he did not heed me either. My teacher said, 'Gold can be transmuted, river breaches can be sealed, the elixir of immortality can be obtained, and immortal beings can be summoned.' I fear that if I suffer the same fate as General Wen Cheng, all alchemists will keep their mouths shut, and dare not speak of methods." The Son of Heaven said, "General Wen Cheng merely died from eating horse liver. If you can truly perfect your methods, what would I not spare for you?" Luan Da said, "My teacher did not seek anyone. It was people who sought him out. If your Majesty truly wishes to summon him, then you must honour the envoy, ensure he has relatives with him, and treat them as honoured guests. Do not show disrespect. Let each be given a seal of authority. Only then can they serve as intermediaries between mortals and immortals. Whether the immortals will agree or not remains to be seen. Only by showing great respect to his envoy can we hope to summon him. Thus, the Son of Heaven ordered that small methods be tested first. They raised banners, and the flags struck each other on their own. At this time, the Son of Heaven was greatly concerned about the river breaches and the failure to produce gold, so he appointed Luan Da as General Wu Li. After more than a month, he received 4 gold seals and wore the seals of General Tianxi, General Di Tu, General Da Tong, and General Tian Dao. An imperial decree was issued to the Grand Historian. In ancient times, Yu the Great dredged the 9 Jiang rivers and regulated the 4 great rivers, or sea-doos. Recently, the river overflowed onto dry land, and embankments have not ceased to be reinforced. After the 28 years that I have ruled over all under heaven, it seems as if heaven has sent me a man of talent who can achieve great success. The Book of Changes says a flying dragon and a goose gradually arriving at the riverbank. This likely refers to him. Therefore, I hereby bestow a fief of 2,000 households upon General D. Shi Da as Lord Lertong. He was granted the first-rank mansion befitting a marquis and given 1,000 attendants. Imperial carriages, horses, canopies, tents, and other valuables were bestowed upon his household. The emperor also married him to Princess Wei Chang, giving her 10,000 catties of gold, and renaming the fief as Gongju Dang Li. The Son of Heaven personally visited General Wu Li's mansion. Envoys sent to inquire about the provisions given to him were constantly travelling along the roads, one after another, from the principal princess down to generals and ministers. All set up banquets at his home, offering gifts and tributes. At this time, the Son of Heaven also carved a jade seal inscribed with General Tian Dao, and sent an envoy dressed in feathered robes to stand on white reeds at night. General Wu Li similarly wore feathered robes and stood on white reeds to receive the seal, thereby showing that he was not considered a subject. The one wearing the Tian Dao seal would serve as an intermediary between the Son of Heaven and the gods of heaven. Thus, General Wu Li often conducted night sacrifices at his home in hopes of summoning divine beings from above. The gods had not yet arrived, but many spirits and ghosts gathered instead. However, he was somewhat able to control them. Later, he prepared his belongings and set out eastward into the sea in search of his teacher. After several months, Luandar had been awarded 6 seals, and his prestige shook the entire realm. In the regions of Yan and Qi along the coasts, no one failed to grasp their wrists and claim that they possessed secret methods capable of achieving immortality. In the middle of June that summer, a local shaman named Jin from Fen Yin, while performing rituals at a Ho-Tu shrine near Wei Shui in Hawaii Yuan, saw an earth formation shaped like a hook. When he dug it up, he found a tripod. This tripod was greatly different from ordinary tripods. Its inscriptions were engraved, but without maker's marks or identifications, which seemed strange. He reported it to the officials. The officials informed Tai Xiaosheng of Hedong, who then reported it upwards. The Son of Heaven sent envoys to investigate and confirm whether the shaman Jin had obtained the tripod through deceit. Finding no fraud, they honoured it with rituals, brought the tripod to Ganzhuang, followed along on the journey, and presented it at court. When they arrived in Zhongshan during a warm afternoon, there was a yellow cloud covering the area above them. A boar passed by. The Son of Heaven shot it himself and used it as an offering to the clouds. Upon arriving in Chang'an, all of the high officials, ministers, and scholars discussed and proposed that the Son of Heaven should honour and revere the sacred tripod. The Son of Heaven said, "Recently the river has overflowed and harvests have repeatedly failed. Therefore, I taught to perform sacrifices to Ho-Tu, in hopes that he would help the people grow grain. This year's bountiful harvest has not yet been acknowledged. Why then did this tripod appear?" The officials all said, "We have heard that in ancient times the great emperor raised a single sacred tripod. One signifies unity, and it is to unity which both heaven and earth and all things are ultimately connected. Huangdi made 3 precious tripods symbolizing heaven, earth, and humanity. You collected the metal from the 9 regions, cast 9 tripods, all of which were used to offer sacrifices and cook food for heaven, gods, and spirits. When encountering a sage ruler, they would emerge. The tripods passed from the Shah to the Shang dynasties. As Zhou virtue declined and the sacred soil of Song was lost, the tripods disappeared and remained hidden. The ode says, "From hall to foundation, from sheep to ox, great tripods and small cauldrons, without misfortune or disaster. This is the virtue of longevity." Now that the tripod has arrived at Ganzhuang, it shines with a lustrous transformation like a dragon, bearing boundless auspiciousness. In harmony with the sacred site of Zhongshan, yellow and white clouds descended as a canopy, beasts appeared as omens. Bows were drawn and arrows shot, gathering at the altar below to offer great sacrifices in celebration. Only those who are divinely chosen to become emperors truly understand its meaning and harmonise with virtue. The tripod should be presented before the ancestral shrine enshrined in the imperial court to align with this clear divine response. An edict was issued, approved. Those who went to the sea in search of Peng Lai said that Peng Lai was not far away, but they could not reach it, perhaps because its aura could not be seen. The Son of Heaven then dispatched an official skilled in observing atmospheric signs to locate the aura and clouds associated with it. That autumn, the Son of Heaven visited Yong for a planned suburban sacrifice. Some said the 5 emperors were assistants to Tai Yi, therefore we should establish a shrine for Tai Yi, and have the Son of Heaven personally perform sacrifices there. The Son of Heaven was uncertain, and had not yet decided. Gong Sun Qing, a native of Qi, said, "This year we obtained the sacred tripod. On the first day of the winter solstice, it was Xin Si. This is identical to the time of Huang Di." Qing had a written record stating, "Huang Di obtained the sacred tripod at Wan and consulted Gui Yu Chu." Chu replied, "The Yellow Emperor obtained the sacred tripod and the divine oracle." In that year, on the first day of Dongzhi, it was Ji Yo. This marked the beginning of heaven's cycle, ending and then repeating. Thus, Huang Di welcomed the sun and calculated with oracle sticks. Afterwards, every 20 years, he would determine the first day of Dongzhi, a total of 20 calculations over 380 years. Finally, Huang Di obtained immortality and ascended to heaven. Qing then, through XiaoJing, wished to present this information. XiaoJing examined the document and found it unorthodox. Suspecting it had been fabricated, he replied, "The matter of the sacred tripod has already been decided. What else is there for us to do?" Qing then submitted his proposal through a favoured court official. The Son of Heaven was very pleased and summoned Qing for questioning. Qing replied, "I received this book from Shen Gong, but Shen Gong has already died." The Son of Heaven asked, "Who was Shen Gong?" Qing said, "Shen Gong was a native of Qi. He associated with Anshi Sheng, received teachings from Huang Di, left no written records, and possessed only this tripod-related text." It says the Han Dynasty's rise corresponds to the time of the Yellow Emperor. The sage ruler of Han will be among the grandchildren or great-grandchildren of Emperor Gaozu. When the sacred tripod appears and connects with divine beings, it is time for the Son of Heaven to perform the Fengshan sacrifices. Among the 72 kings who performed Fengshan rites, only Huang Di was able to ascend Mount Tai for the ceremony. Shen Gong said, "The Han ruler should also perform the Fengshan sacrifice. By doing so, he will attain immortality and ascend to heaven." During Huang Di's time, there were 10,000 feudal lords, among whom 7,000 received divine blessings and spiritual honours. There are 8 famous mountains in the world. 3 of them lie among the southern and eastern barbarians, while 5 are located within China proper. Within China, these 5 mountains, Huashan, Shoushan, Taishi, Taishan, and Donglai are the ones where Huangdi often travelled and convened with divine beings. Huangdi engaged in warfare while also learning the ways of immortality. Concerned that the common people were not following the right path, he executed those who denied ghosts and gods. After more than 100 years, he was finally able to communicate with divine beings. Emperor Huangdi made an outlying sacrifice to the supreme deity in Yong, and stayed there for 3 months. Gui Yu Chu, who was also known as Da Hong, died and was buried in Yong. This is the so-called Hongzhong. After that, he met with 10,000 spirits at Huangdi's Bright Court. The Bright Court refers to Ganshan. What is referred to as Huan Men is actually Gu Ko. Emperor Huangdi extracted copper from Xiaoshan and cast a tripod at the foot of Jingshan. After the tripod was completed, a dragon descended with its beard hanging down to welcome Emperor Huangdi. Huangdi mounted the dragon, and more than 70 of his ministers and concubines followed him up. Thus he ascended to heaven. The lesser officials could not ascend, so they all grasped the dragon's beard. As a result, the beard was pulled out, and Huangdi's bow fell. The common people looked up to see Emperor Huangdi ascending to heaven. They then embraced his bow and the dragon's beard, wailing in grief. Hence, later generations named that place Ding Hu, and called his bow Wu Hao. At this, the Son of Heaven said, "Alas, if I could truly become like Huangdi, I would regard leaving my wife and children behind as easily as discarding a worn-out shoe." He then appointed Qing as an attendant officer and sent him eastward to await the divine at Taishi. The Son of Heaven thus performed a sacrificial rite in Yong, reaching Longxi and ascending Kongtong to the west before proceeding to Ganshan. He ordered ritual officials Quan Shi and others to prepare the altar for Tai Yi, modelled after the altar of Bao Ji's Tai Yi, with 3 concentric circles. The altars for the 5 emperors were arranged around it in accordance with their respective directions, with Huangdi's altar located to the southwest. 8 paths leading to the realm of spirits were cleared. The offerings used for Tai Yi followed those of Yong's Yi Zi, with the addition of sacrificial items such as sweet wine, dates, and dried meat. A single yak was sacrificed to prepare the ritual vessels and food. The 5 emperors received only the sacrificial dishes, the ritual vessels, and the sweet wine as offerings. The 4 directions of the ground beneath were prepared with sacrificial food for the attendants of the deities and for the northern dipper. After the sacrifice, all remaining offerings were burned in a ritual fire. The sacrificial ox was white, a deer stood among it, and a pig was placed within the deer's enclosure with water poured over them all. Sacrifices to the sun were made with oxen, while sacrifices to the moon used a ram and a pig. The priests and slaughterers for Tai Yi wore purple robes and embroidered garments. Each of the 5 emperors was associated with a colour corresponding to their attributes. The sun was red and the moon was white. On the first day of the 11th month, the Jinshi Shi Shu, 104 BC, when it was also the winter solstice, at dawn, before full daylight, the Son of Heaven began his sacrificial rites to Tai Yi. When paying homage to the sun in the morning and to the moon in the evening, he performed a bowing gesture, and when venerating Tai Yi, he followed the rites practiced at Yong. The ritual master offered a eulogy, saying, "Heaven first bestowed the sacred tripod and divine oracle on the emperor, from new moon to new moon, ending yet beginning anew. The emperor respectfully bows in homage, and he wore yellow on top. The altar was filled with rows of torches, and cooking utensils were placed around the altar. The officials in charge reported, 'There is a light above the altar.' The ministers and high-ranking officials said, the Son of Heaven first performed a sacrificial rite to Tai Yi at Yuanyang. The officials in charge presented the XiaoWu jade and choice sacrificial animals for the offering. That night there was a beautiful light, and by daybreak yellow vapour rose to connect with heaven. The Grand Historian, ritual official Kuan Shu, and others said, "This is a sign of divine favour and auspicious blessings. We should therefore establish an altar for Tai Yi in this place where the light appeared to demonstrate its response. Let the Grand Priest oversee it and conduct sacrifices during the autumn and winter festivals. The Son of Heaven should perform this sacrificial rite once every 3 years." That autumn, in preparation for a campaign against the Nanyue kingdom, they made offerings and prayers to Tai Yi. They crafted banners decorated with male holly, painted depictions of the sun, moon, northern dipper and ascending dragon, as well as representations of Tian Yi and the 3 stars. These were used as the vanguard for Tai Yi and named Ling Qi. When praying for military success, the Grand Historian would hold up the banner to point towards the enemy state. The Wuli general was sent but dared not go to sea, and instead went to worship at Mount Tai. The Son of Heaven had someone secretly follow and investigate, but in reality nothing was seen. Wuli falsely claimed to have seen his teacher. The methods he presented were all exhausted, and most of these did not work as promised. The Son of Heaven then executed Wu Li. That winter, Gongsun Xing awaited the divine in Henan and saw traces of an immortal on Gaoxi Cheng. There was a creature resembling a pheasant moving back and forth atop the city wall. The Son of Heaven personally visited Gaoxi Cheng to inspect the tracks. He asked Gongsun Xing, "Are you trying to emulate Wen Cheng or Wu Li?" Xing replied, "Immortals do not seek the favour of sovereigns. It is the sovereign who seeks them. If the path is not given sufficient time and space, the divine will not come. Matters concerning the divine may seem roundabout or absurd. They require many years of accumulation before results can be achieved. Thus, each commandery and kingdom cleared roads and renovated palaces, pavilions, famous mountains, and shrines for deities, in anticipation of the Son of Heaven's visit. That year, after the Nanyue kingdom was conquered, there was a favoured minister named Li Yannian, who gained favour through his musical talents. The Son of Heaven appreciated it and summoned the ministers and high officials to deliberate, saying, "Among the common people, even private sacrifices still include music with dancing and drumming. Now that we perform sacrifices at the outlying altars without any music, is this appropriate?" The ministers and high officials replied, "In ancient times, sacrifices to heaven and earth all included music, and thus the deities could be properly honoured." Some said, "The Emperor Tai ordered Su Nu to play a 50-stringed zither, but the music was so sorrowful that he could not bear it, and forbade her from continuing. Hence, the zither was broken into one with 25 strings. Thus, after pacifying the southern Yui region, sacrifices and prayers to Tai Yi and Hao Tu began to include music and dancing. More singers were recruited, and from this time onwards, the 25-stringed zither and the Konghu, a type of harp, came into use. The following winter, the Son of Heaven proposed. In ancient times, one first reviewed troops and dismissed soldiers from campaigns before performing the Fengshan sacrifices. He then proceeded north on an inspection tour of Shu Fang, mustering more than 100,000 troops. On his return journey, he paid homage to Emperor Huangdi's tomb at Xiaoshan and dismissed the soldiers at Shu. The Son of Heaven said, "I have heard that Huangdi did not die. Now there is a tomb. Why is this so?" Somebody replied, Huangdi had already attained immortality and ascended to heaven. His ministers buried his clothing and hat instead. When he arrived at Ganshan, in preparation for the upcoming Fenshan ceremony on Mount Tai, he first performed a classification sacrifice to Tai Yi. Since obtaining the sacred tripod, the Son of Heaven and his ministers, as well as scholars, have discussed performing the Fengshan sacrifices. The Fengshan ceremony was a rare and grand event, its ritual and ceremonies unknown to most. Thus the Confucian scholars collected references from books such as the Book of Documents, the Rites of Zhou, and other texts concerning the veneration of deities through sacred ritual offerings. Ding Gong from Qi, over 90 years old, said, The Fengshan sacrifice is the union of names associated with immortality. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was unable to perform it. If your majesty is determined to ascend, you should do so gradually. If done properly, without encountering wind or rain, then the Fengshan sacrifice can be completed. The Son of Heaven therefore ordered the Confucian scholars to practice the ritual bull offerings and draft the procedures for the Fengshan ceremony. After several years, preparations were nearly complete. Having heard the words of Gong Sun Xing and the alchemists who claimed that Huangdi and those before him had performed the Fengshan sacrifices by summoning strange creatures and communicating with divine beings, the Son of Heaven wished to emulate Huangdi in seeking contact with immortals on Peng Lai. He aspired to surpass the moral achievements of the 9 emperors and incorporated Confucian teachings to provide a scholarly basis for these endeavours. The Confucian scholars, unable to clearly explain the Fengshan rituals and constrained by their adherence to classical texts like the Book of Songs and ancient writings, dared not offer bold suggestions. The Son of Heaven displayed the ritual objects for the Fengshan sacrifice to the Confucian scholars. Some among them said, These do not match ancient practices, while Xu Yan added that the students from Taichang performed the rites less skillfully than those in Lu. Zhou Ba submitted a plan with accompanying illustrations on how to conduct the Fengshan ceremony. As a result, the emperor dismissed Xu Yan and Zhou Ba and completely abandoned all Confucian scholars without employing them. In March, the Son of Heaven proceeded east to Gaoxi and performed a ritual at Zongyu Taishi Mountain. The attendants following him in the valley below heard as if someone was saying 10,000 years. They asked the Son of Heaven about it, but he said nothing. They inquired among those below, and they also remained silent. Therefore, he bestowed a fief of 300 households to maintain the shrine at Taishi, naming it Chonggao Yi. He then travelled eastward up Mount Tai. When he found the grass and trees on the mountain had not yet sprouted, he ordered people to place stones at the summit of Taishan. The Son of Heaven then proceeded eastward for an inspection tour along the coast and performed rituals to worship the 8 deities. Thousands of people from Qi submitted memorials speaking about divine beings, strange phenomenon, or miraculous methods, yet none proved effective. He then dispatched more ships and ordered thousands of people who claimed to know about the divine mountains in the sea to search for immortals on Peng Lai Island. Gong Sun Xing, holding an imperial token of authority, often travelled ahead to await divine mountains. When he arrived at Dong Lai, he claimed that one night he saw a man several zhang tall. When he approached, the figure vanished, but its footprints were very large and resembled those of some beast or bird. Some ministers claimed to have seen an old man leading a dog who said, "I wish to see the great official," but then suddenly disappeared. The Son of Heaven had already seen the large footprints, yet he did not believe them, but when he heard from the ministers about an old man, he greatly believed it to be a sign of an immortal. He stayed by the sea for some time, sending thousands of alchemists and private envoys in carriages to seek immortals. In April he returned to Fengao. The Son of Heaven considered that the various Confucian scholars and alchemists who spoke about the ceremonies for offering sacrifices on Mount Tai each had different views, which were not in accordance with established rites, and were difficult to implement. The Son of Heaven arrived at Liangfu, and performed a ritual sacrifice to the deity of the land. On the Yi Mao Day, he ordered Confucian scholars serving as attendants to wear pibian caps and girdles of rank, and perform the ritual by shooting a bull. He sealed the eastern side at the foot of Mount Tai in accordance with the rites used for the suburban sacrifices to Tai Yi. The stone was 2 chi wide and 9 chi high, and beneath it there were jade tablets inscribed with writing, the contents of which remained secret. After the ceremony was completed, the Son of Heaven ascended Mount Tai alone, with attendant in attendance Feng Shi Zhu Ho, who also performed a sealing ritual. All these matters were kept secret. The next day he descended via the hidden path. On the Bing Chen Day he performed the sacrifice at Suzhan Shan, northeast of the base of Mount Tai, following the rites used to worship Ho Tu. The Son of Heaven personally paid homage in yellow robes and fully employed music for all rituals. Between the Yangtze and Hawaii rivers, a single reed with 3 ridges was used as an offering mat for the deity. The 5 coloured soils were further mixed into the sealing mound. Exotic beasts, flying birds, and wild pheasants from distant regions were released, many of which were added to the sacrificial offerings. Beasts such as the mythical beast Si, the wild ox Mao Niu, the rhinoceros Shi, and the elephant Xiang were not used. All of them arrived at Mount Tai before being released to go away. During the ceremonies for sealing and sacrificing on Mount Tai, there was light visible at night, and during the day, white clouds arose from above the sealed mound. After returning from the ceremonies of sealing and sacrificing on Mount Tai, the Son of Heaven sat in the Ming Tai Hall, where ministers took turns presenting their wishes for his long life. At this time, he issued an edict to the Grand Historian. I, with my humble self, have inherited the highest authority. I am filled with anxiety and fear that I might not be worthy. My virtue is shallow, and I do not fully understand rites and music. I performed sacrifices at Tai Yi, and there were signs of auspicious light. The omens seemed promising. I was deeply moved by strange phenomenon, but dared not stop, so I proceeded to ascend Mount Tai for the sealing ceremony, reaching Liangfu, and then conducted the sacrifice at Suzhan. I have now renewed myself. I wish to celebrate this new beginning with the officials and commoners. Therefore, I grant each household 1 ox and 10 dan of wine, and give 2 bolts of cloth and silk to those who are orphans, widows, or elderly over 80 years old. Bo, Fengao, Shi Chu, and Li Cheng shall be exempt from paying this year's taxes and levies. I now issue a general pardon for the entire realm, following the decree of amnesty issued on the Yi Mao Day. No further construction or labour projects shall be carried out along the route I have travelled through. Matters occurring more than 2 years ago shall not be investigated. He also issued another decree. In ancient times, the Son of Heaven conducted an inspection tour once every 5 years, and performed rites at Mount Tai. The feudal lords had designated places for lodging and paying homage, Therefore, I order each feudal lord to establish a residence beneath Mount Tai. After the Son of Heaven had completed the ceremonies for sealing and sacrifice on Mount Tai, there were no storms or disasters, yet alchemists continued to claim that the divine mountains such as Penglai might be attainable. Thus he was delighted at the possibility of encountering them, and once again travelled eastward to the seashore in hopes of meeting Penglai. Feng Qi Zhou Ho suddenly fell ill and died within a single day. The Son of Heaven thus proceeded northward along the coast, reaching Jixi in the north, and conducted an inspection tour from Liaoxi through the northern frontier to Jiuyuan. In May, he returned to Ganchuan. The officials reported that the appearance of a precious tripod marked the beginning of Yuan Dong. Thus, this year was designated as the first year of Yuan Feng. That autumn there appeared an unusual star in the constellation Dongjing. More than 10 days later, another unusual star appeared in Saneng. Wang Shao, an expert in observing atmospheric omens, said, "I observed the star alone emerging like a gourd. After a meal's time it re-emerged." The officials stated, "Your Majesty has established the Han Dynasty's ceremonies of sealing and sacrifice. This must be how heaven is rewarding virtue with a stellar omen." The following winter he performed the suburban sacrifices to the 5 emperors at Yong, and upon his return, paid homage with sacrificial rites at Tai Yi. The eulogy read, "The star of virtue shines brightly, its radiance a sign of auspiciousness. The longevity star continues to appear, its brilliance deep and luminous. The trustworthy star is clearly visible. The Son of Heaven respectfully bows in homage at the sacrificial offerings by the Grand Priest." That spring, Gongsun Xing claimed to have seen a divine being on Donglai Mountain who said, "I wish to see the Son of Heaven." The Son of Heaven therefore visited Gaoxi City and appointed Gongsun Xing as Zodafar. He then proceeded to Donglai, where he stayed for several days without seeing anything except the footprints of a giant. Once again, thousands of alchemists were sent out to seek divine beings and strange phenomena, as well as to gather herbs and medicinal plants. This year was marked by a drought. Therefore, since the Son of Heaven had not yet received an imperial name, he ordered prayers at Wan Li Sha and passed by it to worship at Mount Tai. He returned to Huzi personally, inspecting the damage of the Yellow River's breach, staying for 2 days and then performing a sacrificial rite by casting offerings into the river before departing. He dispatched 2 high-ranking officials to lead troops in blocking the breach. As a result, the Yellow River shifted into 2 channels and returned to its ancient course established by Yu the Great. At this time, after the southern Yui people had been subdued, a native named Yongji said, "The Yui people traditionally believe in ghosts, and their shrines are all visited by spirits, often with effective results. In the past, King Donggao revered ghosts and lived to be 160 years old. Later generations became arrogant and neglectful, hence their decline. Therefore, he ordered Yui shamans to establish shrines for the worship of Yui deities. These altars had no platforms or sacrificial tables. They worshipped heavenly gods, the supreme deity, and 100 ghosts, using chicken bones for divination. The Son of Heaven believed in this, and the Yui rituals involving chicken bone divination began to be used. Gongsun Xing said, "Immortals can be seen, but the Son of Heaven travels too hastily. That is why they are not encountered. Now your Majesty could build a pavilion, as was done at Gaoxi City, and place meat and dates there. Divine beings should then be able to appear. Moreover, immortals prefer to dwell in high towers." Therefore the Son of Heaven ordered that in Chang'an a pavilion named Feilian Guan be built, and at Ganquan an additional pavilion called Jiyan Shouguan be built. He instructed Gongsun Xing to hold a token of authority and prepare offerings while waiting for divine beings. He also constructed the Tongtian Tai, or Through Heaven Pavilion, placing sacrificial items beneath it in hopes of summoning immortals and deities. At this time, a new front hall was built at Ganquan, marking the beginning of the expansion of various palace buildings. In summer, a ji, a type of fungus regarded as auspicious, grew inside the palace walls. The Son of Heaven, having dammed the river and built the Tongtian Tai, saw what appeared to be luminous clouds. He then issued a decree. 9 stems of ji have grown within the walls of Guanquan. Therefore, I pardon all under heaven, and order that no further labour projects be carried out. The following year he launched a campaign against Xiaoxian. In summer there was a drought. Gongsun Xing said, "During the time of Huangdi, heaven became dry when he performed the sealing ceremony. It remained so for 3 years. The Son of Heaven then issued a decree. There is a drought in heaven. Could this be due to the sealing ceremony? Therefore I command that throughout the realm, the deity Ling Xing shall be honoured and worshipped with reverence." The following year the Son of Heaven performed a suburban sacrifice at Yong, opened up the Huizhong Road, and conducted an inspection tour. In spring, he arrived at Mingzi and returned via Shi. The following year the Son of Heaven toured Nanjun, reaching Jiangling before proceeding eastward. He ascended and paid homage to Tianzhu Shan in Qian, naming it the Southern Sacred Mountain. Sailing along the Yangtze River, he departed from Shanyang through Zhongyang, past Poyang Lake, and paid homage to its famous mountains and rivers. He travelled northward to Langyao, proceeding along the seashore. In the 4th month he arrived at Fenggao to perform repairs on the sealing mound. Initially, when the Son of Heaven sealed Mount Tai, there had been an ancient Ming Tang Hall at the northeastern base of the mountain. However, its location was perilous and not open or spacious. The Son of Heaven wished to construct a Ming Tang Hall near Fenggao, but had yet to understand the proper design and specifications for it. Gong Sui, a native of Jinan, presented to the Son of Heaven a diagram of an ancient Ming Tang hall from the time of Huangdi. The diagram of the Ming Tang showed one hall with no walls on any 4 sides, covered with reeds. Water flowed through it. A circular palace wall formed an elevated corridor. There was a tower above, and access to the structure came from the southwest, which was named Kunlun. The Son of Heaven would enter this way in order to pay homage and offer sacrifices to the supreme deity. Therefore, the Son of Heaven instructed that a Ming Tang be built at Wangshan in Fenggao, according to Gong Sui's diagram. When the repairs and sealing were completed 5 years later, he conducted sacrifices to Tai Yi and the 5 emperors in the main hall of the Ming Tang, arranging the ancestral shrine for Emperor Gaozu opposite them. The deity Hotu was worshipped in a lower chamber with 20 grand sacrificial offerings of cattle, sheep, and pigs. The Son of Heaven entered via the Kunlun passage, and for the first time paid homage at the Ming Tang according to the rites used at a suburban sacrifice. After the ceremony, offerings were burned beneath the hall. The Son of Heaven also ascended Mount Tai again, and secretly performed a sacrifice at its summit. At the foot of Mount Tai, sacrifices were offered to the 5 emperors, according to their respective directions. Huangdi was worshipped together with Qidi, and officials attended the ceremonies. A fire was lit on Mount Tai's summit, and all below responded in kind. 2 years later, on the first day of the 11th month, XiaoJing, which coincided with the winter solstice, calendar scholars calculated it as the beginning of a new cycle. The Son of Heaven personally arrived at Mount Tai, and on the first day, XiaoJing, of the 11th month, coinciding with the winter solstice, worshipped the supreme deity in the Mingtang during each sealing and sacrificial ceremony. The eulogy read, "Heaven has bestowed upon the Son of Heaven the divine tablet of Tai Yuan, which cycles and begins anew. The Son of Heaven reverently bows at Tai Yi. He travelled eastward to the sea, examining those who had entered the ocean and alchemists seeking immortals. None proved effective, yet he sent out even more people in the hopes of encountering them. On the Yu day of the 11th month, that is December the 15th, 83 BC, a fire broke out at Boliang. On the first day, that is XiaoWu, of the 12th month, that is January the 14th, 82 BC, the Son of Heaven personally performed a sacrificial rite at Gaoli for Ho-Tu. Standing by the Bohai Sea, he intended to perform distant sacrifices to places like Penglai, in hopes of reaching a miraculous realm. The Son of Heaven returned. Because the Boliang fire had occurred, he received court officials and submitted reports at Qian. Gong Song Qing said, Huangdi built the Qinglai Terrace, and after 12 days of burning offerings there, Huangdi then established the Mingting. Mingting is Qian. Many alchemists claimed that ancient emperors had once established capitals at Qian. Later, the Son of Heaven again received feudal lords at Qian, and guest houses for the feudal lords were built there. Yongji then said, among Yue customs, when a fire occurs, the new house must be rebuilt larger in order to overcome and subdue it. Thus they built the Jianzhong Palace, planned with 10,000 gates and 100,000 households. The front hall was designed to be as high as Weiyang. To its east stood the Feng Shui or Phoenix Gate Towers, over 20 zhong in height. To its west lay Tangzhong, where tigers were kept in enclosures, stretching for dozens of li. To the north a large pool was constructed. Jiantai, over 20 zhang high, was named Tai Yi Chi. Within it were Penglai, Fangzhang, Yingzhou, and Huailiang, symbolizing divine mountains, turtles, and fish in the sea. To its south were Yuting, bee-men, and other structures resembling great birds. They then built the Shenming Tai and Jiangan Lu, each over 50 zhong in height, connected by a covered carriage road. In summer, the Han Dynasty changed its calendar system, taking the first month as the beginning of the year. The colour yellow was favoured, and official titles were altered with 5-character seals. This marked the beginning of the Taizhou Yuan-Nian era. In this era, the Western campaign against Da Yuan was launched. A great locust plague arose. Lady Ding, Luo Yang's Yu Chu, and others performed ritual curses against the Xiongnu and Da Yuan through their respective rites. The following year, officials reported that at Yong's 5 altars there were no prepared sacrificial vessels or fully matured offerings. The fragrant items were incomplete. The Son of Heaven then ordered ritual officials to provide sacrificial bulls, vessels, and offerings at the altars. The 5 coloured foods were prepared according to the principle of overcoming elements, while wooden dummy horses replaced the young foals for sacrifice. Only sacrifices to the 5 emperors and those personally performed at the suburban rites used young foals. For all other named mountains, rivers, and sites where young foals were traditionally used in sacrifices, wooden dummy horses were substituted instead. Only when the Son of Heaven passed by a site was it permissible to use a young foal for sacrifice. All other rituals remained as before. The following year, the Son of Heaven toured eastward along the sea to examine immortals and divine beings, but none proved effective. Some alchemists said, during the time of Huangdi, 5 cities and 12 towers were built to await divine beings at fixed times. This was called Jingnian. The Son of Heaven approved their construction according to the plan, naming it Mingnian. The Son of Heaven personally observed rituals and worshipped the supreme deity while wearing yellow robes. Gongsu Dai said, although Huangdi once sealed Mount Tai, it was actually Feng Ho, Feng Zhu, and Qi Bo who instructed Huangdi to perform the sealing ceremony at Dong Tai Shan and the sacrificial rites on Fan Shan with matching symbols. Only then did he achieve immortality. The Son of Heaven had already ordered the preparation of sacrificial items and travelled to Dong Tai Shan. However, since Dong Tai Shan was low and small, not befitting its reputation, he merely commanded ritual officials to perform rites there without conducting a sealing or sacrificial ceremony. Later, the Son of Heaven ordered Dai to conduct sacrifices and await divine beings. In summer, he returned to Mount Tai and performed the 5-year ritual as before, adding a sacrificial ceremony at Shilu. Shilu is located in the southern part of the base of Mount Tai. Many alchemists claimed it to be a gate where immortals resided, so the Son of Heaven personally conducted the sacrificial rite there. 5 years later, he returned to Mount Tai for another sealing ceremony, and on his return journey, he passed by Changshan Mountain to perform another sacrifice there. The temples established by the present Son of Heaven are for Tai Yi and Ho Tu, with a personal suburban sacrifice held every 3 years. The Han Dynasty's system of sealing and sacrificial rites was thus established, with a major sealing ceremony conducted once every 5 years. The temples of Baoji, Tai Yi, San Yi, Ming Yang, Ma Xing, and Qi Xing, 5 in total, and the ritual officials of Quan Shu offered seasonal sacrifices at appropriate times. In total, there were 6 temples, all overseen by the Grand Priest. As for the 8 gods and other deities, as well as temples such as Mingnian, Fan Shan, and others with various names, sacrifices were performed only when the Son of Heaven happened to pass by. Once he left, they ceased. Temples established by alchemists were independently managed by their founders. When these individuals died, the temples were abandoned and no longer maintained by official ritual officials. All other temples remained as they had been before. The present Son of Heaven's sealing and sacrificial ceremonies, 12 years after their initiation, were extended to all 5 great mountains and 4 major rivers. However, the alchemists' efforts to await divine beings or seek Penglai by entering the sea ultimately proved ineffective and yielded no results. Gongsun Qing, who had been sent to await divine beings, still used the footprints of a great person as an excuse, but these efforts also proved ineffective. The Son of Heaven became increasingly weary and disinterested in the strange and impractical words of the alchemists, yet still maintained a loose connection with them, without completely cutting ties, hoping to encounter one who might be genuine. From this time onward, the number of alchemists speaking about temples and divine beings increased even more, yet their effectiveness was clearly evident. The Grand Historian said, "I followed the Son of Heaven on his tour to perform sacrifices at temples for heaven, earth, and various famous mountains and rivers, including the sealing and sacrificial ceremonies. I entered the Xiaogong to attend sacrifices and listen to discussions about divine matters, thoroughly examining what the alchemists and ritual officials said. Afterwards, I withdrew and compiled a detailed account of all those who had dealt with spirits and deities since ancient times, clearly presenting their inner motives and outward actions. Later generations of virtuous men may thus have the opportunity to review them. As for detailed matters such as ritual vessels, jade offerings, and the etiquette of presenting and responding with wine, these were all left to the officials in charge. The Grand Historian said, "What a great virtue! Controlling all things, commanding the masses. Could this be merely human effort? I went to the Grand Rites Office and observed the changes in rites of the three dynasties, and thus realised that rites were established according to human feelings, and ceremonies were created based on human nature. Their origin is very ancient. Human affairs are complex and multifaceted, yet rules and standards permeate all aspects." Confucius said, "Since the beginning of the ritual, when the libation was poured, I have no desire to witness it any more. People are guided forward by benevolence and righteousness, and restrained by punishments. Thus, those with great virtue hold high positions, and those with heavy emoluments receive honours and favours. This is how the empire is unified and its people made orderly. The human body, when mounted in a carriage, is adorned with gold and elaborately decorated yokes to enhance its appearance. The eyes favour the 5 colours, so embroidered patterns are created to display one's ability. The ears delight in bells and stone chimes, so harmonious music of the 8 tones is arranged to stir their hearts. The mouth enjoys the 5 flavours, so various delicacies with sour and salty tastes are prepared to achieve pleasure. Feelings favour precious things, so jade is carved into ritual objects to convey their meaning. Therefore, the great ceremonial carriage is placed on simple mats, the leather cap is worn with plain robes, zithers are played in a deep and resonant manner, and plain broth is served with dark wine. These are done to prevent extravagance and to remedy decadence. Therefore, the order of ranks and statuses between rulers and ministers in court, upwards to superiors and downwards to common people, extends even to distinctions regarding carriages, clothing, places, food, marriage, funerals, and ancestral sacrifices. Each matter has its appropriate measure, and each object follows a proper standard. When the Zhou dynasty declined, rites and music fell into disrepair, distinctions between high and low were violated. Even the household of Guanzhong included all 3 types of ritual returns. Those who follow laws and uphold righteousness are ridiculed by society, while those who indulge in express and overstep their status are called illustrious and honoured. Xi, a high-ranking disciple of the school, still said, "When going out and seeking splendid sights, I am pleased. When entering to hear Master's teachings, I feel joy. The 2 feelings conflict within me. I have not yet resolved this struggle." How much more so for those of average or lower ability, gradually influenced by poor education and conforming to established customs, Confucius said. It must be the rectification of names, yet his residence in Wei did not align with his principles. After Confucius's death, his disciples who had received instructions became obscure and were not promoted. Some went to Qi or Chu, others disappeared into the rivers and seas. Was this not sorrowful? When the Qin dynasty gained control of the empire, it incorporated all the rites and ceremonies of the 6 states, selecting their good aspects. Although these did not conform to the sacred system, they emphasized respect for the ruler and restraint on ministers, maintaining a dignified court, as had been done since ancient times. By the time of Emperor Gaozu, who ruled over all under heaven, Shu Sun Tong made some additions and deletions, Nonetheless, for the most part, they followed the Qin's established practice. From the imperial title down to assistants, officials and palace names, there were very few changes made. When Emperor Xiaowen ascended the throne, officials proposed to establish formal rites and ceremonies. However, Emperor Xiaowen favoured Taoist learning. He considered elaborate rituals as mere extended displays that were of no benefit for governance, let alone personal moral transformation, so he abolished them. During the reign of the Emperor XiaoJing, the Grand Censor Xiaozu was well versed in worldly affairs and legal doctrines. He repeatedly advised the Emperor XiaoJing the feudal lords as vassal supports should be treated on par with ministers and sons. This is an ancient and modern system. Now the great states administer their own special policies, not reporting to the capital. I fear this cannot be passed on to future generations. Emperor XiaoJing adopted his plan, but the 6 states rebelled. Because Qiao Cao's name was first mentioned in this matter, the emperor executed him to resolve the crisis. The affair is recorded within Yuan Ang's words. After this, officials merely maintained their relationships and secured their salaries. No one dared to discuss it again. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he summoned Confucian scholars and ordered them to jointly establish rites. It took more than 10 years without completion. Some said that in ancient times, when the world was at peace and all people were harmonious and joyful, auspicious signs appeared abundantly. Only then would they observe customs and establish rites and institutions. The emperor heard this and issued an edict to the Grand Censor. When a ruler receives his mandate, each dynasty rises through its own path. Though their ways differ, they all lead to the same goal. This means that rites are created according to the people's needs, and institutions follow established customs. Those who argue always praise the remote ancient past. What hope do common people have? The Han Dynasty is also a single family's affair. If its institutions and laws are not passed down, how can they be transmitted to descendants? Those with lofty moral influences will have broad vision. Those with shallow governance will have narrow-mindedness. Should we not strive? Thus, in the first year of Tai Chu, he reformed the calendar and changed the colours of official robes. He performed the Feng Shan ceremony on Mount Tai, and established rites for ancestral temples and all government officials. These were set as permanent standards to be passed down to future generations. Rites originate from human beings. Human life is accompanied by desires. When these desires are unfulfilled, people cannot help but feel resentment. If this resentment lacks restraint and measure, it leads to contention, and contention brings disorder. The sage kings of old abhorred such disorder, so they established rights and righteousness to nurture human desires and satisfy people's needs. They ensured that desire would not be exhausted by material things, nor would material things be overwhelmed by desire. The two coexist in balance and grow together. This is where rights originate. Therefore, rights are above nurturing. Rice, millet, and the 5 flowers nourish the mouth. Spices, orchids, and fragrant herbs nourish the nose. Bells, drums, flutes, and zithers nourish the ears. Carved patterns and embroidered designs nourish the eyes. Spacious rooms, beds, mats, and low tables nourish the body. Thus, rites are about nurturing. A gentleman, having received this nurture, also values its distinctions. What is meant by distinction is that there are ranks between the noble and the humble, differences in age between elders and juniors, and all matters of poverty or wealth, lightness or weight, have their proper measures. Therefore, the Son of Heaven's great ceremonial carriage rests on simple mats. This is to nurture his body. Fragrant herbs are placed on the side. This is to nourish the nose. In front, there are elaborately decorated yolks. This is to nourish one's eyes. the harmonious sounds of the bells and chimes, their steps matching the rhythm of Wu Xiang, and sudden changes in accordance with XiaoWu. This is to nourish one's ears. The dragon standard with 9 tassels is for cultivating trust. Sleeping on a rhinoceros skin, holding a tiger-shaped pillow, and using leather with dragon patterns, these are for cultivating authority. Therefore, the horses of the great ceremonial carriage must be well trained and obedient before they can be ridden. This is for cultivating peace and stability. Who knows that a scholar's willingness to die for righteousness and integrity is the true way of nurturing life? Who knows that frugality and careful use are the way to nurture wealth? Who knows that respect, courteous speech, and yielding are the means of cultivating peace? Who understands that rights, righteousness, and proper order are how emotions are nurtured? If a person merely seeks to live for appearances' sake, such a one is bound to die. If one pursues profit alone for show, such a person will inevitably suffer harm. To regard idleness as security, such a one is destined to face danger. To take emotional indulgence as peace, such a person will surely perish. Therefore the sage unifies all in rights and righteousness, thus achieving both benefits. To unify everything in emotions and nature leads to losing both. Therefore Confucians seek to make people gain both. Mohists seek to cause people to lose both. This is the distinction between Confucianism and Mohism. The highest achievement of governance, the foundation for strength and stability, the way to protect authority, and the summary of merit and fame. Kings and dukes followed this path, thereby unifying all under heaven and subjugating feudal lords. Failure to follow it leads to the loss of state and ancestral temples. Therefore, strong armour and sharp weapons are insufficient for victory. High walls and deep moats are not enough to ensure security. Strict commands and numerous punishments do not suffice to establish authority. Following this principle ensures success, while neglecting it leads to failure. The people of Chu used leather and rhinoceros hides for armour, as hard as gold and stone. The iron from Wan was so sharp it pierced like a scorpion's sting, light yet swift and agile, moving as fast as a sudden gale. Nevertheless, their troops were in peril during the crossing of Chu Sha, and Tang Mei died there. Zhuang Xiao rose up, dividing Chu into 4 rival factions. Was it because they lacked strong armour and sharp weapons? It was because the way they governed did not follow the right principles. They regarded the Ru and Jing rivers as barriers, the Yangtze and Han Shui rivers as moats, used Deng Lin to block their way, and relied on Fang Cheng for defence. Nevertheless, when Qin forces reached Jianyang, they captured it as easily as shaking dead leaves from a tree. Was this because they lacked strong fortifications and natural barriers? It was because the way in which they governed did not follow the proper principles. Zhou dismembered Bi Gan, imprisoned Ji Zi, built the cauldron of punishment, and executed the innocent. At that time, his ministers were terrified, uncertain whether they would survive. Nevertheless, when Zhou forces arrived, his commands could not be carried out by the people below. He was unable to mobilize them. Was this because his orders were not strict and punishments were not severe? It was because the way he governed did not follow proper principles. In ancient times, weapons were merely halberds, spears, bows, and arrows, yet enemy states would surrender without even a battle. They did not build city walls, dig moats, erect fortifications, or prepare for sudden changes. Yet the state remained peaceful and unafraid of external threats. There was no other reason. By clarifying principles and distributing resources fairly, by timely employment and genuine care, the people responded as a shadow follows its form, or an echo follows sound. Only those who disobey orders are then punished. Thus the people understand what constitutes crime. Therefore, punishing one person brings the whole world to submission. The guilty do not blame their superiors. They know that the crime lies within themselves. Thus, punishments are few, yet authority flows like a river. There is no other reason than that it follows the right way. Therefore, following this principle ensures success. Neglecting it leads to downfall. In ancient times, when Emperor Yao governed the world, he executed one person and punished 2 others, yet the whole realm was at peace. The records say, authority is so formidable that it need not be tested. Punishments are prepared but never used. Heaven and earth are the fundamental source of life. Ancestors are the root of lineage. Rulers and teachers are the foundation of governance. Without heaven and earth, how could life exist? Without ancestors, from where would we come? Without rulers and teachers, how could governance be achieved? If any one of these 3 is missing, people cannot find peace. Therefore, rites involving honouring heaven above and earth below, respecting ancestors and elevating rulers and teachers, these are the 3 fundamental principles of rites. Therefore, a king is the great ancestor under heaven. Feudal lords dare not harbour private loyalties. Officials and scholars have fixed ancestral lineages. This is how ranks of nobility and humility are distinguished. When distinctions between noble and humble are properly maintained, the root of order is achieved. The Son of Heaven performs sacrifices at the outer altar to heaven. Feudal lords perform rites at their local earth gods. Officials and scholars participate in lesser ceremonies. This is how those of higher rank serve according to their stature, and those of lower rank act accordingly. Matters are treated as great or small depending on what is appropriate. Therefore, those who rule the realm serve rites for 7 generations. Those who govern a state serve rites for 5 generations. Those with land sufficient for 5 chariots serve rites for 3 generations. Those with land for 3 chariots serve rites for 2 generations. And those who eat only a single sacrificial animal may not establish ancestral temples. This is how the breadth of influence flows from accumulated virtue. Those with deep accumulations have wide-reaching benefits, while those with shallow accumulations have narrow ones. The grand sacrifice begins with the most sacred virtue. Raw fish is placed on the food tray first, and thick broth precedes other dishes. This honours the fundamental nature of food and drink. In the grand sacrifice, the most sacred wine is offered first, but diluted wine is used. Millet and grain are served before rice and refined flour. Thick broth is presented before other delicacies. This shows respect for fundamentals while also being close to practical use. Respecting the fundamentals is called Wen, or culture, and being close to practical use is called Li, or reason. When these 2 are combined, they form culture that returns to Tai Yi, the ultimate unity. This is known as great prosperity. Therefore, honouring the most sacred wine above all, placing raw fish first on the food tray, and presenting thick broth before other dishes in the bean vessel, these are one principle. The sacrificial cups are not tasted. The completed offerings on the food trays are not sampled, and the free invitations to eat do not result in consumption. In a grand wedding, before purification rites are completed, in the great ancestral temple before the symbolic corpse is placed inside, and at the beginning of mourning when small funerary wrappings have not yet been prepared. These are all one principle. The plain canopy of the grand chariot, the hemp headdress for sacrifices at the suburbs, and the initial use of loose hemp in mourning attire. These are one principle. Mourning for 3 years without ceasing. The song in the ancestral temple is sung once and followed by 3 sighs. A single bell is hung, but accompanied by hand clapping on the frame. Red strings are used with open resonators. These are one principle. All rites begin with simplicity, become refined through culture, and conclude in completion. Therefore, when rites are most complete, both sincerity and form reach their full expression. Next, sincerity and form alternate in dominance. The lowest level is to return sincerity to the ultimate unity of Tai Yi. Heaven and earth unite, the sun and moon shine clearly, the 4 seasons follow their order, stars move in their course, rivers flow, all things flourish, likes and dislikes are regulated, joy and anger are expressed appropriately. If followed by those below, it brings harmony. If practiced by those above, it brings clarity. The grand historian said, how ultimate this is, establishing the highest rights as the standard, and no one in the world can add or subtract from them. Roots and branches follow from one another in order. Beginning and ending correspond with one another. The most refined culture has its distinctions, and the most thorough understanding has its explanations. When all under heaven follow it, there is order. When they do not follow it, chaos ensues. Those who follow it find peace. Those who do not find danger. Common people are unable to emulate this. The outward form of rites is indeed profound. The sharp distinctions between white and different, when entered into, become weak. Its grandeur is truly great. Those who arbitrarily create narrow and crude doctrines upon entering look up in awe. Its majesty is truly lofty. Those who are arrogant, reckless, and disdainful of common customs, believing themselves superior, upon entering, will fall. Therefore, if the plumb line is truly set in place, one cannot be deceived about straightness or crookedness. If the balance beam is truly suspended, one cannot be deceived regarding weight. If compass and square are properly placed, one cannot be misled about squareness or roundness. When a gentleman examines rites carefully, he cannot be deceived by fraud or falsehood. Therefore, the plumb line represents perfect straightness. The balance beam represents perfect levelness. Compass and square represent the utmost in squareness and roundness. Rites are the ultimate principle of human conduct. However, those who do not abide by rites lack true prosperity and are called people without standards. Those who follow and fulfill rites are called men of principle. Within rites, the ability to reflect and deliberate is called being able to consider. The ability to deliberate without being swayed by ease or convenience is called steadfastness. To possess both the ability to consider and steadfastness, and to add a genuine love for them, this is sainthood. Heaven is the ultimate height, earth is the ultimate depth, the sun and moon are the utmost in brightness, the infinite is the ultimate vastness, a sage is the ultimate embodiment of the Tao. Rites use material goods as their means, distinguish noble and humble through formality, differentiate according to quantity, and emphasize the key aspects of grandeur and simplicity. When outward forms are elaborate but inner desires are restrained, this is the height of rites. When outward forms are elaborate but inner desires are restrained, this is the height of rites. When outward forms are simple but inner desires abound, this is the reduction of rites. When outward forms and inner desires complement each other as surface and depth, proceeding together yet mingling, this represents the moderate level of rites. A gentleman elevates to the highest grandeur above, reduces to the simplest below, and resides in the middle as a balance. Steps, strides, galloping and wide-ranging movements do not go beyond boundaries. Thus the nature of a gentleman remains within the palace courtyard. This is the domain for human beings, the realm of virtuous scholars and gentlemen. Beyond this, one is merely an ordinary person. Thus, within the centre, where all directions are fully encompassed and curved or straight elements follow their proper order, this is a sage. Therefore, depth comes from the accumulation of rites, greatness is in the breadth of rites, height is the grandeur of rites, clarity is the full realization of rites. Tai Shi Gong said, "Whenever I read the Yu Shu and come to passages about rulers and ministers admonishing each other, maintaining stability in this way, yet when the supporting officials are not virtuous, all affairs fall into ruin, I have never failed to weep." King Cheng composed a hymn reflecting on his own lessons and warnings, grieving over the family's calamity. Could this not be called being constantly vigilant and cautious, skillfully preserving virtue until the end? A Junzi, when not bound by constraints, cultivates virtue. When full of success, he does not abandon propriety. When at leisure, he can reflect on the beginning. In peace and security, he remembers the start. He bathes in the nourishing grace and sings praises of diligence and hardship. Without great virtue, who could be like this? The Zhuan says, when governance is stable and achievements are made, rites and music will then flourish. Within the seas, human conduct becomes increasingly profound, their virtue ever more refined, and what they find joy in becomes ever more different. When full but not reduced, it will overflow. When abundant but not held steady, it will topple. All music is created to regulate and moderate joy. A Junzi regards humility and withdrawal as propriety, and sees reduction and restraint as joy. He finds happiness in being like this. Because regions differ and states vary, their sentiments and customs are not the same, therefore they broadly collect folkways and harmonise musical tones to make comparisons, in order to remedy shortcomings, transform people's dispositions, and assist in spreading political instruction and moral education. The Son of Heaven personally appears at the Mingtang to observe, and all the people are cleansed of evil and filth, tempered and filled with virtue, so as to cultivate their nature. Hence it is said that when the tones of yah and song are orderly, the people become upright. When the loud and stirring sounds arise, the scholars become inspired. But when the melodies of zheng and wei stir, the heart grows licentious. When their tones are harmonized and in accord, even birds and beasts are moved. How much more so for those who possess the 5 constraints, who harbour feelings of like and dislike? This is the natural order. When governance falters and lacks integrity, zheng music arises. Feudal lords of successive generations, their names renowned in neighbouring states, compete to surpass one another. From Confucius, who could not tolerate Xi's court musicians and thus refused to be accommodated in lieu, even though he withdrew the proper music to guide society and composed 5 chapters to satirize his times, still no one was transformed. Declining gradually until the 6 states, drifting and indulging in excess, proceeding without return, ultimately leading to loss of life and destruction of lineages, with all states falling into Qin. Qin Shi especially regarded it as a source of entertainment. The Chancellor Li Si advised, abandoning the XiaoJing and Shangshu, indulging completely in music and beauty. This is why Zhu Yi was afraid, lightly accumulating minor faults, giving free rein to the mind through long nights. This is how Zhou Wang perished. Zhou Gao said, the music of the 5 emperors and 3 kings each had different names, showing that they did not follow one another. From above in the court to below among the people, they could connect through joy and unite with earnestness. Without this harmonious persuasion, understanding would not be achieved, grace would not flow. These were each the transformation of one age, the music suited to its time. Why must it necessarily be a swift horse like the Lu Li from Huashan in order to travel far? Qin Shi agreed with this. Emperor Gaozu passed through Pei and composed the 3 chapters of Sanhou, ordering children to sing them. After Emperor Gaozu's death, the people of Pei were allowed to perform songs and dances in honour of his ancestors at the temple during all 4 seasons. Emperor Xiaohui, Emperor Xiaowen, and Emperor XiaoJing made no additions or changes. They merely practiced the usual and traditional music of the Yue Fu. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he composed 19 chapters and ordered attendant in attendance Li Yannian to arrange their melodies. He was then appointed as Director of Harmonizing Tones, or Shi Lu Du Yi. Scholars who had mastered only one of the classics could not understand its words alone. They all gathered together with experts from the 5 classics, discussed and studied it collectively, and thus were able to grasp its meaning. The text is rich in classical and refined expressions. The Han Dynasty regularly performed sacrifices to Tai Yi at Ganxuan on the first Xin day of the first lunar month, holding night ceremonies from dusk until dawn. There was often a shooting star passing over the altar sacrifice. 70 boys and girls were ordered to sing together. Songs for spring, Qing Yang, songs for summer, Zhu Ming, songs for autumn, Shi Hao, songs for winter, Xuan Ming. Stirred by external objects, the heart moves, thus giving rise to sound. Sounds correspond with one another, hence variations arise. Variations take form and are called music. When these sounds are arranged into harmony, and accompanied by ritual implements such as shields, axes, feathers, and banners, it is called yue or music. Music originates from sound. Its root lies in the human heart, being stirred by external objects. Therefore, when sorrow stirs the heart, the resulting sound is sharp and repressed. When joy stirs the heart, its sound becomes relaxed and gentle. When happiness stirs the heart, the sound is expansive and diffused. When anger stirs the heart, its tone becomes rough and sharp. When reverence stirs the heart, the voice is upright and clear. And when love stirs the heart, its melody becomes harmonious and gentle. There were many such instances, so they are not discussed here. They had also once obtained a divine horse from the Woku waters and composed another song for Tai Yi in sequence. The lyrics of the song said, Tai Yi offers tribute. As the heavenly horse descends, its sweat is red and moist. Its foam flows like cinnabar. Graceful is its movement. It gallops 10,000 li. Now who can match it, with the dragon as its companion? Later, after conquering Da Yuan and obtaining a horse capable of travelling 1,000 li, named Pu Sao, they composed another song in sequence. The poem said, the heavenly horse comes from the westernmost reaches. Having travelled 10,000 li, it returns to one of virtue. Bearing divine might, it descends upon foreign lands. Crossing the shifting sands, all 4 barbarian regions submit. The Zhongwei Jian said, whenever a son of heaven creates music, above it is to honour ancestors and below it is to transform the people. Now that your majesty has obtained a horse, composing poetry for song and coordinating it with ancestral temple rites, could the ancestors of former emperors or the common people possibly understand its melody? The emperor fell silent and was displeased. The Chancellor Gong Sun Hong said, An has slandered the sacred institution. He should be executed along with his entire clan. All music arises from human hearts. The movement of the heart is caused by external things. All sound originates from the human heart. Emotion stirred within gives rise to sound. When sound forms patterns, these are called music. These 6 emotions are not inherent in human nature. They arise only after being stirred by external things. Therefore, the sage kings of old were cautious about what stirred people's hearts. Therefore, rites are used to guide their aspirations. music is employed to harmonise their voices, government ensures consistency in conduct, and punishments serve as a defence against wrongdoing. Rites, music, punishment, and governance all ultimately aim at the same goal: to unify the people's hearts and bring forth good governance. Therefore, the music of a well-governed age is peaceful and joyful, its tone upright and harmonious. The music of an age in disorder is resentful and angry, its tone deviant and discordant. The music of a fallen state is sorrowful and pensive, its people are oppressed. The principles of sound and melody are connected to uprightness. Gong represents the ruler, Shang the ministers, Zhu the people, Zi affairs, and Zhu objects. If these 5 elements are not in disorder, then there will be no discordant or chaotic sounds. When Gong is disordered, it becomes wild. This indicates a proud ruler. When Shang is chaotic, it becomes hollow and weak. Its ministers are corrupt. When Zhu is disordered, sorrow arises. The people are resentful. When Zi is chaotic, sadness results. Affairs become burdens. When Yu is disordered, danger follows. The state's wealth is exhausted. When all 5 are in disorder and each dominates the other, it is called man or disrespect. In such a case, there will be no day left for the state to avoid its downfall. The music of Zheng and Wei is the music of an age in chaos. It is close to disrespect. The music from Sang Jian and Po Shang is the music of a fallen state. When governance collapses, the people drift away, deceiving superiors and acting for private gain without restraint. All sound originates from human hearts. Music is connected to moral principles. Therefore, those who know sound but not music are like beasts. Those who understand music yet do not grasp its deeper meaning are the common people. Only a Junzi can truly know and appreciate music. Therefore, by examining sound, one understands music. By understanding music, one grasps the essence of harmony. By grasping this harmony, one comprehends governance. And thus, the principles of good rule are complete. Therefore, those who do not understand sound cannot be discussed about music. Those who do not know music cannot be spoken to about the deeper meaning of harmony. To understand this harmony is nearly equivalent to understanding rites. To possess both rites and music fully is called having virtue. Virtue means attainment. Therefore, the height of music is not about reaching the extreme in sound. The grandeur of sacrificial rites is not about ultimate flavour. The Sizif in the Qing Miao Temple, with its red strings and loosely spaced bridges, produces a melody where one voice is followed by 3 sighs. This leaves behind lingering music. The grand sacrificial rites value Xianzhu, or symbolic wine, and place raw fish on the zhu, serving broth without blending. This leaves behind a lingering flavour. Therefore, the sage kings established rites and music, not to satisfy the desires of the ear, mouth, belly, or eyes, but in order to teach people to regulate their likes and dislikes, and return to the proper way of humility. Human beings are born with stillness. This is heaven's nature. Stirred by external things, they move. This is the expression of human nature. When objects come and knowledge arises, then likes and dislikes take form. When one's likes and dislikes are without restraint internally, and external influences lead to temptation, if one cannot reflect inwardly, the principles of heaven will be extinguished. External things can endlessly move people. If human likes and dislikes have no limits, then when external objects arrive, people become transformed by them. When people are transformed by external things, it means they extinguish the principles of heaven and indulge human desires to their extremes. Thus arises thoughts of rebellion and deceit, as well as acts of licentiousness and disorder. Therefore the strong intimidate the weak, the many oppress the few, the wise deceive the foolish, the brave torment the timid. The sick and afflicted are not cared for, The elderly, children, widows, and orphans find no place. This is the path to great disorder. Therefore, sage kings of old established rites and music to regulate human conduct, wearing mourning clothes and weeping. This was to regulate funeral customs, bells, drums, shields, and axes. These were used to harmonise joy and peace. Marriage and the capping or jewel ceremonies for women. These served to distinguish between men and women. Archery, ancestral sacrifices, and sacrificial feasts. These were used to regulate social interactions. Rites restrain the people's hearts, music harmonises their voices, government enforces these, and punishments prevent transgressions. When rites, music, punishments, and governance are fully implemented without contradiction, then the way of kingship is complete. Music brings people together, rites distinguish them. When united, they become affectionate. When differentiated, they show respect. If music prevails too much, people will become indulgent. If rites prevail too much, people will grow estranged. To harmonise inner feelings and refine outward appearance, this is the function of rites and music. When propriety and righteousness are established, distinctions between noble and humble become clear. When the cultural expressions of music align, harmony is achieved between superiors and inferiors. When likes and dislikes are clear, distinctions between the virtuous and the unworthy become evident. Punishments restrain violence, ranks honour virtue. Thus, governance becomes balanced, with benevolence to love the people and righteousness to correct them. In this way, the people will be well governed. Music arises from within, rites originate from without. Because music arises from the inner self, it brings tranquillity. Because rites originate externally, they bring outward form. The grandest music is always simple, the grandest rites are necessarily plain. When music reaches its perfection, resentment disappears. When rites reach their perfection, contention ceases. To govern the world through courtesy and yielding, this is what rites and music mean. When the people are not violent, feudal lords submit in peace. Weapons and armour remain unused. 5 punishments are unnecessary. The common people suffer no hardship, and the Son of Heaven is never angry. Thus, music reaches its full harmony, harmonising the affection between father and son, clarifying the order of seniority among elder and younger, thus showing reverence throughout all under heaven. When a Son of Heaven acts in this way, rites will be properly observed. The grandest music harmonises with the harmony of heaven and earth, the grandest rites align with their rhythms. Harmony therefore ensures that all things remain in balance, rhythm therefore leads to sacrifices to heaven and offerings to earth. When things are clear, rites and music arise. When they are obscure, spirits and deities appear. Thus, throughout all under heaven, reverence is united with love. Rites are the means by which different matters unite in reverence. Music is the means by which diverse expressions unite in love. The essence of rites and music is the same, therefore enlightened kings transmit them together. Thus, affairs proceed with the times. Names accompany achievements. Therefore, bells, drums, flutes, stone chimes, feathers, yui shields, and axes are instruments of music. Bowing, stretching, looking up and down, steps, omens, slow or quick movements. These form the expressions of music. Food vessels, sacrificial stands, ritual utensils, systems and ceremonial patterns. These are the instruments of rites. Ascending and descending, moving up and down, circling around, wearing or removing outer garments. These form the expressions of rites. Therefore, those who understand the essence of rites and music can create them. Those who recognise their forms can master their technique. To create is to be sage. To master technique is to be enlightened. Enlightened sages are those who combine mastery and creation. Music is the harmony of heaven and earth. Rites are the order of heaven and earth. Harmony therefore transforms all things. Order therefore distinguishes among all beings. Music originates from heaven. Rites are established by earth. Excessive regulation leads to disorder. Excessive creation leads to violence. Only when one understands heaven and earth can one properly establish rites and music. Clarifying moral relationships without hardship. This is the essence of music. Joy, delight, and affection. These are the expressions of music. Uprightness without deviation. This is the nature of rites. Dignified, respectful, and obedient. These are the forms of rites. As for how rites and music are applied to metal and stone, transmitted through sound and voice, used in ancestral temples and state altars, and performed before mountains, rivers, spirits, and deities, this is why they share a common bond with the people. When a king achieves success, he creates music. When order is established, he establishes rites. The greater the achievement, the more complete the music, the clearer the governance, the better prepared the rites. Dances with shields and axes are not yet complete music. Offering cooked food in sacrifice is not yet full understanding of rites. The 5 emperors lived in different times and did not follow the same music. The 3 kings ruled in different ages and did not inherit the same rites. When music reaches excess, sorrow follows. When rites become crude, they become biased. And who could achieve joy through profound music and complete rites without bias? Could it be only the greatest sage? Heaven is high, earth is low. All things are dispersed and distinct. Thus, rites are established. Flowing without ceasing, uniting to transform. This is how music arises. Therefore, when former kings created music, they did so in accordance with law and order. If it was good, its performance would resemble virtue. Spring brings birth and summer growth. This is benevolence. Autumn gathers and winter stores. This is righteousness. Benevolence is close to music. Righteousness is close to rites. Music brings deep harmony, guiding spirits in accordance with heaven. Rites distinguish appropriateness, residing among spirits and following earth. Therefore, sages created music to correspond with heaven, and established rites to harmonize with earth. When rites and music are clearly complete, the functions of heaven and earth are fulfilled. Heaven is honoured, earth is humble. Thus the relationship between ruler and minister is established. High and low are already arranged. Thus distinctions of noble and humble are set. Movement and stillness follow fixed patterns. Thus, small and great become distinct. Things gather by kind. Beings divide into groups. Thus their natures and fates differ. In heaven they form images. On earth they take shape. Thus rites represent the distinctions of heaven and earth. The earth's chi rises. Heaven's chi descends. Yin and yang rub against each other. Heaven and earth resonate. Thunder and lightning stir them. Wind and rain invigorate them. The 4 seasons move them. Sun and moon warm them. Thus, all things transform and flourish. In this way, music is the harmony of heaven and earth. If transformation does not follow its proper time, life will not arise. If distinctions between men and women are absent, disorder will increase. This is the principle of heaven and earth. When rites and music reach up to heaven and extend down to earth, operate through yin and yang, and communicate with spirits and deities, when they explore the highest heights and furthest distances, while measuring depth and thickness, music originates from the primordial beginning, and rites reside in the completed things. That which is ceaseless is heaven. That which remains unmoving is earth. One movement, one stillness. This is the space between heaven and earth. Therefore, sages said, rites and music. In the past, Shun made a 5-stringed chin to sing of the southern wind. Qui first created music to reward feudal lords. Therefore, the Son of Heaven creates music in order to reward among the feudal lords those who possess virtue. When virtue is abundant and instructions honoured, when 5 grains mature at the proper times, then music is used to reward them. Therefore, for those who govern the people with diligence, the dancer's steps are long and far-reaching. For those who rule the people in idleness, their dancer's steps are short. Thus, by observing the dance one knows virtue, by hearing the posthumous title one understands conduct. Da-Zhang, this signifies clarity. Shi-Chi, this means completeness. Xiao, this denotes succession. Sha, this signifies grandeur. The music of the Yin and Zhou dynasties was fully developed, the way of heaven and earth. If cold and heat do not follow their seasons, diseases arise. If wind and rain are without measure, famine follows. Education is the people's cold and heat. When teaching does not follow proper timing, it harms society. Affairs are the people's wind and rain. If affairs proceed without restraint, no achievement is made. Raising pigs for wine is not intended to bring disaster, yet if lawsuits become more frequent, then the flow of wine gives rise to calamity. Therefore, former kings established wine rituals. In the ritual of one's offering, guests and hosts exchanged 100 bows, yet after drinking all day, they could not become drunk. This was how former kings prepared against the calamity of alcohol. Therefore, wine and food are used to unite in joy. Music is meant to resemble virtue. Ritual is meant to restrain excess. Therefore, when former kings had great affairs, they necessarily observed rituals to express mourning. When there was great fortune, they necessarily observed rituals for joy. The distinction between sorrow and joy all concluded with ritual. Music is about giving. Ritual is about reciprocation. Joy in what arises from oneself, and ritual returns to its original beginning. Music expresses virtue, ritual reciprocates emotion and returns to the origin. What is called Da-Lu is the chariot of the Son of Heaven. The long chi with 9 tassels is the banner of the Son of Heaven. Those with blue-black borders are the headdresses of the Son of Heaven's tortoise, followed by herds of oxen and sheep. These were what was given to feudal lords. Music is the unchangeable aspect of emotion, ritual is the immutable principle. Music unifies similarities, ritual distinguishes differences. Thus the principles of music and ritual penetrate human relationships. Understanding origins and knowing changes the essence of music. Establishing sincerity and removing falsehood is the principle of ritual. Ritual and music follow the sincerity of heaven and earth, express the virtues of spirits and deities, summon the gods above and below, and unify both refined and coarse substances, leading to the proper conduct between fathers and sons, rulers and ministers. Therefore, when a great person establishes ritual and music, heaven and earth will become luminous, heaven and earth harmonize joyfully, yin and yang unite in accord. The nurturing warmth covers and fosters all things. Then grasses and trees flourish, roots sprout, birds spread their wings, horns grow, hibernating creatures emerge from dormancy, feathered beings nestle close, furred ones conceive and give birth, live-bearing animals do not miscarry, and egg-laying ones do not have broken eggs. This is the return of music's way. Music does not mean merely the playing of huanzhong and dalai, singing with strings or beating drums. It is but a minor aspect of music. Hence, children dance to it, arranging mats and seats, setting out wine vessels and sacrificial offerings, using rising and falling movements as ritual. These are all minor aspects of ritual. Therefore, officials oversee them. Music masters who distinguish between tones and poetry face north while playing the stringed instruments. Priests and attendants who understand ancestral temple rituals therefore follow behind the Xi. Funeral priests who distinguish mourning rites therefore follow after the family head. Therefore, virtue ascends to the highest level, while skill descends to the lower. Conduct takes precedence and comes first. Affairs follow and come later. Therefore, former kings recognised the higher and lower, the prior and subsequent. Only then could they establish order throughout the world. Music is what sages find joy in, and it can cultivate virtue among the people. It deeply moves people. Its influence changes customs and transforms society. Thus, former kings emphasized its teaching. Human beings possess a nature of blood, qi, mind, and knowledge, yet they do not have fixed patterns of sorrow, joy, happiness, or anger. These emotions arise in response to external stimuli. Only then does the state of one's heart become evident. Therefore, when subtle and sorrowful tones are played, the people feel anxious and worried. When smooth, leisurely, and gently flowing music with elaborate melodies but simple rhythms is performed, the people enjoy peace and happiness. When harsh, abrupt, vigorous, and expansive tones are played, the people become resolute and determined. When upright, just, solemn, and sincere tones are performed, the people become respectful and reverent. When broad, generous, harmonious, and gentle tones are played, the people show kindness and love. When licentious, deviant, chaotic, and corrupting tones are played, the people fall into lustful disorder. Therefore, former kings based their understanding on human nature and emotions, examined them in terms of principles and measurements, established ritual and righteousness to regulate them, harmonized the vital energies, guided the 5 constant virtues, ensuring that yang was active but not dispersed, yin was restrained but not overly tight, strong qi did not become angry, and gentle qi did not shrink. Thus, these 4 aspects flowed freely within and manifested outwardly, each occupying its proper place without encroaching upon one another. Only then did they establish schools and grades of learning, expand the rhythm, simplify the ornate elements, in order to cultivate moral depth. They categorized the relative sizes, compared the order of beginnings and endings, to resemble affairs and conduct, so that relationships between close and distant relatives, noble and humble, elders and juniors, men and women, all become evident in music. Thus it is said, music reveals profound truths. When the soil becomes exhausted, grasses and trees do not grow. When water is disturbed, fish and turtles do not thrive. When vital energies decline, living things fail to reproduce. When society falls into disorder, ritual collapses and music becomes licentious. Therefore, the tones are sorrowful yet disrespectful, joyful yet uneasy, careless yet disorderly in rhythm, indulgent to the point of forgetting one's roots. When music is overly expansive, it accommodates wickedness. If it is too narrow and restrictive, desires arise. The corrupting influences stir while the virtue of harmony is extinguished. Therefore, gentlemen despise such music. Whenever licentious tones affect people, they provoke discordant energies. When these energies take form, licentious music arises. When proper tone affects people, harmonious energies respond. When such energies take shape, harmonious music arises. When a leader's tone is answered in harmony, the crooked and straight return to their proper places. Thus, the principles governing all things act upon each other according to their categories. Therefore, gentlemen regulate emotions to harmonize their wills, and by comparing similarities, they cultivate proper conduct. Lascivious tone and corrupt colours do not cloud the mind's clarity. Licentious music, which neglects ritual, does not take root in one's inner disposition. Slothful and deviant energies do not settle within the body. Thus, ears, eyes, nose, mouth, mind, knowledge, and all limbs follow proper order, enabling righteous conduct to be carried out. Only then, through sound and voice, refined by Qian and Si zithers, animated by drums and axes, adorned with feathers and banners, accompanied by Xiao and Guan flutes, can the radiance of virtuous conduct be stirred, the harmony of the four seasons be activated, and thus the principles governing all things be revealed. Therefore, clarity and brightness resemble heaven, vastness resembles earth, beginning and end resemble the four seasons, circular movement resembles wind and rain, the 5 colours form patterns without disorder, the 8 winds follow pitch standards without corruption, all measurements conform to numerical principles and remain constant. The small and the large complement each other, the beginning and end give rise to one another, clear and murky tones alternate in harmony, taking turns as principles. Therefore, when music is practiced, social order becomes clear, ears and eyes become sharp, blood and chi remain harmonious, customs change for the better, and peace prevails throughout the world. Hence, it is said, music is joy. Gentlemen find joy in the way, small men find joy in their desires. When desire is controlled by the way, one experiences joy without disorder. When the way is forgotten for desire, one becomes confused and finds no true joy. Therefore, gentlemen regulate their emotions to harmonize their will, expand music to complete moral instruction. When music is practiced, the people turn towards virtue. This reveals virtue indeed. Virtue is the beginning of human nature. Music is the flourishing expression of virtue. Metal, stone, silk, and bamboo are instruments of music. Poetry expresses one's will. Song echoes its tone. Dance moves the body's form. All three originate from the heart, and only then do musical energies follow. Therefore, deep emotion gives rise to refined culture, abundant energy transforms into divine influence, harmony and gentleness accumulated within manifest as brilliance outwardly. Only music cannot be feigned. Music is the movement of the heart. Sound is the manifestation of music. Ornamentation and rhythm are embellishments of sound. Gentlemen move from the root, take delight in its manifestation, and then regulate its embellishment. Therefore, the drum is first struck to serve as a warning. 3 steps are taken to show direction. 2 beginnings mark departure clearly. Returning in disorder disciplines one's return. Vigorous yet not reckless, reaching into the profound without concealment. One finds joy in his aspirations and does not tire of the way. He fully upholds the way and does not favour personal desires. Thus, emotion is revealed and righteousness established. Music concludes with virtue honoured. Gentlemen delight in goodness, while small men cease from wrongdoing. Hence, it is said, among the ways of nurturing the people, music holds the greatest place. Gentlemen say, ritual and music cannot for a moment be separated from one's person. Devoting oneself to music to cultivate the mind, then easygoing, upright, filial and trustworthy dispositions arise naturally. The divine is attained. When such a disposition arises, one finds joy. With joy comes peace. With peace comes endurance. With endurance comes harmony. And with harmony, the divine is attained. Heaven acts without words, yet commands belief. The divine exerts no anger, yet inspires awe. To devote oneself to music is to cultivate one's mind. To devote oneself to ritual is to regulate one's conduct. Regulating one's conduct brings dignity and reverence. Dignity and reverence brings solemn authority. If, for a moment, the mind is not harmonious or joyful, then petty and deceitful thoughts will enter it. If, for a moment, one's appearance is not dignified or reverent, then careless and frivolous thoughts will enter it. Therefore, music originates from within, ritual is expressed outwardly. Music achieves the utmost harmony, ritual achieves the utmost order. When inner harmony and outward order are achieved, then the people will look upon one's countenance without contention, and seeing one's bearing, they will not feel casual or disrespectful. Virtue shining from within moves the people, who all listen attentively. Propitiously expressed outwardly leads the people to follow without resistance. Hence it is said, he who understands the way of ritual and music can act in accordance with it, and there will be no difficulty in governing the world. Music originates from within. Ritual is expressed outwardly. Therefore, ritual emphasizes humility, while music emphasizes fullness. Ritual is humble yet advancing, and advancement becomes decorum. Music is full of returns, and return becomes decorum. If ritual is humble but does not advance, it will wither. If music is full yet does not return, it becomes unrestrained. Therefore, ritual involves reciprocity and music involves return. When ritual receives its due response, there is joy. When music achieves its proper return, there is peace. The reciprocity of ritual and the return of music are but one in meaning. Music is joy, an emotion from which human nature cannot escape. Joy must be expressed through sound and voice, manifested in movement and stillness. This is the way of humanity. Sound, voice, movement, and stillness. These are transformations of human nature and method, and they are fully expressed in these aspects. Therefore, people cannot be without joy, and joy cannot exist without form. If the form of music does not conform to the way, disorder is inevitable. The sage kings abhorred disorder, so they established the tones of yar and song to guide it. They ensured that its sounds were sufficient for joy without excess, that its forms were refined enough to be elegant yet not tedious, and that its modulations, whether straight or winding, elaborate or simple, sharp or mellow, rhythmic or measured, were adequate merely to move the good heart of the people. Thus, they prevented wayward desires and evil influences from taking hold. This was the method by which sage kings established music. Therefore, when music is performed in ancestral temples, and rulers and ministers of all ranks listen together, none but feel harmony and reverence. When it is played among clan elders and in villages, with the young and old listening together, then none but feel harmonious and obedient. When it is performed within the household, by father and son or brothers together, then none but feel harmony and affection. Therefore, music examines the fundamental principle to establish harmony, compares things to establish rhythm, and combines rhythm into a patterned form. Thus it serves to unite father and son, ruler and minister, and to bind closely all the people. This is how sage kings established the way of music. Therefore, when one listens to the tones of yar and song, one's aspirations are broadened. When one holds the gan and qi, practices bowing, looking up and down, bending and stretching, then one's development becomes dignified. When one follows the formations and movements, observes the rhythms and cadences, then ranks are properly aligned, and advances and retreats are orderly. Therefore, music is the standard of heaven and earth, the principle of harmony, an expression from which human emotion cannot escape. Music is how sage kings adorned joy. Military campaigns and weapons of war are how sage kings expressed anger. Therefore, the joys and anger of sage kings all conformed to proper standards. When they were joyful, the whole world harmonized with them. When they were angry, those who committed violence and disorder feared them. The way of ritual and music practiced by sage kings can truly be called flourishing. Wei Wenho asked Xia, "When I wear my ceremonial cap and robes to listen to ancient music, I fear that I will fall asleep, but when I listen to the music of the Zheng and Wei, I do not know fatigue. I dare ask, why is ancient music like that? Why is new music like this?" Xia replied, "Now, as for ancient music, when the performers advance together, retreat together, harmony is maintained in a broad manner. Zithers, gourds, Xing mouth organs, and Huang flutes are played in coordination with clappers and drums. The performance begins with civil tones and concludes with martial rhythms. Order and disorder are regulated by the Qian dance staffs, while swift movements follow the Ya style. Gentlemen speak in this way and thus expound on antiquity. They cultivate their own conduct, managing their families and bringing balance to the world. Such is the origin of ancient music. Now, as for new music, when performers bow forward and backward in a hasty manner, the sounds are licentious and corrupting. They indulge without restraint. It includes acrobats, midgets, and mixed performances of men and women, to the point where one no longer recognises father from son. Such music cannot be discussed in terms of moral instruction, or used to expound on antiquity. This is the origin of new music. Now, what your lordship has asked about is music, but what you truly enjoy is sound. Music, or yui, and sound, or yin, are similar yet distinct. Wen Hao said, "I dare to ask, how so?" Xia replied, "In ancient times, heaven and earth were in harmony, and the four seasons followed their proper order. The people had virtue, and the 5 grains flourished. Diseases did not arise, and there were no omens of calamity. This is called great appropriateness, or Da Dang. Only then did sage men establish the relationships of father and son, ruler and subject, as the framework for society. Once these frameworks were properly ordered, the world was at great peace. When the world was thus at peace, they regulated the 6 pitch pipes, harmonised the 5 tones, played zithers while singing poetry and odes. This is called moral music, and such moral music is what we call true music. The Shi says, "Let there be no cessation of moral music. Virtue shall become clear, and when it is clear, it shall be exemplary. When it is exemplary, one becomes a leader and a ruler. Ruling this great state, he brings order and harmony to all. He follows Wen Wang, his virtue is without regret. Having received heaven's blessing, he extends them to future generations." This is what it means. Is the music your lordship truly enjoys not this indulgent and corrupting sound? Wen Ho said, "I dare to ask, from where does such indulgent music originate?" Xia replied, "The music of Zheng is excessive and corrupts the will. The music of song is soft and seductive, indulging the will. The music of Wei is fast-paced and agitates the mind. The music of Qi is unrestrained and arrogant. All 4 are excessive in sensuality and harmful to virtue, which is why they are not used in sacrifices." The Shi says, "Respectful and harmonious sounds resound, thus the ancestors listen. Suzu means reverence. Yong Yong means harmony. With reverence and harmony, what task cannot be accomplished? For a ruler, it is merely a matter of being cautious about his likes and dislikes. If a ruler likes something, the ministers will follow suit. If those above act in a certain way, the people below will emulate them. The Shi says, it is very easy to lead the people. This is what it means. Then, sage men created the Tao drum, Qian wooden clappers, Shun ocarina, and Qi flute. These 6 instruments are the sounds of moral music. Then they added bells, stone chimes, Yu reed pipes, and Si zithers to harmonise with them, and used the Gan halberd, Qi axe, Mao banner, and D standard for dancing. This is why such music was used in ancestral temple sacrifices, for presenting wine and toasting at banquets, and for establishing the proper order of officials, distinguishing between noble and humble, so that each receives his due. This is how later generations were shown the sequence of respect, hierarchy, seniority, and youth. The sound of bells is Keng. With Keng, commands are established. From commands, formations arise. From formations, martial order is achieved. When a gentleman hears the sound of bells, he thinks of his valiant ministers. The sound of stone chimes is Keng. With this Keng, distinctions are made. From distinctions arise the resolve to die for one's duty. When a gentleman hears the sound of stone chimes, he thinks of ministers who died defending the borders. The sound of silk strings is sorrowful. From sorrowfulness arises integrity. From integrity, firm resolve. When a gentleman hears the sound of Qin and Si zithers, he thinks of ministers devoted to righteousness and principle. The sound of bamboo instruments is abundant. From abundance arises coordination. From coordination, the gathering of people. When a gentleman hears the sounds of Yu reed pipes and Xiao flutes, he thinks of ministers responsible for accumulating resources and gathering the people. The sound of drums is jubilant. From jubilation arises action. From action, the advancement of the masses. When a gentleman hears the sound of drums and war drums, he thinks of generals and commanders. A gentleman's listening to music is not merely about hearing the clangs and clashes. There are also meanings that resonate within. Bimmoja was sitting in attendance with Confucius, and when Confucius spoke to him about music, he said, "The preparations for Wu have been long-standing. Why is that?" He replied, "Because the people do not support it." "Why is there prolonged sighing and excessive weeping?" He replied, "Because he fears failing to accomplish his task." "Why is the vigorous and spirited performance so early?" He replied, "Because it is timely for action." "Why does Wu sit with the right hand in a formal position and the left hand relaxed?" He replied, "That is not how Wu sits." "Why does the sound extend to the Shang tone?" He replied, "That is not the music of Wu." Confucius said, "If it is not the music of Wu, then what kind of music is it?" He replied, "It is due to officials losing their proper transmission." If it were not for the officials' loss of proper transmission, then King Wu's aspirations would have been in vain. Confucius said, "Only what I heard from Chang Hong is like your words." Bimmoja rose, removed his mat, and respectfully asked, "The preparations for Wu have been long in the making. I have already heard your instructions. I dare not ask why it is delayed so long." Confucius says, "Sit down, I will tell you. Music is the representation of completion, holding shields and standing as mountains. This was King Wu's endeavour. Vigorous and spirited performances reflect Tai Gong's aspirations. When Wu's chaos subsided, all sat in order. This was the governance of Zhou and Zhao. Moreover, regarding Wu, in the first section it moves northward, in the second section Shang is destroyed, in the third section it turns south, in the fourth section the southern regions are established as territories, in the fifth section the land is divided at Shan, with Duke Zhou on the left and Zhao Gong on the right. In the sixth section, the music resumes to honour the Son of Heaven. The movements vibrate outwards 4 times, displaying great vibrant authority within the central lands. Divided and advancing together, this signifies that affairs are completed early. Remaining in place for a long time after the music resumes is to await the arrival of feudal lords. Have you not heard the words spoken at Mu Yi? After King Wu defeated Jin and returned to Shang, before he even dismounted his chariot, he enfeoffed the descendants of Huangdi at Ji, those of the Emperor Yao at Zhou, and those of Emperor Shan at Qian. After dismounting, he enfeoffed the descendants of the Shah Ho-Shi at Chu, those of Yin at Song, honoured the tomb of Prince Bi Gan, released Jizi from imprisonment, and allowed him to follow Shan Rong in restoring his position. Common people were relieved from burdensome policies, and common officials received double their salaries. After crossing the Yellow River to the west, he dispersed his horses on the southern side of Mount Hua, and never rode them again. He released his oxen into the plains of Taolin, and never used them for labour again. He stored his chariot's armour and weapons in government treasuries, and never used them again. He reversed the weapons on his chariot, wrapping them in tiger skins. He appointed military officers to feudal lords, and named this practice Jian Gao. Only then did the world know that King Wu would never again use force. He dispersed his troops and held archery ceremonies in the suburbs, shooting to the left at Li Shu, and to the right at Zhao Shi, thus ending the practice of penetrating leather targets. He wore ceremonial robes and held a tablet in his belt, while the elite warriors returned their swords to the sheaths. Offering sacrifices at the Ming Tang Temple made the people aware of filial piety. After court audiences, feudal lords understood how to be ministers. The ritual ploughing made them understand reverence. These 5 practices were the great teachings of the world. Feasting the 3 elders and 5 elders at the Tai Shu, the Son of Heaven personally slaughtered sacrificial animals with his upper garment open, carried sauce to offer food, held a cup for the libation, and wore ceremonial headdresses while holding shields. This was how he taught feudal lords fraternal respect. If this were the case, then the Zhou Wei would reach in all directions, and rites and music would circulate freely. Therefore, that Wu's performance was delayed for so long, is it not appropriate? Zigong met with Shi Yi and asked him, "I have heard that singing and music each has its appropriate form. For someone like me, what kind of song should I sing?" Shi Yi said, "I am a humble artisan. How could I possibly know the appropriate songs to recommend? Please allow me to recite what I have heard, and you may choose for yourself. Those who are broad-minded and tranquil, gentle yet upright, should sing the odes. Those who are expansive and calm, open-minded and trustworthy, should sing the Da Ya. Those who are respectful, frugal, and fond of rites should sing the Xiao Ya. Those who are upright, clean, and humble should sing the Feng. Those who are forthright and compassionate should sing the Shang. Those who are warm-hearted, kind yet decisive should sing Qi. Singing is a way to express one's integrity and display virtue. When one moves with sincerity, heaven and earth respond, the 4 seasons harmonize, stars align in order, and all things flourish. Therefore, Shang music is the lingering sound of the 5 emperors. The people of Shang cherished it, hence it was called Shang. Qi music is the lingering sound from the 3 dynasties. The people of Qi cherished it, hence it was named Qi. Those who understand the poetry of Shang can make repeated decisions when facing affairs. Those who understand the poetry of Qi will yield in the face of profit. Making repeated decisions when facing affairs is courage. Yielding in the face of profit is righteousness. With courage and righteousness, who else but through song could preserve these virtues? Therefore, in singing, the voice raises as if ascending, falls as if descending, turns like a sharp angle, stops as still as withered wood, stays centred within the square, and each phase follows the curve of a hook, layer upon layer. It flows smoothly like pearls strung together. Therefore, song means to prolong one's words. Because one is pleased by it, he speaks of it. If speaking is insufficient, therefore one prolongs the words. If prolonging the words is still insufficient, then one sighs and laments. If sighing and lamenting are still insufficient, therefore one cannot help but raise hands to dance and stomp feet in rhythm. XiaoJing asked about music. All sounds originate from the human heart. Heaven and humanity are connected in this way. Just as a shadow mirrors an object's form or an echo responds to sound, therefore, those who do good are blessed by heaven with fortune, while those who commit evil are visited by calamity from heaven. This is the natural order. Thus, when Shan played the five-stringed Qian and sang the poem of Nan Feng, the world was governed in harmony. Zhou composed the music of XiaoJing Baby, and perished with his life and state. How great was Shan's way, how narrow was Zhou's path. The poem of Nan Feng is a sound of growth and vitality. Shan's music cherished it. His joy aligned with the harmony of heaven and earth, winning the heartfelt approval of all nations, hence the world was at peace. The music of XiaoJing was inappropriate. North signifies defeat, and Bai means narrow-mindedness. Zhou loved such music, which diverged from the hearts of all nations. Feudal lords did not submit to him, common people did not support him, and the world rebelled against him. Thus he lost his life and state. During Duke Ling of Wei's time, when he was travelling to Qian, they stopped for the night by the Pusu River. At midnight, he heard the sound of a zither being played and asked his attendants. They all replied that they had not heard anything. He then summoned Shi Juan and said, "I have heard the sound of zither music. I asked my attendants, but none of them heard it. Its form seems supernatural. Listen to it and transcribe it for me." Shi Juan said, "Yes, my lord." He then sat upright, took up the zither, listened carefully and transcribed it. The next day he said, "I have obtained it now, but I am not yet familiar with it. Please allow me to stay and practice it." Duke Ling said, "Go ahead." So he stayed overnight again. The next day he reported, "I have mastered it." They then departed for Qian and presented themselves to Duke Ping of Qian. Duke Ping held a banquet on the Shui Hui terrace. When the wine was flowing freely, Duke Ling said, "On our way here, we heard a new melody. Please allow me to perform it." Duke Ping said, "Go ahead." He then ordered Shi Juan to sit beside Shi Kuang and play the zither. Before it was finished, Shi Kuang stopped him by touching his shoulder and said, "This is the sound of a fallen kingdom. You must not continue." Duke Ping asked, "From where does this melody originate?" Shi Kuang said, "It was composed by Shi Yuan. He composed it together with Zhou for the decadent music. When King Wu attacked Zhou, Shi Yuan fled eastward and threw himself into the Pusu River. Therefore, this melody can only be heard by the banks of Pusu. Whoever first hears this sound will see their state weakened." Duke Ping said, "What I love is music. I wish to hear it in full." Shi Juan played the entire piece. Duke Ping said, "Is there no sound more sorrowful than this?" Old Shi Kuang replied, "Yes." Duke Ping asked, "May I hear it?" Shi Kuang said, "Your virtue and righteousness are shallow, you cannot bear to listen to it." Duke Ping said, "What I love is music. I wish to hear it." Shi Kuang had no choice but to take up the zither and play it. After one performance, 32 black cranes gathered at the hall's entrance. After a second performance, they stretched their necks and cried out, spread their wings and danced. Duke Ping was greatly delighted and rose to offer a toast to Shi Kuang's longevity. Returning to his seat, he asked, "Is there no sound more sorrowful than these?" Shi Kuang said, "Yes. Long ago, the Yellow Emperor used it to greatly harmonize with spirits and deities. Now your virtue and righteousness are shallow. insufficient for you to listen to it. If you do hear it, calamity will follow. Duke Ping said, I am old now, and what I love is music. Please let me hear it in full. Shi Kuang had no choice but once again to take up the zither and play it. After one performance, white clouds arose from the northwest. After a second performance, a strong wind arrived, followed by rain. Tiles flew off the eaves of the hall, and those around him all ran about in alarm. The Duke of Ping was terrified and crouched down between the corridor and the building. The state of Jin suffered a great drought, with red barren land for 3 years. Those who listened experienced either good fortune or misfortune. Music must not be arbitrarily performed. Tai Shi Gong said, the enlightened kings of ancient times who performed music did so not for their own pleasure or to indulge their desires, but in order to achieve good governance. Those who correct moral instructions all begin with sound. When the sound is upright, conduct becomes upright as well. Therefore, music and sound are used to stir the blood vessels, circulate the spirit, and harmonise the mind with righteousness. Hence, the gong mode affects the spleen and harmonises with righteousness and sainthood. The shang mode affects the lungs and harmonises with justice. The Ju mode affects the liver and harmonises with benevolence. The Z mode affects the heart and harmonises with propriety. The U mode affects the kidneys and harmonises with wisdom. Therefore, music is used internally to assist in cultivating a righteous mind, and externally to distinguish between noble and humble ranks. It is employed above to serve ancestral temples, and below to transform the common people. The chin is 8 chi and 1 sun long, which represents the correct standard of measurement. The thickest string is gong, placed in the centre, representing the ruler. Shang is stretched to the right side. The rest of the strings follow in order by thickness, not deviating from their sequence. Thus the positions of ruler and minister are properly established. Therefore, hearing the gong tone makes people warm, relaxed, and expansive. Hearing the shang tone makes people upright and fond of righteousness. Hearing the Ju tone makes people compassionate and loving towards others. And hearing the Z tone makes people joyful in virtue and fond of giving. Hearing the U tone makes people orderly and fond of propriety. Ritual comes from outside, while music arises from within. Therefore, a gentleman cannot fully for an instant be separated from ritual. If he is even momentarily apart from it, his rude and arrogant behaviour will manifest outwardly. He cannot for an instant be without music. If he is even briefly apart from it, his deceitful and wicked conduct will arise within. Therefore, musical tones are what cultivate righteousness in a gentleman. In ancient times, emperors and feudal lords never left the court without listening to bells and stone chimes. High-ranking officials and gentlemen never went anywhere without hearing the sounds of chin and si. This was done in order to cultivate moral conduct and prevent licentiousness. Licentiousness arises from the absence of ritual. Therefore, sage kings ensured that people heard refined and solemn music with their ears, saw dignified rituals with their eyes, practiced respectful behaviour with their feet, and spoke words of benevolence and righteousness. Therefore, a gentleman can speak all day without any opportunity for evil or deviant thoughts to enter. The central place, Tianxing, among which one is bright, is Tai Yi Changju. 3 stars beside it represent the 3 dukes. Some say they belong to the constellation Z. Behind them are 4 stars, with the last large star representing the principal queen consort. The remaining 3 stars represent the concubines of the imperial harem. The 12 stars surrounding and guarding them represent vassal ministers. They are called the Purple Palace, or Zigong. 3 stars in front, aligned straight with the mouth of Do, follow the northern end towards Dui. They are sometimes visible and sometimes not. They are called Yin Di, or alternatively Tian Yi. 3 stars to the left of Zigong are called Tian Xiang. 5 stars to the right are called Tian Bai. 6 stars behind them cross paths over the Milky Way and reach Ying Shi, known as Geda, or the Gallery Path. The 7 stars of Baidu are what is referred to as Xuan, Ji, and Yueng, used to regulate the 7 official duties. The Xiao star carries Long Jiao. Heng aligns with Nando in the south. Kui rests at the head of Shen. At dusk, the position is established by the Xiao. The Xiao points from Hua to the southwest. At midnight, the position is established by Heng. Heng points between the central states of He and Ji rivers. At dawn, the position is established by Kui. Kui points towards the northeast of Hai and Dai. Do is the Emperor's chariot, moving in the centre, overseeing all 4 directions, dividing yin and yang, establishing the 4 seasons, balancing the 5 elements, adjusting seasonal rhythms, fixing all calendars. These are all related to Do. 6 stars surrounding the Kui of Do form a constellation called Wen Shang Gong. The first is Shang Jiang, the second is Tsi Jiang, the third Gui Xiang, the fourth Si Ming, the fifth Si Zhong, the 6th Si Lu. Within the Kui of Do is a prison for nobles. 6 stars beneath Kui, paired 2 by 2, are called Saneng. When the colours of Saneng are equal, ruler and minister are in harmony. If they are unequal, it signifies discord. When the Fu star is bright and close, the assistant minister is intimate and powerful. If it is distant and small, the relationship is distant and weak. At the end of Xiao are 2 stars. One inside is Mao, Zhao Yao. One outside is Dun, Tian Feng. 15 stars in a curved formation belong to Xiao. They are called the prison of lowly people. When the stars within this prison are bright, prisoners are numerous. When dim or absent, it indicates release. If Tian Yi, Qian, Bai, Mao, and Dun stars move or tremble, with their angles expanding, it signifies the outbreak of war. The Eastern Palace, San Glong, includes Fang and Xin. Xin represents the Ming Tang, or Hall of Light, with the large star as Tian Wang, and stars before and after representing his sons. They should not be straight. If they are straight, it means the Heavenly King has lost control. Fang represents the government office and is called Tian Si. Its shadow, Yod San. 2 stars beside it are called Jin. 1 star to the north is Shi. 12 stars curving northeast are called Qi. 4 stars within Shi represent Tian Shi, or the heavenly market. 6 stars in the centre are called Shi Lu. When many stars appear in Tian Shi, it indicates abundance. If they are sparse or absent, it signifies depletion. Many stars to the south of Fang are called Qi Guan, or the equestrian officials. The left horn is Li, the right horn is Jiang. The large horn represents the imperial court of the heavenly king. On each side are 3 stars, forming a tripod-like pattern. They are called Shi Tai. Shi Tai points directly to the direction indicated by Xiao of Do, establishing the seasons and times. Hence it is called Shi Tai Gi. Kang represents a distant temple and governs illness. The 2 large stars to its north and south are called Nan Men, or the Southern Gate. D is the root of heaven, governing epidemics. Y represents 9 suns, symbolising ruler and minister. If they are distant or disconnected, it signifies disharmony. G represents outlaws and guests, associated with disputes and words. If fire-like stars invade or guard the horns, war will occur. Fang and Xin are considered ominous by the king. The southern palace, Juniao, includes Qian and Heng. Heng is Tai Wei, the court of the three lights, that is the sun, the moon and the stars. 12 surrounding stars represent vassal ministers. To the west are generals, to the east are prime ministers. 4 stars to the south represent executive law. In the centre is the gate of ceremony. On both sides of the gate are side gates. 6 stars inside the gates represent feudal lords. Within them are 5 stars representing the seats of the 5 emperors. Behind them, 15 clustered stars appear dense and bright. They are called the positions for officials. Beside it is a large star representing the position of a general. When the moon and 5 planets enter in an orderly manner along their orbital paths, they oversee departures, what is guarded, and are signs of punishment by the Son of Heaven. If they enter in a disorderly manner or deviate from their orbital paths, names are assigned according to what is violated. When they appear centred and take clear form, it signifies that the group below has conspired together. Metal and fire are especially significant in this context. Fire stars to the west of the court's outer wall are called Xiaowen, representing scholars and officials. Qian is Yuan. Yuan represents the body of the yellow dragon. Huanglong, the large star in front, symbolises a female ruler. The small stars beside it represent attendants and the imperial concubines. When the moon or 5 planets guard or invade this area, their omens are interpreted as with Heng's observations. Dongjing governs water affairs. Curved stars to the west are called the Yui. To the north of Yui is Baihe, to the south Nanhe, the space between the 2 rivers, Baihe and Nanhe, and Tianqi, is called Guangling, a pass or a bridge. Yugu represents ancestral temples and rituals. The white star in the centre is called Ji. If fire-like stars guard or occupy Baihe and Nanhe, war will arise and crops will fail. Therefore, virtue is fulfilled in Heng, observation in Huang, injury in Yue, disaster in Jing, punishment in Ji. Liu represents birds' nests and governs trees and grasses. 7 stars form the neck, representing Yuan Guan, or the circular officials. They govern urgent affairs. Zhang and Su represent the kitchen and host banquets for guests. Yi is wings, governing distant guests. Zhen represents a cart and governs wind. A small star beside it is called Cheng Sha. Stars should not be too bright. If its brightness equals that of 4 stars, or if the 5 planets enter Zhen, great war will erupt. Many stars to the south of Zhen are called Tianku Lu, or Celestial Granary Tower. The granary has 5 carts. If the stars of the cart appear sharp or increase in number, or are incomplete, it indicates a lack of carriages and horses. The western palace, Xianxi, is called Tianwu Huang. If fire enters, drought will occur. If metal appears, war follows. Water signifies water. There are 3 pillars in it. If the pillars are incomplete, war will arise. Kui is called Feng Shi and represents ditches and canals. Lu signifies the gathering of crowds. Wei is the celestial granary. The many stars to its south are called the granaries, or Kuangji. Mao is called Mao Tao, a Hu star, representing an assembly of commoners. B is called Hanshi, representing border troops and overseeing hunting with bows. The small stars beside its main star are called attached ears. If the attached ears shake, there will be treasonous ministers nearby. Between Mao and B is Tiandu, the celestial street. Its southern side represents the yin state, its northern side the yang state. Shen is the white tiger. The three stars aligned straight are called Heng Shi, or the whites. Beneath them are the three stars, Dui called Fa, representing executions and punishments. The four stars outside represent the left and right shoulders and thighs. Three small stars placed at the corners are called Zhu Shi, representing the tiger's head and overseeing military affairs. To the south, there are four stars called the celestial toilets. One star beneath the toilets is called the celestial arrow. If the arrow appears yellow, it is auspicious. If green, white, or black, it is inauspicious. To its west are 9 curved stars forming a hook-like shape, arranged in 3 clusters. The first is Tianqi, the celestial banner, the second Tianyuan, the celestial park, and the third Jiuyou, the 9 drifts. To its east there is a large star called Lang. If the colour of Lang's horns changes, it indicates an increase in thieves and bandits. Beneath it are 4 stars called Hu, aligned straight with Lang. A large star near the ground compared to Lang is Nanji Liu Ren, or the Southern Pole Old Man. If the Old Man appears, it signifies peace and order. If he does not appear, war will break out. He should always be observed in the southern suburbs during the autumn equinox. If Fu enters B, war will arise. The northern palace Xuanwu includes Wu and Wei. Wei represents the roof of a house. Shu signifies matters related to weeping and mourning. To its south are many stars called Yulin Tianjun, or the celestial army of the feathered forest. To the west of the army is a formation, or it may be called Yui. Beside it, there is one large star called Bai Luo. If Bai Liu appears faint or disappears, and the stars of the army move with their horns becoming more prominent, or if the 5 planets invade Bai Liu and enter the military formation, war will erupt. Fire, metal and water are especially significant. Fire signifies concern for the army. Water indicates a water disaster. Wood and earth signify good fortune for the army. 6 stars to the east of Wei, paired 2 by 2, are called Si Kong. Yin Shi represents the clear temple, also known as Li Guan, and Ji Dao Dao, or the detached palace and gallery path. 4 stars in Henzhong are called Tian Gui. 1 star beside them is called Wang Liang. Wang Liang guiding the horse signifies carriages and cavalry filling the fields. Besides them are 8 stars separated by the Milky Way called Tian Huang. Near Tian Huang is Jiangxing, or the river star. If the river star moves, people will cross water. Chu and Jiu, the 4 stars, are located to the south of Wei. Pao Gua, if guarded by a blue-black star, signifies high prices for fish and salt. Nandai represents the temple. To its north is Jianxing. Jianxing signifies a banner. Qian represents sacrificial animals. To its north is Hedo, the drum of the river. The main star of Hedo represents a supreme general. The stars to its left and right represent the left and right generals. Wanu to its north is Jinu, the weaving maid. Jinu is the daughter of the celestial woman. Observe the movements of the sun and moon to determine whether the movement of the age star, Jupiter, is in harmony or disorder. The east is wood, governing spring, corresponding to days Jia and Ji. If righteousness is lost, punishment will come from the Age Star. The advancement or retreat of the Age Star determines the fate of the state it resides in. The country where it is located should not be attacked, but its people may be punished. If it moves ahead of the expected position, it is called Jing. If it lags behind, it is called Suo. Ying indicates that a country's military forces will not return. Suo signifies that the country will face troubles, its leaders may perish, and the state will collapse. If all 5 planets gather in one position where it resides, the country beneath it can bring order to the world through righteousness. Using XiaoJing as the year, in this year the Dark Star moves leftwards into Yin, while the Age Star turns rightward and resides in Qiao. In the first month it rises with Dou and Qian in the east, at dawn. This is called Jian. Its colour is bluish-grey with a glow. If it departs from its proper position, there will be an omen appearing in Liu, a constellation. An early year brings floods, a late year brings drought. When the Age Star appears, it moves eastward 12 degrees and stops after 100 days, then reverses its course. It moves westward 8 degrees over another 100 days before resuming its eastward movement. Each year it travels 30 degrees and 7/16 of a degree, averaging 1/12 of a degree per day, completing a full orbit around the sky in 12 years. It usually appears in the east at dawn. It sets in the west during dusk. The year Dani, the Dark Star is in Mao, and the Age Star resides at Ji. In February it rises in the east with Wanu, Shu, and Wei. This is called Jiangru, or the descending entry. It has a very bright light. If it departs from its position, an omen will appear in Zhang, a constellation, called Jiangru. This year brings great floods. The year Jushu, the Dark Star is in Qian, and the Age Star resides in Hai. In March, it rises with Ying Shi and Dong Bi at dawn. This is called Xinjiang. It appears very clearly green. If it departs from its place, an omen will appear in Zhen, a constellation, called Xinjiang. The year is early, with drought. Late, there will be floods. The year Da Huanglu, the Dark Star is at sea, and the Age Star resides in Shu. In April it rises with Kui, Lu Wei Mao at dawn. This is called Pianzhong. It glows with a fiery red colour, with light. If it departs from its order, an omen will appear at Kang, a constellation. The year Dunjiang, the Dark Star is in Wu, and the Age Star resides in You. In May, it rises with Wei, Mao, and Bi at dawn. This is called Kai Ming. It glows intensely with light. Lay down arms, only beneficial to the public and kings, not beneficial for military governance. If it departs from order, an omen will be seen in Fang, a constellation. An early year brings drought, a late year brings floods. The year Shi Xia, the Dark Star is at Wei, and the Age Star resides in Shen. In June it rises with Zhu Shi and Shen at dawn. This is called Changli. It shines clearly with light, favourable for military campaigns. If it departs from its sequence, an omen will appear in Ji, a constellation. The year Hu Tan, the Dark Star is at Shen, and the Age Star resides in Wei. In July, it rises with Dong Jing and Yu Guai at dawn. This is called Da Yin. It shines clearly white. If it departs from its proper order, an omen will appear next to Qian Yu, a constellation. The year Zhua, the dark star is at Yao, and the age star resides in Wu. In August it rises with Liu, XiaoJing, and Zhang at dawn. This is called Chang Wang. It appears active with rays or brilliance. The state will flourish and grain will be abundant. If it departs from its regular position, an omen should appear in Wei, a constellation, called Da Yin. There will be drought and prosperity, female deaths and people's illnesses. The year Yan Mao, the dark star is at Shu, and the age star resides in Si. In September, it rises with Yi and Zhen at dawn. This is called Tian Sui. It shines in a bright white colour. If it departs from its normal position, an omen will be visible at Dongbi, a constellation. This year brings floods and female deaths. The year Da Yuan Can, the dark star is at Hai, and the age star resides in Qian. In October, it rises with Jiao and Kang at dawn. This is called Da Zhang. It appears dark blue, the stars as if leaping out in the morning darkness. This is called Zhen Ping. When raising an army, its commander must be martial. If the state has virtue, it will rule over all under heaven. If it departs from its usual position, an omen appears in Lu, a constellation. The year Kun Dun, the dark star is at Zi, and the age star resides in Mao. In November it rises with Di, Fang, and Xin at dawn. This is called Tian Chuan. It shines very clearly in a dark colour. The rivers and pools will flourish, which is unfavourable for raising an army. If it departs from its usual position, there should be an omen visible in Mao. The year Qi Fan Rao, the dark star is at Chou, and the age star resides in Yin. In December, it rises with Wei and Ji at dawn. This is called Tian Hao. It appears very bright, in a deep black colour. If it departs from its course, an omen will appear visible in Shen, a constellation. When it should be in a position but is not, or when it occupies the position and sways left and right, if it departs before its time or meets with other stars, the state will suffer misfortune. If it remains in a place for a long time, the country has deep virtue. If its horn moves, suddenly small and then large, or if its colour and brightness change frequently, the ruler will have worries. If it departs from the lower position of its dwelling, moving northeastward, after 3 months, a Tian Bang star will appear, 4 Jiang long, with a Y-shaped end. If it moves southeastward after 3 months, at Xing Huai, a comet-like star will emerge, 2 Jiang long, resembling a comet. If it retreats northwestward, after 3 months, the Tian Shan star will appear, 4 Jiang in length, with a Y-shaped tip. If it retreats southwestward, after 3 months, the Tian Guang star will appear, several Jiang in length, with both ends shaped like Dui. Carefully observe the state where it is seen. One must not undertake military action or wars. If its emergence appears as if floating and sinking, there will be earthworks in that country. If it seems to sink and float, the countryside will perish. If its colour is red and it has horns, the country where it resides will flourish. Those who fight by confronting its horn will not win. If the star appears red, yellow and sinks, the countryside where it resides will have a great harvest. If its colour is blue-white with tinges of grey-red, there will be worries in the countryside where it appears. When the Sui Xing enters the moon, there will be a struggle for power among officials in that region. If it confronts Taipei or Venus, there will be defeated armies in the area. The Xueqing is also called Sheti, Chonghua, Yingxing, and Jixing. Yingxi represents the Qingmiao, or Hall of Clarity, which is the temple of Xueqing. Examine the rigid qi to determine the position of Yinghao. It is called the Southern Fire, in charge of summer, corresponding to days Bing and Ding. When rites are neglected, punishment manifests in Yinghao. This is when Yinghao deviates from its course. If it appears, there will be warfare. If it disappears, the armies will disband. Its position determines the fate of a state. Yinghao signifies disorder, destruction, disease, funerals, famine, and warfare. If it reverses its course by 2 positions or more and remains there after 3 months, calamity will occur. After 5 months, the state will face warfare. After 7.5 months, territory will be lost. After 9 months, most of the land will be lost. If it moves in and out together with another celestial body, the state's ancestral sacrifices will cease. If it resides there, calamity returns. Even if great, it becomes small. If the calamity arrives after a long time, what was small will become large. Its southern position signifies men's funerals. Its northern position signifies women's funerals. If it turns and circles around, or moves forward and backward suddenly to the left or right, the calamity becomes even greater. When it confronts other stars and their lights reach each other, harm will occur. If their lights do not meet, no harm will be done. When the 5 planets all follow and gather in one position, the state beneath it can bring the whole world under its rule through rites. According to law, when emerging from the east, it travels 16 positions before stopping, then moves backward 2 positions. After 60 days, it resumes its eastward movement, counting 10 positions from where it stopped. After 10 months, it enters the west. It remains hidden for 5 months, before emerging in the east again. Its emergence from the west is called flaming, which rulers dislike. When moving eastward quickly, it travels 1.5 degrees per day. Its movements to the east, west, south, and north are swift. Armies gather beneath its position. When waging war, those who follow it will triumph, while those who oppose it will suffer defeat. If Yinghao follows Taipei, the army will be in distress. If they separate, the army will retreat. When emerging from the dark side of Taipei, there is a divided army. When moving on its bright side, there will be a battle led by a deputy general. When it is in motion and Taipei catches up with it, the army will be destroyed and generals killed. If it enters and intrudes upon Taiwai, Xuanyuan, or Yingxi, the ruler will suffer misfortune from this. Xin is the Ming Tang. It is the temple of Yinghao. Be cautious in observing this. By recording the conjunctions of the stars, one can determine the position of Tianxing. It is called Central Earth, governing midsummer, corresponding to the days Wu and Ji. It represents Huangdi, who embodies virtue and symbolises a female ruler. Each year, Tianxing resides in one mansion. The state where it dwells will experience good fortune. If it occupies a position before its time, or returns after having departed, and resides there again, the state will gain territory. Otherwise, it may gain women. If it should occupy a position but does not, or having occupied it moves away to the west and the east, then the state will lose territory. Otherwise, it may lose women. In such cases, one must not undertake military action. The longer it resides in a position, the greater the blessing for the state. If it changes positions easily, its blessings are shallow. It is also known as Di Hao, and governs the year. Each year it travels 13 degrees and 5/112ths of a degree, moving at a rate of 1/28th of a degree per day, completing a full circuit around the heavens in 28 years. Wherever it resides, all 5 planets gather and follow it to one mansion. The state beneath will be able to bring the whole world under its control through great authority. When rights, virtue, righteousness, punishment, and criminal justice are all lost, XiaoJing will then be disturbed and agitated. If it lags behind, the king will not find peace. If it retreats, an army will not return. XiaoJing has a yellow colour, 9 rays, and its tone is Huanzhonggong. If it falls behind by 2 or 3 star positions, it is called Jing, indicating that the ruler's plans will not succeed, or there may be a great flood. If it falls short by 2 or 3 star positions and is below its proper place, it is called Cao, indicating that there will be troubles involving the Queen's relatives. In such a year, things will not return to normal, or alternatively, there may be an earthquake or a splitting of the heavens. Dou is Wen Tai Shi. It is the temple for XiaoJing and represents the star of the Son of Heaven. When Jupiter combines with Earth, internal disorder will occur, famine will follow. The ruler should not engage in war, for it will lead to defeat. There will be floods, and plans must change with new circumstances. Fire brings drought. Metal signifies a gathering of commoners in white clothes or floods. When metal is located to the south, it indicates harmony between male and female. The grain will be abundant. When metal is in the north, the year's harvest will be uneven or non-existent. When fire combines with water, it is called Sui. When combined with metal, it is called Shuo, both indicating mourning. In such cases, no important matters should be undertaken. Waging war will result in a great defeat. Earth signifies worry and the rise of rebellious ministers. There will be great famine, battlefield defeat, a northern army in retreat, an encircled force, and any undertakings will end in major failure. When earth combines with water, the land becomes fertile but blocked. There may be a defeated army, and no important matters should be initiated in the state. If it emerges, territory will be lost. If it enters, territory will be gained. Metal signifies rapid events and internal warfare, resulting in the loss of territory. If 3 stars converge together, within or beyond the borders of the state, corresponding to that mansion, there will be warfare and mourning, and a new ruler may be established. When 4 stars converge, war and mourning arise together. The virtuous are distressed, while the unworthy scatter. When all 5 stars converge, it is called Yi Xing, indicating virtue and the receipt of blessings. A great leader will be established, ruling over all directions. Descendants will flourish abundantly, but if there is no virtue, calamity or downfall will follow. When all 5 stars are bright and large, the events they portend will also be significant. If they are small, the matters involved will also be minor. Those that emerge early are called Jing, and those that are Ying are considered guests. Those that appear late are called Cao, and those who are Cao are regarded as the hosts. There must be a celestial response visible in the Bu star. When they are in the same mansion, it is called He. If one star dominates another, it is a sign of conflict. If within 7 sun, this will certainly occur. When the 5 stars appear white and round, they portend mourning and drought. If red and round, their centres are uneven, indicating war. If blue, green and round, they signify sorrow and floods. If black and round, they indicate disease and many deaths. If yellow and round, it is an omen of good fortune. A red horn that invades our city signifies conflict. A yellow horn indicates disputes over land. A white horn brings the sound of weeping. A blue-green horn portends military worries. And a black horn foretells floods. Yi marks the end of where armies have exhausted their strength. When all 5 stars share the same colour, weapons will be laid down across the land, and the people will live in peace and prosperity. Spring winds and autumn rains, winter cold and summer heat. These movements are always governed by this pattern. XiaoJing travels east for 120 days before moving westward in retrograde. After travelling west for another 120 days, it turns back to the east. It remains visible for 330 days before disappearing, and reappears in the east after 30 days. When Taisu is at Jiayin, Zhenxing is located at Dongbi, hence it appears in Yingxi. Observe the movements of the sun to determine the position of Taipei. It is associated with the west, autumn, the month governing military affairs and the movement of Tianxi. Corresponding to the days Geng and Xin, it presides over killing. When killing is misused or lost, punishment will emerge from Taipei. If Taipei deviates from its proper course, the state corresponding to its position will suffer a loss of life or calamity. When it travels outward, it moves through 18 star positions over 240 days before returning. Upon entering the east, it remains hidden and moves through 11 star positions for 130 days. When entering the west, it stays concealed and passes through 3 star positions over 16 days before emerging again. If it should emerge but does not, or if it should enter but does not, this is called Shi Shed, indicating a disruption in its course. In such a case, there will either be the destruction of an army or a coup by a state ruler. Its cycle begins at Shangyuan in the year Shi Taigi. It rises in the east with Yingxi at dawn and sets after reaching Jiao. It also appears in the west at dusk with Yingxi, setting after reaching Jiao. It rises in the east together with Jiao at dawn and sets in B. It appears in the west together with Jiao at dusk, also setting at B. It rises with B at dawn and sets in G. It appears with B in the west at dusk, setting in G as well. It rises together with G at dawn and sets in Liu. It appears with G in the west at dusk and also sets in Liu. It rises together with Liu at dawn and sets in Yingxi. It appears with Liu in the west at dusk, also setting in Yingxi. In total, it rises and sets from east to west 5 times each, completing a cycle of 8 years and 220 days, after which it again rises in the east at dawn with Yingxi. Its general pattern is to complete 1 full circuit around the sky in each year. When it first emerges in the east, its movement is slow, averaging half a degree per day. After 120 days, Taipei must retrograde by 1 or 2 star positions. After reaching its highest point in the sky, it reverses course and moves eastward again at a rate of 1 to 5 degrees per day. After another 120 days, it will set. When it is low in the sky and near the sun, it is called Mingxing, indicating a gentle nature. When high and far from the sun, it is known as Da Xiao, signifying rigidity. When it first appears in the west, its movement is swift, averaging 1.5 degrees per day for 120 days. After reaching the highest point in its path, it slows down to half a degree per day for another 120 days. At dawn, when it sets, it must retrograde by 1 or 2 positions before disappearing. When low and near the sun, it is referred to as Dabai, indicating a soft nature. When high and distant from the sun, it is named Daxing, signifying firmness. It rises in the hours of Chen and Shu, and sets in the hours of Qiao and Wei. If it should rise but does not rise, or if it rises before its time. If it should set but has already set, or sets later than expected, this signifies that the world will lay down arms. If troops are stationed abroad, they will return. If it rises before its due time, or sets when it should not set, this indicates that the world will mobilise armies and there will be a country destroyed. When it appears at the appointed time, the state will flourish. If it rises in the east, it is associated with the east. If it sets in the east, it signifies the north. If it rises in the west, it corresponds to the west. If it rises in the west, it corresponds to the west. If it sets in the west, it indicates the south. Wherever it remains for a long time, that region will be prosperous. If it moves quickly or changes positions easily, that direction will bring misfortune. When it rises in the west and retrogrades to the east, the country in the exact western direction will be auspicious. When it rises in the east and moves to the west, the country in the direct eastern direction will prosper. Its rising does not pass through the heavens. If it traverses the sky, a revolution in governance will occur throughout the world. When small and its horn-like shape moves, war will arise. If it first appears large but later becomes small, the military power will be weakened. If it initially appears small but then grows large, the army will become stronger. When it rises high in the sky, deep military campaigns bring good fortune, while shallow ones bring misfortune. When low, shallow military actions are auspicious, but deep ones are ominous. When the sun is in the south and Taipei is in the south, or when the sun is in the north and Taipei is in the north, it is called Jing. This indicates that marquises and kings will be restless. Advancing with military action brings good fortune, while retreating brings misfortune. When the sun is in the south, but Taipei resides in the north, or when the sun is in the north and Taipei is in the south, it is called Sao. This signifies that marquises and kings have worries. Retreating with military action brings good fortune, while advancing brings misfortune. Military movements follow the pattern of Taipei. When Taipei moves swiftly, troops should advance quickly. When it moves slowly, they should proceed cautiously. When Taipei appears with a horn-like shape, the army dares to fight. If it wavers and moves restlessly, the troops will be in turmoil. If it appears round and still, the forces will remain calm. Following the direction indicated by its horn-like shape brings good fortune. Going against it will be ominous. When it rises, troops are dispatched. When it sets, they return. A red-hued horn indicates the outbreak of war. A white-hued horn signifies mourning. A black and round horn indicates sorrow, with water-related calamities to follow. A blue-green horn, which is round, signifies worry, accompanied by events related to wood. A yellow and round harmonious horn indicates earth-related matters and a bountiful harvest. If it appears for 3 days and then disappears slightly, and after another 3 days reappears strongly, this is called Ruan. The country beneath its position will suffer a military defeat with the general retreating in disarray. If it disappears for 3 days, then faintly reappears, and after another 3 days, strongly sets again, the country beneath its position will have worries. The army will have provisions, weapons, and armour left behind for others to use. Although the soldiers may be numerous, their general will become a captive of others. If it rises in the west, but deviates from its normal path, foreign forces will suffer defeat. If it rises in the east, but strays from its course, the central kingdom will be defeated. If its colour is large and round with a yellowish sheen, good events can be expected. If it appears as a large red circle, the military will be strong but avoid battle. Taipei is white in colour and resembles Lang. Red corresponds to Xin. Yellow matches XiaoJing of Shen. Blue-green corresponds to YoJian of Shen. Black resembles the major star of Kui. If all 5 planets gather with Taipei in one position, the country beneath it can lead a military campaign to conquer the world. When it resides in its proper place, there will be gains. When it occupies an empty position, nothing is to be gained. Movement overpowers colour. Colour overpowers position. A position with power surpasses one without, and a presence of colour surpasses its absence. Movement achieves the greatest victory in all cases. When it rises but lingers between Sang-Yu, it brings swift calamity to the country below. If it ascends quickly and does not complete its course for the day, passing over Shentian, it will bring swift disaster to the opposing country. When it rises again after setting, or sets again after rising, a general will rebel. If it enters the moon's position, generals will suffer disgrace. When Taipei and Muxing converge with bright light, warfare in the region beneath them will not be coordinated. Even if armies are mobilised, they will not engage in battle. If they converge but destroy each other, there will be a shattered army in the fields. When it rises from the west at dusk and appears in darkness, the hidden forces are strong. If it emerges after sunset, it is small and weak. If it appears at midnight, its strength is moderate. If it rises at cockcrow, it becomes very weak. This is called Yin sinking into Yang. When in the east and rising with daylight, its Yang forces are strong. If it rises at cockcrow, they are small and weak. If it appears at midnight, their strength is moderate. If it rises at dusk, they become very weak. This is called Yan sinking into Yin. When Taipei is hidden and an army is dispatched, the campaign will suffer misfortune. If it rises to the south of Mao, the southern forces will triumph over the northern ones. If it appears to the north of Mao, the northern forces will prevail over the southern ones. If it is directly at Mao, then the eastern country will benefit. When it rises to the north of Yo, northern forces triumph over southern ones. When it appears to the south of Yo, southern forces prevail over northern ones. If it is exactly at Yo, the western country will be victorious. When Taipei collides with other stars, minor battles occur. If it conflicts with the 5 planets, major wars will take place. When they collide and Taipei appears to the south, the southern country is defeated. If it emerges to the north, the northern country will be vanquished. If its movement is rapid, it signifies martial strength. If it remains still, it indicates civil governance. If its colour is white with 5 rays, appearing early signifies a lunar eclipse. If late, it indicates an omen of celestial calamity or a comet and war, which will erupt in the country. When it rises in the east as a sign of virtue, undertaking actions by moving to its left and welcoming it brings good fortune. When it appears in the west as an omen of punishment, undertaking affairs by moving to its right and facing away from it brings auspiciousness. Doing the opposite will bring misfortune in all cases. When Taipei's light is clearly visible, victory in battle is achieved. If it appears during the day and traverses the sky, this is called Zhengming. A strong country will weaken, a small one will grow powerful, and female rulers will flourish. Kang represents Shu Miao, which is the temple of Taipei. Taipei symbolises a high-ranking minister. Its title is Shanggong, or Grand Public. Its other names include Jinxing, Taizheng, Yingxing, Guanxing, Gongxing, Mingxing, Dashuai, Dazi, Zhongxing, Daxing, Tianhao, Shuxing, and Yuiwei. The Grand Marshal must carefully observe these positions. Carefully examine the conjunctions of the sun and the hours to determine the positions of Chengxing. It is associated with water in the north, the essence of Tai Yin, governing winter, corresponding to the days of Ren and Gui. When punishment for a crime is unjustly administered, retribution will manifest through Chengxing, afflicting the country according to its constellation's position. This establishes the 4 seasons. In Zhongchun, the 2nd month, during Chen Fen, it appears at dusk beyond Jiao, Kuai, Lu, and Wai's eastern 5 dwellings, representing Qi. In Zhongxia, the 4th month, during XiaoJing, it appears at dusk during Dongjing, Yu Gui, and Liu's eastern 7 dwellings, representing Chu. In Zhongqiu, the 6th month, during Qiu Fen, it appears at dusk in Jiao, Kang, Di, and Fang's eastern 4 dwellings, representing Han. In Xiaodong, the 8th month, during Dongji, it appears in the morning at the eastern suburbs, together with Wei, Ji, Dou, and Qian, moving westward, representing China. Its appearance and disappearance is usually associated with the hours of Chen, Shu, Chou, and Wei. If it appears too early, it signifies a lunar eclipse. If it appears too late, it indicates the appearance of a comet or celestial calamity. If its timing is appropriate but does not manifest as expected, this signifies failure. If troops are stationed outside but do not engage in battle, it also indicates failure. If it does not appear for 1 season, that season will be disharmonious. If it does not appear in all seasons, a great famine will occur throughout the land. When its appearance is expected and it does appear, if its colour is white, drought will follow. If its colour is yellow, the 5 grains will ripen well. If its colour is red, war will occur. If its colour is black, floods will come. If it appears in the east, large and white, there will be troops abroad, but they will disband. If it is constantly present in the east and its colour is red, China will achieve victory. If it appears in the west and is red, then foreign countries will benefit. If there are no troops abroad yet, it appears red. War will break out. When it and Taipei both appear in the east together, both are red and form a horn-like configuration. This signifies a great defeat for foreign countries and a victory for China. When it and Taipei appear together in the west, both red and forming horns, this benefits foreign countries. When the 5 planets are distributed among the heavens and gather in the east, China will benefit. If they gather in the west, those foreign countries employing military forces will gain the advantage. When all 5 planets follow Chengxing and gather in 1 dwelling, the country where that dwelling is located can establish laws to govern the entire world. If Chengxing does not appear, Taipei becomes the guest. When it appears, Taipei is the host. If it appears but does not accompany Taipei, although there may be armies in the field, no battles will take place. When Chengxing appears in the east and Taipei appears in the west, or if Chengxing emerges in the west while Taipei rises from the east, this is termed Gi, and although there may be troops in the field, no fighting will occur. If it appears at an inappropriate time, it indicates a reversal of seasons. When cold is expected, warmth occurs, and when warmth is expected, cold follows. When its appearance should occur but does not, this is called Ji-Tsu, indicating a sudden outbreak of a large-scale war. If it enters the midst of Taipei and then emerges above, this signifies the shattering of an army and the killing of generals. The guest forces will triumph. If it exits below, the guest forces will lose territory. When Chengxing approaches Taipei and Taipei does not move away, a general will die. If it rises above the standard of righteousness, this indicates the destruction of an army and killing of generals. The guest forces win. If it emerges below, the guest forces will lose territory. Observe which direction the standard points to determine which army is destined to be defeated. If it circles around Taipei or engages in a confrontation with it, this signifies a great battle where the guest force will prevail. When two passes by Taipei, there is an opportunity to sheathe one's sword. This indicates a minor battle in which the guest force will win. If two resides before Taipei, the army will disband. It appears to the left of Taipei, a minor battle will occur. If it touches Taipei, tens of thousands will fight in battle and the host's officials will die. If it appears to the right of Taipei, at a distance of 3 chi, about 1 metre, the army will urgently prepare for battle. A green horn signifies military worries, a black horn indicates floods. A red movement marks the end of a campaign, exhausted by military force. 2 has 7 names: XiaoJing, Chengxing, Tianshan, Anzhou, Xing, Xishuang, Nengxing, and Gaoxing. If its colour is yellow and it appears small, emerging in an easy position, this signifies that the cultural order of the world will change for the worse. 2 appears in 5 colours. A green circle brings worry, a white circle signifies mourning, a red circle indicates unrest within the centre, and a black circle is auspicious. A red horn invading our city brings war. A yellow horn signifies territorial disputes. A white horn heralds wailing and weeping. When it appears in the east, it travels through 4 dwellings over 48 days. After 20 of those days, it will return into the eastern sky. When it appears in the west, it travels through 4 dwellings for 48 days, and returns to the western sky after 20 of those days. Its first watch is at Yingxi, Jiaobi, Ji, and Liu. If it appears between Fang and Xin, an earthquake will occur on the earth. The colour of Chengxing: in spring, green-yellow; in summer, red-white; in autumn, green-white. And the year's harvest will be good; in winter, yellow but not bright. If its colour changes unexpectedly, that season will not flourish. If it does not appear in spring, a great wind will occur. If it does not appear in autumn, the harvest will be poor. If it does not appear in summer, there will be a drought lasting 60 days and a lunar eclipse. If it does not appear in autumn, war will arise. If it does not appear in the spring, crops will fail to grow. If it does not appear in winter, there will be continuous rain for 60 days and displaced settlements. If it does not appear during summer, crops will fail to thrive. Jiao, Kang and Di correspond to Yanzhou. Fang and Xin correspond to Yuzhou. Wei and Ji correspond to Yuzhou. Dou corresponds to the rivers and lakes. Qian, Niu and Wu Niu correspond to Yangzhou. Shu and Wei correspond to Qingzhou. Qingxi through Dongbi correspond to Bingzhou. Kui, Lu and Wei correspond to Shuzhou. Mao and Bi correspond to Jizhou. Zhu, Shi and Shen correspond to Yizhou. Dongjing and Yugui correspond to Yongzhou. Liu, Qixing and Zhang correspond to Sahi. Yi and Zhen correspond to Jing Zhou. Qixing represents Yuan Guan, the temple of Chen Xing, which is also a star associated with the southern and northern barbarians. When two armies are evenly matched, a solar halo appears. If the halos are of equal size, their strength is balanced. A thick, long and large halo indicates a victory will be achieved. A thin, short and small halo means there will be no victory. A double embrace indicates a complete defeat with nothing remaining. An embracing formation signifies harmony. If they are positioned in opposition, this is disharmony, indicating separation and distance from each other. A straight alignment indicates self-establishment, the rise of a marquis or king, the destruction of an army or the killing of a general. If it carries both above and below, there will be good news. When the halo encircles the centre, the central force wins. If it surrounds the outside, the outer force wins. A green halo on the outside and a red one in the centre indicates peaceful separation. A red halo on the outside and a green one at the centre signifies hostile parting. If the atmospheric halo appears first and then disappears, the army that remains will win. If it arrives first and departs first, there is initial benefit but later harm. If it arrives last and leaves last, the beginning brings hardship while the end brings advantage. If it arrives late but departs early, both front and rear suffer, and the army that remains cannot win. If it appears briefly and then disappears quickly, its onset is sudden. Even if victory is achieved, no great merit will be gained. If it remains visible for more than half a day, the achievement will be significant. A white rainbow that is bent and shot, with both ends rounded, indicates heavy bloodshed below if it appears. The halo around the sun determines victory. Its near-term effect lasts 30 days, and its long-term influence is 60 days. When it is consumed by an eclipse, those who are harmed are those to whom it is unfavourable. When it reappears, those who benefit are those for whom it is favourable. And if the eclipse becomes more complete, it signifies the position of the ruler. Determine its straight alignment and the constellation where the sun resides at that time. Add to this the date and hour, and thus assign a fate to the state. When the moon travels along the central path, peace and tranquillity prevail. If it passes through a dark interval, there will be much war and secret affairs. 3 Qi to the north outside indicates a dark star. 3 Qi directly north indicates Tai Yin, great floods and military conflicts. If it passes through a bright interval, arrogance and indulgence will prevail. A bright star indicates many sudden or unjust imprisonments. Tai Ying signifies a great drought and a period of mourning. If the moon passes through Jiao or Tianmen, in the 10th month it corresponds to April, in the 11th month to May, and in the 12th month to June. This brings floods. If it is close by, within 3 Qi, if distant, 5 Qi, if it transgresses Sifu, the assistant ministers will be executed. When the moon moves along the northern and southern rivers, interpreted in terms of yin and yang, it indicates droughts, floods, military conflict, or mourning. If the moon eclipses Jupiter, the region corresponding to its constellation will suffer famine or face destruction. Feng Huo signifies disorder. Tian Xing indicates subordinates rebelling against superiors. Tai Bai means a powerful state suffers defeat in war, and Sheng Sheng signifies female chaos. An eclipse of Dai Jiao is an ill omen for a ruler's life. If it occurs at Xin, there will be internal thieves and disorder. For other stars, the region corresponding to their constellation will suffer worry. When a lunar eclipse begins, In the 5th month, there are 6 occurrences, and in the 6th month, 5. The 5th month again has 6, while the 6th has 1. Then the 5th has 5. In total, after 113 months, it returns to its starting point. Therefore, a lunar eclipse is an ordinary occurrence. A solar eclipse signifies something ominous. For the days Xia and Ji, events beyond the 4 seas are not predicted by the sun or moon. For Bing and Ding, it refers to the regions of Jiang Huai, Hai, and Dai. For Wu and Ji, it pertains to Zhongzhou, He, and Ji rivers. Geng and Xin refer to the area west of the Huashan mountain. Ren and Gui pertain to the region north of the Hengshan mountain. A solar eclipse portends disaster for the national ruler. A lunar eclipse corresponds to an equivalent calamity befalling generals or high-ranking officials. The Gao Huangxing is large and red, its appearance resembling the South Pole Star. Whenever it appears, a military force will rise below it, and that army will be strong. Its opposite direction is unfavourable. The Xiaoming Xing is large and white, with horns appearing suddenly high or low. The country from which it appears will raise an army, and there will be many changes. The Wu San Xing appears in the eastern field to the east of Due East. Its appearance resembles that of Chen Sheng, and it is about 6 Jan above the ground. The Da Jai Xing appears in the southern field in the south of Due South. This star is about 6 Shang from the ground, large and red, frequently moving with a bright glow. The Si Wei Xing appears in the western field to the west of Due West. This star is about 6 Shang above the ground, large and white, resembling Taipei. The Yu Han Xing appears in the northern field to the north of Due North. This star is about 6 Shang away from the ground, large and red. It moves frequently and upon close observation appears bluish in the centre. These 4 stars appearing from their respective directions are normal. If they appear elsewhere, it indicates military conflict below, and the opposite direction will be unfavourable. The Saitan Xing appears from the 4 corners of the sky, about 4 Zhang above the ground. Dui Xiang Guang also appears in the 4 corners, about 3 Zhang from the earth, resembling a newly risen moon. Wherever it is seen, there will be disorder below. Those in chaos will perish, while those with virtue will flourish. The Ju Xing resembles Taipei in appearance. When it appears, it does not move. If seen, destruction will follow. The city or town where it appears will experience chaos. It looks like a star, but is not a star, and resembles a cloud, yet is not a cloud. It is called Guai Yi. When Guai Yi appears, there will certainly be someone returning to their homeland or country. Stars are the scattered qi of metal. Their origin is fire. An abundance of stars indicates good fortune for a country. A scarcity signifies misfortune. The Han, or Milky Way, is also the scattered qi of metal, with its origin in water. When there are many stars in the Han, it means much rain. Few stars indicates drought. This is a fundamental principle. Tiangu produces a sound like thunder, but not actually thunder. The sound originates from above and reaches down to the earth. Wherever it occurs, military forces will be mobilized below that location. Tiangao appears like a large rushing star with sound. Where it stops on the ground, resembles a dog. Wherever it falls, looking at it seems like fiery flames surging into the sky. The area beneath it is round and as large as several qing of farmland. If its upper part is rounded, there will be a yellow coloration, indicating the destruction of an army and the killing of generals within 1,000 li. The XiaoJing appears like a flame of fire. It is yellow and white in colour, rising from the ground upwards, broad at the bottom and round at the top. When it appears, crops will be harvested without being sown. If there is no earth-related labour or construction, there must be great harm. The XiaoJing resembles a comet but curves backward like the shape of a banner. When it appears, the ruler will wage war in all directions. Shunxi appears near the Big Dipper and looks like a rooster. When it is angry, it turns blue-black in colour, resembling a crouching turtle. Wangxi resembles a large meteor, moving like a snake with a dark blue-black colour. Looking at it appears as if it has feathers. Chang'e appears in the sky like a piece of cloth 1 chi wide. When this star is seen, war will arise. If a star falls to the ground, it becomes stone. Between the He and Jin rivers, there are occasionally falling stars. When heaven is pure, the Jingxing becomes visible. The Jingxing is a star of virtue. Its appearance has no fixed form, and it usually appears in a virtuous state. Generally, when observing clouds and qi, looking upwards allows one to see about 300 or 400 li when viewed at eye level, above the mulberry trees. It can be seen for more than 1,000 and up to 2,000 li. From an elevated position, one may see as far as 3,000 li downwards. If cloud formations have the shape of beasts above them, it indicates victory. South of Huashan, the qi is dark below and red above. In the suburbs of Songgao and Shahe, the qi appears purely red. To the north of Hengshan Mountain, the qi is black above and green below. Between Bo, Ji, Hai and Dai, the qi is all black. Between the Jiang and Huai rivers, the qi is all white. The qi of Tu is white. The qi from earthworks is yellow. The qi of chariots rises and falls, gathering here and there. The qi of cavalry is low and spread out. The qi of infantry troops is compacted. If the qi is low in the front and high in the back, then it indicates speed. If the qi is level in the front and high at the back, it signifies a breakthrough. If the qi behind is broken but low, it indicates retreat. Where the qi is even, the movement is slow. If the qi is high in the front and low at the back, the force will not stop but turn back. When qi meets, the lower overcomes the higher, and the broken qi overcomes the square qi. If the approaching qi is low and follows the chariot path, it will not take more than 3 or 4 days to arrive, becoming visible within 5 or 6 li. If the approaching qi rises 7 or 8 qi high, it will not take more than 5 or 6 days to arrive, becoming visible from over 10 li away. If the approaching qi rises more than 1 zhang and up to 2 zhang high, it will not take over 30 or 40 days to arrive, becoming visible 50 or 60 li away. If the clouds are slightly white and refined, the general is fierce but the soldiers are timid. Those with large roots extending far ahead will face battle. If the qi is blue, white and low in front, it means victory in battle. If the qi ahead is red and rising upward, it indicates defeat in battle. Formation clouds appear like standing walls. Zuyun resembles a loom beam. Zhaoyun is compact at both ends and broken. Biaoyun resembles a rope stretching ahead across the sky, half of it reaching halfway up to the heavens. Those that flicker resemble broken banners by nature. Gaoyun is curved like a hook. All these cloud formations, when seen, should be interpreted in combinations with the 5 colours, if they are dense and moist, their appearance stirring people's emotions. Then there is an omen. War will surely arise, aligning with the straight line of combat. Wang Shuao's observations awaited signs from beside the sun. Clouds and qi around the sun symbolise the image of a ruler. They are all interpreted according to their forms. Therefore, the Qi of northern barbarians resembles herds of livestock under a canopy, while the Qi of southern barbarians is like boats, banners, and flags. In areas where great floods have occurred, on battlefields of defeated armies, and the ruins of destroyed states, if there are accumulated coins or treasures beneath, all will emit Qi. These must not be overlooked. Along the seashore, mirage-like Qi resemble towers and pavilions. In vast plains, the Qi forms like palaces and gates. Clouds and Qi resemble the mountains, rivers, and concentrations of people and goods in their respective regions. Therefore, those who observe signs of prosperity or decline enter a state or town and examine the proper governance of borders and fields, the moisture and lustre of the city walls, houses, doors, and windows. Next, they assess the quality of chariots, clothing, livestock, and produce. If there is prosperity and vitality, it is auspicious. If there is emptiness and decline, it is inauspicious. If it resembles smoke, but is not smoke, or clouds, but are not clouds, dense and swirling, yet sparse and wheel-like, it is called Qian. The appearance of Qian signifies auspicious Qi. If it resembles mist, but is not mist, covering clothing and hats without making them damp, its appearance indicates that the region will be clad in armour and rushing into action. Fulaidan, Shahong, Pilu, and Jiming are manifestations of Yang Qi in motion. They appear in spring and summer but remain hidden in autumn and winter. Therefore, observations never fail to monitor them. When heaven opens and suspends objects, the earth shakes and cracks apart. Mountains collapse or shift, rivers are blocked up by gullies and ridges. Water recedes, lakes dry up, while the land expands. And this reveals omens. City walls and gates, as well as courtyards and standards, wither and dry up. Palaces, temples, mansions, and dwellings are where people reside. Songs, customs, chariots, and clothing reflect the observation of a people's food and drink. Grains and grasses are observed according to their categories. Granaries, treasuries, stables, and storage houses lie along the 4 major roads. 6 domestic animals and wild beasts indicate where they are produced or abandoned. Fish, turtles, birds, and rats reflect the conditions of their habitats. If ghosts wail or cry out as if calling, it means people will encounter misfortune. Transformed words are indeed true. To observe whether a year will be good or bad, one must carefully watch the beginning of the year. The start of the year may coincide with the winter solstice, when productive Qi begins to sprout. On the day after the winter solstice, people gather at year's end for a communal meal and release Yang Qi. Thus, it is called the beginning of the new year. The first day of the first lunar month marks the beginning of the ruler's reign. The day of Li Chuan is the start of the 4 seasons. These 4 beginnings are the days for observation. And in the Han and Wei dynasties, officials gathered on the day after the winter solstice and the first day of the lunar year to determine the 8 winds. If wind comes from the south, there will be great drought from the southwest, a minor drought. From the west, there will be military conflict. From the northwest, grain and beans flourish, light rain falls, and troops move quickly from the north. It marks the middle of the year. From the northeast, it signifies a good year. From the east, there will be great floods. From the southeast, people suffer from epidemics, and it is a bad year. Therefore, each of the 8 winds corresponds to its opposite direction. The one with most occurrences prevails. More overcomes less, long-lasting overcomes frequent, and swift overcomes slow. From dawn to the time of a meal marks the period for wheat. From the mealtime to afternoon marks millet. From afternoon to late afternoon marks broomcorn. From late afternoon to the time of evening marks beans. From the evening mealtime until sunset marks hemp. One should observe throughout the day for clouds, wind, and sunlight or rain. If the sun appears at its proper time, it indicates depth and abundant results. If there are no clouds but wind on a day when the sun should appear at its proper time, the result is shallow yet fruitful. If there are clouds and wind but no sunlight on a day when it should appear at its proper time, then the result will be deep but with few fruits. If there is sunlight without clouds or wind on a day when it appears at its proper time, crops may suffer damage. If this lasts for the duration of a meal, there will be minor damage. If it lasts long, as it takes to cook 5 dough of rice, there will be major damage. Then the wind rises again, clouds appear, and the crops recover. At each respective time, use the colour of clouds to determine what is suitable for planting. If there is rain, snow, or cold weather, it indicates a poor harvest year. On this day, the light is bright. Listen to the voices of the people in the capital and towns. If the sound corresponds to the gong tone, then it will be a good year, auspicious. If it is the shang tone, there will be military conflict. If it is the zheng tone, there will be drought. If it is the yu tone, there will be floods. If it is the ju tone, it indicates a poor year. Some begin counting the number of rains from the first day of the first lunar month. Generally, one measures a sheng per day, reaching up to 7 sheng as the maximum. If it exceeds this amount, no prediction is made. Counting up to the 12th day, when each day corresponds directly with its lunar month, one can predict floods or droughts. If predictions are made for a region within 1,000 li around its boundary, then it serves as an omen for the entire realm and continues throughout the first lunar month. The moon's position among the constellations, along with the sun, wind, and cloud, is used to predict conditions for a particular state or region. However, one must necessarily observe where the Tai Sui, the year star, is located. If it is in metal, there will be an abundant harvest. If it is in water, destruction occurs. If it is in wood, there will be famine. If it is in fire, drought occurs. This is the general principle. On the first day of the Gengzi, in the first lunar month, if the wind comes from the east, it is favourable for silkworms. If the wind comes from the west, or there are yellow clouds at dawn, this indicates a bad omen. On the day of winter solstice, when daylight is at its shortest, hang earthen charcoal. If the charcoal moves, deer shed their antlers, orchid roots emerge, and spring water surges upward. These are rough indications to know the solar days. The key decision lies in measuring the gnomon shadow. Wherever the Sui Xing or Jupiter is located, the 5 grains will flourish. If it faces its opposite direction as a Chong position, then there will be calamity in that year. The grand historian Tai Shi Gong said, "Since the beginning of mankind, have rulers throughout history ever not observed the sun, the moon, and the stars? By the time of the 5 houses and the 3 dynasties, they inherited and clarified these practices. Internally, they adorned themselves with official ranks. Externally, they dealt with the Hu and Di barbarian peoples. They divided China into 12 states. Looking upward, they observed celestial phenomenon. Looking downward, they followed patterns on earth. The heavens have the sun and moon, the earth has yin and yang. The heavens have 5 planets and the earth has 5 elements. The heavens have 5 constellations arranged in order, and the earth is divided into states and regions. The three lights, the sun, the moon, and the stars, are the essence of yin and yang. Their qi originates from the earth, yet sage rulers maintain and regulate them. Since the time of Yu Li and earlier, this has been long established. The celestial omens observed were all different according to states and regions, with each family interpreting portents of strange phenomenon in their own way, attempting to align them with the times. Their written records, diagrams, and auspicious signs lacked any consistent method or law. Therefore, Confucius discussed the 6 classics, recording anomalies but not explaining them in writing, regarding the principles of heavenly ways and fate. They were not transmitted. They were passed down to certain individuals without needing explanation. If told to the wrong person, even if spoken, it will not be understood. In ancient times, those who transmitted knowledge of celestial phenomenon, before Gao Xin, they were Zhong and Li. During the Tang and Zhou dynasties, it was Fu, Shi, and He. Under the Xia dynasty, it was Kun Wu. During the Yin Shang dynasty, it was Wu Qian. Under the Zhou dynasty, it was Shi Yi and Chang Hong. In Song state, it was Zi Wei. In Zheng state, it was Bi Zhao. In Qi state, it was Gang Gong. In Chu state, it was Tang Mei. In Zhou state, it was Yin Gao. In Wei state, it was Shi Shen. The movement of heaven undergoes a minor change every 30 years, a moderate change every 100 years, and a major change every 500 years. 3 major changes make 1G, or cycle, and 3G completes the grand cycle. This is its general pattern. A ruler of a state must value the numbers 3 and 5. With 1,000 years above and below, only then will the connection between heaven and humanity be fully prepared. Grand historian Tai Shi Gong examined ancient celestial changes, but found none that could be verified in modern times. Generally speaking, within the 242 years of the spring and autumn period, there were 36 solar eclipses, 3 appearances of comets, and during Duke Xiang of Song's time, stars fell like rain. The Son of Heaven was weak, and feudal lords wielded political power. The 5 hegemons rose in succession, each taking turns to issue commands. Since then, the many have oppressed the few, and the strong have annexed the small. Qin, Shu, Wu, and Yui were originally Hu and Di people, but became powerful hegemons. The Tian clan usurped Qi. The 3 houses divided Jin, and together they formed the warring states. They competed in waging war and seizing territory, with military campaigns arising repeatedly. Cities were frequently razed, leading to famine, plague, and hardship. Both subjects and rulers shared in the suffering. Therefore, they especially urgently observed omens, celestial phenomenon, and atmospheric signs. In recent times, among the 12 feudal lords and 7 warring states, those who claimed kingship spoke of vertical or horizontal alliances one after another. Therefore, Yin Gao, Tang Mei, Gang Gong, Shi Shen composed their writings in accordance with contemporary affairs. Thus, their predictions and verifications became a mixture of trivial details. The 28 mansions govern the 12 states, with the Dou constellation overseeing them collectively. This system has been in place for a long time. When Qin was powerful, its omens were observed in Tai Bai, the planet Venus, and predictions were made based on Lang and Hu constellations. When Wu and Chu were powerful, their omens were observed in Ying Hao, the planet Mars, and predictions were made based on the Niao Hang constellation. When Yan and Qi were powerful, their omens lay in Cheng Xing, the planet Mercury, with predictions made based on the Shu and Wei constellations. When Song and Zhang were powerful, their omens resided in XiaoJing, the planet Jupiter, and predictions were based on the Fang and Xin constellations. When Jin was powerful, its omens also lay in Shenzhen, with predictions made according to the Shen Fa constellation. And when Qin annexed the three Jin states, Yan and Dai, all land south of the Yellow River, and Taihang Mountains, became part of China. Within the four seas, China lies to the southeast, which is Yang. Yang corresponds to the Sun, Sui Xing, Jupiter, Ying Hao, Mars, and Tianxing, Saturn. Predictions are made in the southern street, with B constellation overseeing it. To its northwest were the Hu, He, and Yuezhi peoples, who wore felt and furs and used bows. These were considered yin. Yin corresponds to the moon, Taibei or Venus, and Cheng Xin or Mercury predictions are made in the northern street, with Mao constellation overseeing it. Therefore, China's rivers and mountains flow northeastward. Its axis begins in Long and Shu, ending at Bo and Ji. This is why the states of Qin and Jin often used military force and frequently observed Taibei or Venus. Taibei governs China, while the Hu and He peoples frequently raided. They only observed Chengxing or Mercury. Chengxing moves in and out quickly, often governing the Hu and Di. This is its fundamental principle. This distinction determines who becomes the guest and who remains the host. When Ying Hao or Mars appears as a comet, externally it signifies military affairs, internally it signifies governance. Hence it is said, even with an enlightened son of heaven, one must always observe where Mars is located. As feudal lords alternatively grew powerful, various disasters and strange occurrences were recorded at different times, but none are worth recording. During the reign of Qin Shi Huang, comets appeared 4 times over 15 years. Some lasted as long as 80 days, while their tails were stretching across the entire sky. Afterwards, the Qin dynasty used military force to eliminate the 6 kings and unify China. They repelled the 4 Hu and Di peoples outwardly. People died as if cut down like tangled hemp. Thus, Zhang and Chu forces rose together, and for 30 years armies trampled over each other in battle, too numerous to count. Since Qiu's time, there has never been a war like this. Xing Yu rescued Zhu Lu, and curved arrows flew westward. The eastern mountain regions then united feudal lords in a vertical alliance to attack westward, where they slaughtered Qin people and raised Xinyang. When the Han dynasty rose to power, the 5 planets gathered at the constellation Dongjing. During the siege of Pingcheng, a lunar halo surrounded the constellations Shen and Bi 7 times over. When the Lu clan plotted rebellion, there was a solar eclipse and daylight turned dark. During the rebellion of Wu, Chu, and 7 other states, comets appeared several zhang long, and a heavenly dog passed over the Liang region. And when warfare broke out, corpses lay piled up and blood flowed beneath it. During Yuan Guang and Yuan Shu reigns, the Qiu's banner appeared twice. Its length reached half the sky. Afterwards, for several decades, imperial armies marched out 4 times to punish and subdue the Hu and Di people, with campaigns against the Hu being especially intense. When Yui fell, Mars remained in the constellation Dou. When Xian was captured, a star appeared as an omen at He Shu along the river. When troops campaigned against Da Yuan, a star omen appeared in Zhao Yao. These are among the most prominent examples. As for more subtle and minor changes, they are too numerous to recount. From this we can see that there has been no instance where an event did not first manifest in celestial omens before its earthly response followed. Among those who studied the heavenly patterns for the Han Dynasty, Tang Du was responsible for stars, Wang Shuo for atmospheric phenomenon, and Wei Qian for divining the years. Therefore, in the Ganshi Calanders 5 planets method, only Mars exhibited retrograde motion. The positions it occupied during its retrogression, as well as the retrogressions of other planets and solar or lunar eclipses, were all used for divination. I have examined the records of the Grand Historian and verified past events, and within 100 years, none of the 5 planets moved outward without retrograding. Whenever they did retrograde, their brightness often increased and their colours changed. Solar and lunar eclipses occurred at times when the sun and moon moved north or south. This was their general plan. Therefore the Purple Palace, Feng Xin, Chuan Heng, Shu Qi, Shu Wei, and other constellations that form the stellar divisions are the 5 official seats of heaven. They serve as fixed reference points, unchanging in position. They differ only in size, with widths and distances remaining constant. Water, fire, metal, wood, and the filling star, these 5 planets are heaven's 5 assistants. They serve as the meridian weft of the celestial order. Their appearances and disappearances occur at set times, and their movements along their paths involve expansions and contractions within fixed limits. When omens appear in the sun, cultivate virtue. When they appear in the moon, examine punishments. When they appear among stars, seek harmony. In general, celestial changes are only taken as omens if they exceed normal limits. When a state's ruler is powerful and virtuous, the state prospers. When weak and deceitful, it perishes. The highest priority is to cultivate virtue. Next comes improving governance. Then comes remedial action after an event occurs. Lastly, one resorts to rituals for warding off disaster. The lowest level has none of these. Changes in the fixed stars are rarely observed, while omens related to the 3 lights, the sun, moon, and planets, are frequently used for divination. Lunar halos, solar halos, clouds, and winds are transient atmospheric phenomenon of heaven. Their occurrences also follow grand cycles. Yet their rise and fall in relation to political affairs is the closest manifestation of the symbolic connection between heaven and humanity. These 5 phenomena are signs of heaven's responses or reactions. Those who study the patterns of heaven must understand the principles of 3 and 5. Lords, by examining changes throughout past and present, thoroughly observing temporal transformations, and discerning their subtleties and coarsenesses. The discipline of celestial phenomenon is complete. By examining changes through past and present, thoroughly observing temporal transformations, and discerning their subtleties and coarsenesses, the discipline of celestial phenomena is complete. When the Green Emperor practices virtue, heaven's gate opens for him. When the Red Emperor practices virtue, heaven's prison becomes empty. When the Yellow Emperor practices virtue, the heavenly calamities rise in response. Winds coming from the northwest must occur on Geng or Xin days. In one autumn, if the wind arrives 5 times, a general pardon will be issued. 3 arrivals mean a minor pardon. When the White Emperor practices virtue on the 20th or 21st day of the first lunar month, if a lunar halo forms around the moon and encircles it, this is often followed by a general pardon. This is said to signify the presence of the great sun. One record says, When the White Emperor practices virtue, the constellations Bi and Mao form a surrounding pattern around it. If this encircling lasts for 3 evenings, then virtue is fulfilled. If it does not last 3 evenings, or the surrounding pattern is incomplete, virtue remains unfulfilled. Secondly, if a celestial formation encircles at the hour of Qian, that is 7 to 9 p.m., it will not extend beyond the 10-day cycle. When the Black Emperor practices virtue, Heaven's gate stirs in response. When Heaven itself manifests virtue, the Son of Heaven will change the era name. If virtue is lacking, winds and rains shatter stone. The 3 powers and the 3 balances are the heavenly court. When a guest star appears in the heavenly court, there will be an unusual decree. A sovereign establishes regulations and laws, sets standards for all things and their rules. Everything is based on the 6 laws, which are the fundamental basis of all affairs. It is especially important for weapons and military equipment, hence the saying, observing the enemy reveals auspiciousness or misfortune. Hearing sounds indicates victory or defeat, which has been an unchanging principle among all past rulers. King Wu of Zhou attacked King Zhou, blowing the pitch pipes to listen to sounds, and deduced from early spring up to late winter. Despite the mingling of killing qi, or vital energy, the tone still remained in gong. Like sounds follow each other. This is the natural order of things, so what is there to find strange? Warfare is something that sage rulers use to punish the strong and violent, pacify a chaotic world, level obstacles, and rescue those in peril. Even beasts with teeth or horns that clash when provoked will fight back, so how much more so for human beings, who harbour emotions of like and dislike, joy and anger. Joy gives rise to affection. Anger brings about harmful actions. This is the nature of human emotion. In ancient times, Emperor Huangdi waged the Battle of Zhou in order to quell a conflagration. Zhuan had the campaign against Gong to eliminate water disasters. King Cheng Tong launched a campaign at Nanshao in order to eradicate chaos under the Shah. Successive dynasties rise and fall. Those who win take control, a mandate bestowed by heaven. After that, distinguished individuals arose in succession. The Jin state employed Jiao Fan, Qi employed Prince Wang Zi, Yu employed Sun Wu. They clarified military regulations and ensured rewards and punishments were always carried out with integrity. As a result, they became dominant among feudal lords, annexing territories of rival states. Although their achievements did not reach the level of the oaths and proclamations of the 3 dynasties, Xia, Shang and Zhou, yet these individuals gained personal prestige and honoured their rulers, achieving great renown in their time. Can this not be called glorious? How could this be compared to the shallow scholars of later generations, who are ignorant of major considerations and fail to weigh what is important? They foolishly claim that moral influence alone should prevail and oppose the use of military force. As a result, at best, their rulers suffer humiliation and lose territory. At worst, they face violations and weakening, yet these scholars stubbornly adhere to such views without change. Whipping and corporal punishment cannot be abolished in the family. Punishments cannot be disregarded from the state. Punitive campaigns cannot be abandoned on a national scale. The difference lies only in whether they are applied skillfully or clumsily, and whether the implementation is appropriate or misguided. King Ji of Xia and King Zhou of Yin could wrestle with wolves and jackals, their feet swift enough to match 4 galloping horses. Their bravery was certainly not slight. They won 100 battles, subduing feudal lords through fear. Their authority was by no means weak. The second emperor of Qin stationed troops in useless locations, and engaged in continuous military campaigns on the frontiers. His strength was by no means weak. He incurred resentment from the Xiongnu, and entangled himself in troubles with Yue. His power was by no means scarce, but when their might was exhausted and power reached its extreme, common people from the lanes and alleys became enemies of the state. The fault lay in their insatiable pursuit of military conquest and their unceasing desire for gain. Emperor Gaozu gained control over the entire empire, with 3 frontiers beyond its borders. Although kings of major states claimed to be vassal allies, their loyalty as subjects was not yet complete. At that time, Emperor Gaozu grew weary of military affairs, and there were also strategies proposed by Xiaohe and Zhang Liang. Therefore, he ceased warfare for a period of rest, relying on loose control without full preparedness. Until the reign of Emperor Xiaowen, General Chen-Wu and others proposed, Nan Yue and Chao Qian have been subject since the time of the unified Qin dynasty. Later they amassed troops to block strategic passes, hesitating and watching for opportunities. At Emperor Gaozu's time, the empire had been just pacified, and the people enjoyed a slight sense of peace. It was not yet possible to launch another military campaign. Now your Majesty shows benevolence and kindness in governing the people, bestowing grace upon all within the seas. It is appropriate to take advantage of the soldiers' and civilians' willingness to serve and launch a campaign against rebellious factions to consolidate the borders. Emperor Xiaowen said, I am capable of wearing official robes and hats, but I have not thought about this. During the turmoil of the Lu clan, meritorious ministers and members of the royal family jointly occupied positions without shame or disgrace. I have always been trembling with fear, worrying that affairs might not be brought to a successful conclusion. Moreover, arms are dangerous instruments. Even if one achieves what is desired, their use still causes exhaustion and suffering. How much more so for the people in distant regions? Furthermore, my late father, Emperor, knew that overburdening the people was not advisable, and therefore did not consider it a priority. How can I claim to be capable myself? Now the Xiongnu have invaded internally, military officials have achieved no merit, and border civilians, fathers and sons, have borne arms for a long time. I often feel deeply moved with great sorrow and pain, never forgetting it on any day. Now we have not been able to eliminate the threat. I wish for now to strengthen our borders and establish outposts, foster peace through envoys, and bring tranquility to the northern frontier. This would be a great achievement. I wish for now to strengthen our borders and establish outposts, foster peace through envoys, and bring tranquility to the northern frontier. This would be a great achievement. And do not discuss military matters. Thus, the common people were freed from burdens both within and beyond the borders, able to rest their shoulders on tilling fields. The empire became prosperous, with grain so abundant that it cost only 10 or more coins per measure. Roosters crowed and dogs barked, while smoke and fire stretched for thousands of miles. Can this not be described as a time of harmony and happiness? The grand historian Sima Qian said, during Emperor Wendi's reign, when the empire had just emerged from turmoil and fire, the people were content with their work. Because he followed the people's desires without disturbance or disruption, the common folk thus found peace. Even men in their 60s and 70s had never gone to marketplaces. They roamed about and played like children. This was indeed the kind of virtuous gentleman praised by Confucius. The Book of Documents says 7 standards and 28 lodgings. Pitch pipes and the calendar system are how heaven communicates the chi of the 5 elements and 8 correct directions, and through which heaven brings all things to maturity. The lodgings refer to where the sun and moon reside. Lodgings mean the dispersion of chi. The Feng of Buzhou resides to the northwest, presiding over life and death. Dongbi is located east of the Feng of Buzhou, responsible for opening up vital energy and directing it towards the east, up to Yingxi. Yingxi is in charge of nurturing the yang qi within the womb and giving birth to it. To the east up to Wei. Wei means collapse. It refers to the decline of yang qi, hence it is called Wei. This corresponds to the 10th month, where the pitch pipe Ying Zhong is in tune. Ying Zhong signifies yang qi's repose, but it does not yet take action. It corresponds to high among the 12 earthly branches. High means comprehensive or complete. It indicates that yang qi is stored underground, hence it is comprehensive. The Feng of Guangmou resides in the north. Guangmou means that yang qi is below, and yin suppresses yang's expansion. Thus it is called Guangmou. To the east up to Shu. Shu means capable of being full or empty. It indicates that yang qi in winter culls and hides within emptiness. On the day of the winter solstice, one yin descends to hide, while one yang ascends to expand. Thus it is called Shu. To the east up to Shan Yu. It means that all things are in a state of transformation, where yin and yang qi have not yet separated but still interact closely. Thus it is called Shan Yu. This corresponds to the 11th month, where the pitch pipe Huan Zhong is in tune. Huan Zhong signifies yang qi emerging from the yellow springs below. It corresponds to Zi among the 12 earthly branches. Zi means nourishment. Nourishment refers to the idea that all things grow and develop from below. It corresponds to Ren and Gui among the 10 heavenly stems. Ren means to bear or to carry, indicating that yang qi supports and nurtures all things from below. Gui means measure or assess, signifying that all things can be measured, hence it is called Gui. To the east up to Qian-Yu. Qian-Yu means that yang qi draws all things outward, bringing them forth. Niu means emerge or break through, indicating that although the earth may be frozen, life can still break through and grow. Niu refers to ploughing and planting, cultivating all things. To the east up to Jianxiang. Jianxiang means establishing all living things. This corresponds to the 12th month, where the pitch pipe Dali is in tune. Dali means it corresponds to Chu, among the 12 earthly branches. Tiaofeng resides in the northeast, presiding over the bringing forth of all things. Tiao means to regulate and bring forth all things orderly, hence it is called Tiaofeng. To the south up to Ji. Ji means that the roots of all things spread out like a chessboard, hence it is called Ji. This corresponds to the 1st month, when the pitch pipe Tai Chu is in tune. Tai Chu means that all things sprout and grow together, hence it is called Tai Chu. It corresponds to Yin among the 12 earthly branches. Yin means that all things begin to sprout in a worm-like manner, hence it is called Yin. To the south up to Wei, meaning that all things first grow like tails. To the south up to Xin, meaning that when all things begin to grow, they have a blooming heart or core. To the south up to Fang. Fang means doorway, indicating that all things have their gateways. When they reach the door, they emerge outward. Mingshu Feng resides in the east. Mingshu means that all things become clearly visible and fully emerge. This corresponds to the second month when the pitch pipe XiaoJing is in tune. XiaoJing means that yin and yang intermingle closely. It corresponds to Mao among the 12 earthly branches. Mao means luxuriant, indicating that all things flourish and grow abundantly. It corresponds to Jia and Ji among the 10 heavenly stems. Jia means that all things break through their shells or husks to emerge. Yi means that all things grow with a rustling sound. To the south up to D. D means that all things arrive or reach their fullness. To the south up to Kang. Kang means that all things become predominant and visible. To the south up to Jiao. Jiao means that all things have branches or structures resembling horns. This corresponds to the third month, when the pitch pipe Gu Qian is in tune. Gu Qian means that all things are cleansed and given new life. It corresponds to Chen among the 12 earthly branches. Chen means that it is time when all things emerge and become active. The Qingsheng wind resides in the southeast, governing the blowing of winds that carry all things westward, up to Zhen. Zhen means that all things grow increasingly large and appear vigorous and thriving, to the west up to Yi. Yi means that all things possess wings or feathers. This corresponds to the fourth month, when the pitch pipe Zhonglu is in tune. Zhonglu means that all things complete their journey and move westward. It corresponds to Si among the 12 earthly branches. Si means that the yang energy has reached its fullness and now is complete. To the west up to Qixing. Qixing means that yang numbers are complete at 7, hence it is called Qixing. To the west up to Zhang. Zhang means that all things expand and stretch outward. To the west up to Zhu. Zhu means that all things begin to wane and yang energy descends downward, hence it is called Zhu. This corresponds to the fifth month, when the pitch pipe Rawabin is in tune. Rawabin means that yin energy is young and weak, hence it is called Rawa. Yang energy wanes and no longer governs affairs, so it is called Bin. The Jingfeng wind resides in the south. Jing means that yang energy reaches its end, hence it is called Jingfeng. It corresponds to Wu among the 12 earthly branches. Wu means that yin and yang intersect, hence it is called Wu. It corresponds to Bing and Ding among the 10 heavenly stems. Bing means that Yang's path becomes predominant and clear, hence it is called Bing. Ding means the time when all things reach their vigorous prime, hence it is called Ding. To the west up to Hu. Hu means that all things begin to wither and approach death. To the west up to Lang. Lang means that all things can be measured and cut, hence it is called Lang. The Liangfeng wind resides in the southwest, governing the earth. Earth means to sink and deprive all things of their energy. This corresponds to the 6th month, when the pitch pipe Linzhong is in tune. Linzhong means that all things approach death and appear in a withering state. It corresponds to Wei among the 12 earthly branches. Wei means that all things have matured and possess flavour or substance. To the north up to Fa. Fa means that all things' energy is depleted and they can be cut down or punished. To the north up to Shen. Shen means that all things can be compared or measured, hence it is called Shen. This corresponds to the 7th month, where the pitch pipe Yi-Zi is in tune. Yi-Zi means that yin energy harms and damages all things. It corresponds to Shen among the 12 earthly branches. Shen means that yin takes charge, and it harms all things. Hence it is called Shen. To the north up to Zhu. Zhu means contact, indicating that all things come into contact with death. Hence it is called Zhu. To the north up to Liu. Liu means that yang energy lingers and decays. Hence it is called Liu. This corresponds to the 8th month, where the pitch pipe Nanlu is in tune. Nanlu means that yang energy retreats and enters storage. It corresponds to Yu among the 12 earthly branches. Yu means that all things have aged, hence it is called Yu. The Changhe wind resides in the west. Chang means to lead or initiate. He means to store away or conceal. It indicates that yang energy leads to all things, and they are concealed in the yellow springs, that is the underworld. It corresponds to Gen and Sin among the 10 heavenly stems. Geng means that yin energy strengthens all things, hence it is called Geng. Xin means the time when all things experience a sharp or intense growth phase, hence it is called Xin. To the north up to Wei. Wei means that yang energy is about to be stored and all things appear as if they are being contained or gathered, hence it is called Wei. To the north up to Lu. Lu means calling all things inward, drawing them in. To the north up to Kui. Kui means it governs poison, stings, and kills all things. It stores them away, as Kui does. This corresponds to the 9-month, where the pitch pipe Wu Yi is in tune. Wu Yi means that yin energy has become dominant and active, while yang energy has no remainder, hence it is called Wu Yi. It corresponds to Shu, among the 12 earthly branches. Shu means that all things have perished completely, hence it is called Shu. Pitch pipe numbers. 81, that is 9 times 9, is used as the fundamental tone in gong. 1/3 of it is subtracted, leaving 54 to be used as zi. 1/3 of the remainder is added, making 72 for shang. 1/3 of it is subtracted again, leaving 48 to be used as yu. 1/3 of the remainder is added once more, making 64 for jiao. Huanzhong measures 8 sun and 1/7 of a fen in length. It corresponds to gong. Dalu is 7 sun, 5 fen, and 2/3, that is 1/3, 2 of a fen long. Tai Tzu measures 7 sun, 10 7 fen, and 2 parts in length. It corresponds to jiao. Jiao Hong is 6 sun, 7 or 1 fen, and 1/3 of a fen long. Gu Qian measures 6 sun, 10 or 7 fen, and 4 parts in length. It corresponds to yu. Zhonglu is 5 sun, 9 fen, and 2/3 of a fen long. It corresponds to zi. Ruibin measures 5 sun, 6 fen, and 2/3 of a fen in length. Linzhong is 5 sun, 10 fen, and 4 parts long. It corresponds to jiao. Yizi measures 5 sun, 2/3 of a fen. It corresponds to shang. Nanlu is 4 sun, 10 fen, and 8 parts long. It corresponds to zi. Wu Yi measures 4 sun, 4 fen, and 2/3 of a fen in length. Ying Zhong is 4 sun, 2 fen, and 2/3 of 1 fen long. It corresponds to yu. The generated Zhong divisions. Zi is 1 fen, Chao is 2/3 of a fen, Yin is 8/9 of a fen, Mao is 16/27 of a fen, Chen is 64/81 of a fen, Si is 128/243 of a fen, Wu is 512/729 of a fen, Wei is 1024/2187 of a fen. Shen is 4,916 6,560 firsts of a fen. Yu is 8,192 10,9,683 parts of a fen. Shu is 32,768 50,009,4 of a fen. Hai is 65,536 17 10,000 7,147 parts of a fen. The method for generating Huanzhong states: for the lower generation, double its actual value and triple its divisor. For the upper generation, quadruple its actual value and triple its rule. Shang is 9, Shang is 8. Yu is 7, Jiao is 6, Gong is 5, Zi is 9, Set is 1, and multiply it by 3 times 9 to obtain the divisor. If the actual value equals the divisor, the length is 1 sun. Whenever 9 sun are obtained, it is called the Gong of Huanzhong. Therefore, it is said that pitch begins with Gong and ends with Jiao. Numbers begin at 1, end at 10, and are completed in 3. The Qi begins with the winter solstice, completes a cycle, and is reborn. The divine originates from nothingness, form arises from existence, form follows number, and form gives rise to sound. Therefore it is said, the divine governs Qi, and Qi conforms to form. When forms are characterized according to their nature, there are things that can be classified together. Some have no form and thus cannot be categorized. Some share the same form and belong to the same category. Categories can be arranged, and categories can be recognized. The sage understands the distinction between heaven and earth, and their knowledge. Therefore, he proceeds from existence to non-existence, thereby attaining subtleties as fine as Qi, and as faint as sound. Yet the sage relies on the divine to preserve it. Even if subtle, its effect must manifest in reality. Those who examine and understand this principle are truly enlightened. Without the sage's mind to harness wisdom, who could preserve the divine of heaven and earth and complete the essence of form? The divine is something that things receive but cannot know or perceive. We cannot see its coming and going. Therefore, the sage reveres it and wishes to preserve it. Only by wishing to preserve it does the divine remain present. Because one wishes to preserve it, nothing is more precious than this. Tai Shi Gong said, therefore, in the rotating armillary sphere with jade balance to regulate the 7 officials, that is, the 28 mansions of heaven and earth, 10 mothers, 12 sons, the pitch standards have been regulated since ancient times, establishing pitch standards, regulating calendars, and creating measures of days are things that can be relied upon for measurement, to align with symbols and seasons, to harmonize the way and virtue. This is what is meant by this. Since ancient times, emperors who received the mandate of heaven have never failed to perform the Feng Shan sacrifices. There may be those who assume power without corresponding omens, but there has never been an emperor who witnessed auspicious signs and did not proceed to Mount Tai. Even if an emperor received the mandate but his achievements were insufficient, or even if he reached Mount Liang Fu, but his virtue was not universally harmonious, or harmony was achieved, yet daily affairs left no time to spare, therefore such matters are rarely pursued. The classic says, if rites are not practiced for 3 years, the rites will surely be abandoned. If music is not performed for 3 years, music will certainly fall into disrepair. In times of prosperity in each generation, the Feng Shan sacrifices are conducted as a response. When decline sets in, they cease. Those who were distant span more than 1,000 years, and those closer in time span several hundred years. Therefore, their rituals are now lost and forgotten, and the details cannot be recorded or heard of. The Shangshu says, Shun used the Xuanji Yu Heng to regulate the 7 political affairs. He thus presented offerings to Shangdi, made sacrifices of incense to the 6 ancestors, observed the mountains and rivers, and honoured all deities. He collected the 5 symbols of authority, selected an auspicious month and day, presented them to the 4 peaks and their regional governors, and then returned the symbols. In the 2nd month of the year, he conducted an eastern inspection tour, and arrived at Taizong, or Mount Tai. He made sacrificial offerings and paid homage to the mountains and rivers in order of rank. He then met with the eastern vassals. The Dongho refers to the feudal lords. He harmonised the months and fixed the days, standardised the pitch pipes, measurements, and weights and measures, revised the 5 rites, and presented tribute consisting of 5 kinds of jade, 3 pieces of silk, 2 live animals, and 1 dead animal. Long in the 5th month he conducted an inspection tour of Nanyue, the southern peak. Nanyue is Hengshan Mountain. In the 8th month he conducted an inspection tour and arrived at Shiyue, the western peak. Shiyue is Huashan Mountain. In the 11th month he conducted an inspection tour arriving at Baiyue, the northern peak. Baiyue is Hengshan Mountain. The rites performed at all these places were the same as those conducted at Taizong. Zhongyue is Songao Mountain, or Mount Song. An inspection tour was conducted once every 5 years. Yu followed this practice. 14 generations later, when Emperor Kongjia came to power, he indulged in immoral conduct and favoured the gods. As a result, the deities became disrespectful, and 2 dragons left him. 3 generations after that, King Tang attacked Ji. He wished to replace the Shang altar of the Xia dynasty, but could not do so, and thus composed a text called Xia Shi. 8 generations later, when Emperor Taipu came to power, a mulberry and millet plant grew in the court. By morning it had grown large enough for 2 people to embrace it, causing great alarm. Yi Ji said, Omens of evil cannot overcome virtue. Taipu cultivated virtue, and the mulberry and millet plants died. Yi Ji praised Wu Qian. From this time onward began the rise of Wu Qian's influence. 14 generations later, Emperor Wu Ding appointed Fu Yue as his prime minister. The Yin dynasty revived, and was known as XiaoJing. A pheasant climbed onto the ear of a tripod cauldron and called out, causing Wu Ding to be alarmed. Zhu Ji said, Cultivate virtue. Wu Ding followed his advice, and thus the throne remained in lasting peace. 5 generations later, Emperor Wu Yi disrespected the gods and was struck by lightning to death. 3 generations later, Emperor Zhou indulged in licentiousness and disorder. King Wu of Zhou attacked him. From this we can see that at the beginning they were always respectful and reverent, but later gradually became careless and neglectful. The Zhou Li says, On the winter solstice, sacrifices are made to heaven at the southern suburbs to welcome the arrival of the longest night. On the summer solstice, offerings are made to the 8 deities. In both cases, music and dance are used. Only then can the gods be properly honoured through ritual. The Son of Heaven sacrifices to the famous mountains and great rivers throughout the realm. The 5 peaks are treated with a status equivalent to that of the 3 dukes. the 4 great rivers as equal to feudal lords, while feudal lords sacrifice only to the famous mountains and major rivers within their own territories. The 4 great rivers are the Yangtze River, also called Changjiang, the Yellow River, also called Huanghe, the Huai River, and the Ji River. The Son of Heaven built Ming Tang and Bai Yong. Feudal lords constructed Pangong. After assisting King Cheng, the Duke of Zhou conducted sacrifices at the southern suburbs, offering Hoji as a companion to heaven, and honouring King Wen in the Mingtang Temple, offering him as a counterpart to Shangdi. After assisting King Cheng, the Duke of Zhou conducted sacrifices at the southern suburbs, offering Hoji as a companion to heaven, and honouring King Wen in the Mingtang Temple, offering him as a counterpart to Shangdi. Since Yu's time, the worship of ancestral altars was revived. Hoji cultivated crops and harvests, so there were temples dedicated to Hoji. The practice of sacrifices at the southern suburbs and ancestral altars has a long history. 14 generations after the Zhou dynasty overthrew Yin, each successive generation declined further. Rites and music were abandoned, feudal lords acted with impunity, and King You was defeated by the Qian Rong tribes. The Zhou court then moved east to Luoyi. Duke Xiang of Qin attacked the Rong tribes and rescued the Zhou, thus being first enfeoffed as a feudal lord. After being enfeoffed as a marquis, Duke Xiang of Qin resided in the western frontier. He considered himself the master of Xiaohao and built an altar called Shi Chou to worship the White Emperor. For sacrifices, he used 1 white horse, 1 yellow bull, and 1 ram. 16 years later, Duke Wen of Qin conducted a hunting expedition eastward between the Qian and Wei rivers. Divination indicated that settling there would be auspicious. Duke Wen dreamed of a yellow snake descending from heaven to the ground, with its mouth stopping at Fuyan. Duke Wen asked Shi Dan about it. Dan said, "This is a sign from Shangdi. You should build an altar to worship it." Thus they built the Fuchao altar and used 3 sacrificial animals for sacrifices to the White Emperor at the southern suburbs. Before the Fuchao altar was built, there had already been an old Yu Yang Wo Chao altar near Yong. To the east of Yong was Hao Chao. All these were abandoned and no longer used for sacrifices. Temples established by alchemists were independently managed by their founders. When these individuals died, the shrines ceased to be maintained and were no longer overseen by official ritual officials. Some say, since ancient times, Yongzhou has been high and elevated, a favoured place for deities. Therefore, altars were established there to worship Shangdi at the southern suburbs, and all temples of various gods are gathered there. It is said that sacrifices were once conducted during the time of Huangdi. Even in late Zhou times, they still performed sacrifices there. These accounts are not found in classical texts, and are not mentioned by learned officials. 9 years after the Fuchao altar was established, Duke Wen obtained a stone said to resemble an oracle bone. He built an altar in Bei Ben Cheng of Chen Sang to worship it. Sometimes the deity did not appear for a whole year. Sometimes it came several times in 1 year. When it arrived, it was often at night. Its light resembled that of a shooting star, coming from the southeast and gathering over the altar city. It appeared like a rooster, its sound echoing through the clouds, causing wild pheasants to call out during the night. They offered 1 set of sacrificial animals in worship, and called it Chen Bao. 78 years after the Fu Chao was established, when Duke Di of Qin came to power, divination advised that he should settle in Yong. The oracle said, "Later generations will drink horse water from the Yellow River," so he made Yong his capital. From this time onwards, all temples and altars in Yong flourished. 300 sacrificial offerings were conducted at Fu Chao. An altar for worshipping Fu was built. Dogs were sacrificed at the 4 gates of the city to ward off plagues and calamities which were caused by witchcraft. Duke Di reigned for 2 years before dying. 4 years later, Duke Xiaowen of Qin built the Mi Chao altar in Weinan to worship the Green Emperor. 14 years later, when Duke Miao of Qin ascended the throne, he fell ill and lay in bed for 5 days without regaining consciousness. When he awoke, he said that he had dreamed of Shang Di, who commanded Duke Miao to bring peace to the chaos in Jin. The court historians recorded and stored it in the archives. Later generations all said that Duke Miao of Qin had ascended to heaven. Guanzhong said, "In ancient times, 72 rulers performed the Fengshan sacrifices on Mount Tai and Mount Liangfu, but I have records of only 12 of them." In antiquity, Wu Huaishi conducted the Fengshan rites at Mount Tai, performing the sacrifice at Yanyan. Shen Nong performed the Fengshan rites on Mount Tai and conducted the sacrifice at Yanyan. Yandi conducted the Fengshan sacrifice on Mount Tai, performing his ritual at Yanyan. Huangdi performed the Fengshan rites on Mount Tai and conducted the sacrifice at Ting Ting. Zhuanshu conducted the Fengshan sacrifice on Mount Tai, performing his ritual at Yanyan. Daikao performed the Fengshan rites on Mount Tai and conducted the sacrifice at Yanyan. Yao conducted the Fengshan sacrifice on Mount Tai, performing the ritual at Yanyan. Shun performed the Fengshan rites on Mount Tai and conducted the sacrifice at Yanyan. Yu conducted the Fengshan sacrifice on Mount Tai, performing his rite at Kawaiji. Tang performed the Fengshan rites on Mount Tai and conducted the sacrifice at Yanyan. King Cheng of Zhou performed the Fengshan sacrifices on Mount Tai, conducting his rite at Shishao. All these rulers received their mandate before they were able to perform the Fengshan rites. Duke Huan said, "I led a northern campaign against the Shanrong, passing through Guzhou. I waged war against the Daxia, crossed the Lusha Desert, tethered my horses and suspended my chariots. Ascending Mount Bai'er, I marched south to Xiaoling and climbed Xiong Mountain to overlook the Yangtze and Han rivers. I convened 3 military parliaments with war chariots and 6 diplomatic assemblies with ceremonial carriages, united the feudal lords 9 times, and once restored order to all under heaven. No lord dared defy me. In ancient times, when the 3 dynasties received their mandate, what was there that differed from this?" At this, Guanzhong realised that Duke Huan could not be dissuaded by words alone, and therefore presented him with a practical matter. He said, "In ancient times, the Fengshan sacrifices required the millet from Gaoshang and the grain from Baili as symbols of abundance. The three-ridge reed grass growing between the Yangtze and Hawaii rivers was used to make sacrificial mats. The one-eyed fish from the East Sea and the 2-winged birds from the West Sea arrived, and then 15 other things came without being summoned. Now, the phoenix and chilin do not appear, auspicious grains do not grow, while ragweed and thorny grasses flourish. Owls and hawks visit frequently. Under such circumstances, how can one dare to perform the Fengshan sacrifice? Is it not impossible? Thus, Duke Huan abandoned his plan. In this year, Duke Miao of Qin welcomed XiaoJing into the state of Jin. After that, he placed 3 successive rulers on the throne of Jin and restored peace to the chaos. Duke Miao reigned for 39 years before dying. More than 100 years later, Confucius discussed the 6 arts and briefly mentioned that over 70 kings who changed dynasties had performed the Fengshan sacrifices on Mount Tai and the sacrifice at Mount Liangfu. However, the details of their sacrificial rites were not clearly recorded, making it difficult to speak about them in detail. Someone asked Confucius about the ritual of Di, and Confucius said, "I do not know. If one understands the ritual of Di, then governing the world would be as easy as looking at the palm of one's hand." The Book of Songs says, "When King Zhou was on the throne, Duke Wen Wang received his mandate, yet his authority did not reach Mount Tai. King Wu defeated Jin 2 years later, but before peace had been restored to the world, he died. It was not until King Sheng of Zhou that virtue permeated the realm and approached perfection. His Fengshan sacrifice came close to being appropriate. Later, when subordinate ministers held power, Ji performed a sacrificial rite at Mount Tai, and Confucius criticized him for it. At that time, Zhang Hong was advising King Ling of Zhou in matters of ritual. The feudal lords no longer paid homage to the Son of Heaven, and the power of Zhou had waned. Therefore, Zhang Hong emphasized rituals involving spirits and deities, establishing a ceremony known as Shi Li Lu. The Li Lu refers to the feudal lords who did not come to pay homage. He relied on strange and supernatural phenomenon in an attempt to bring the feudal lords back into submission. The feudal lords did not comply, and eventually the people of Jin captured and killed Zhang Hong. From then on, those in Zhou who spoke about strange or supernatural matters began with Zhang Hong. More than 100 years later, Duke Ling of Qin established the Shangji at Wuyang to worship the Yellow Emperor. He also established the Xiaoji to worship the Yan Emperor. 48 years later, Zhou Taishi Dan met Duke Qian of Qin and said, "The state of Qin will first reunite with the House of Zhou. After they part ways again, in 500 years, they shall unite once more. 17 years after this union, a hegemon or emperor shall arise." Reign of Gold fell in Linyang. Duke Qian of Qin, believing this to be an auspicious omen of gold, therefore established a sacrificial site at Qi in Linyang and worshipped the White Emperor. 120 years later, Qin destroyed Zhou, and the 9 tripods of Zhou were brought into Qin. Some say that when the sacred altar at Taichao Song was destroyed, the tripods sank beneath the Sea River near Pengcheng. 115 years later, Qin unified all under heaven. After Emperor Qin Shi Huang had united the world and declared himself emperor, some said, "The Yellow Emperor received the virtue of earth. Yellow dragons and earthworms appeared." The Xia dynasty received the virtue of wood. A green dragon stopped in the suburbs, and grasses and trees flourished abundantly. The Yin dynasty received the virtue of metal. Silver overflowed from the mountains. The Zhou dynasty received the virtue of fire, marked by the appearance of red crows. Now that Qin has replaced Zhou, it is the time of the water virtue. In the past, Duke Wen of Qin went hunting and captured a black dragon. This was an omen of the virtue of water. Thus, Qin renamed the Yellow River Desui, took the 10th month of winter as the beginning of the year, favoured black in colour, used 6 as a standard for measurement, emphasised the musical pitch Da Li, and governed by strict legalism. 3 years after ascending to the imperial throne, Emperor Qin Shi Huang toured the eastern commanderies and counties, made sacrifices at Zhou Mountain, and composed an ode praising the achievements of Qin. At that time, he summoned 70 Confucian scholars and doctors from Qi and Lu to Mount Tai's foot. Some of the Confucian scholars argued, in ancient times, for the Fengshan sacrifices, simple wicker carts were used to avoid damaging the soil, stones, and vegetation on the mountain. The ground was swept for sacrifice, and mats made of reeds were used to signify that it was easy to follow. Emperor Qin Shi Huang heard these conflicting opinions and found them difficult to implement. Thus he dismissed the Confucian scholars. He then cleared the road for his carriage, ascending from the southern slope of Mount Tai to its summit. There he erected stone inscriptions praising Emperor Qin Shi Huang's virtue, and declaring that he had earned the right to perform the Fengshan ceremony. He descended from the northern slope of the mountain, performing the Chanshan sacrifice at Mount Liangfu. The rituals were somewhat based on those used by the Grand Priest in worshipping heaven at Yong, but the details of the offerings and burials were kept secret, so they could not be recorded for posterity. When Emperor Qin Shi Huang ascended Mount Tai, he encountered a sudden storm and heavy rain on the middle slope, and took shelter under a large tree. After being dismissed, the Confucian scholars were not allowed to participate in the Fengshan ritual. Upon hearing that Emperor Qin Shi Huang had encountered a storm and rain, they criticised him. Thus, Emperor Qin Shi Huang proceeded to tour the eastern coast by sea, performing sacrifices at famous mountains and great rivers, as well as the 8 deities in search of immortals such as Qian men. The 8 deities have been venerated since ancient times. Some say they were established by Duke Tai Gong onwards. The state of Qi was renamed Qi because it was associated with the heavenly deity Tianqi. The origins of their worship have been lost to history, and no one knows when they began. The 8 deities. The first was Tianzhu, worshipped at Tianqi. Tianqi is a deep spring of water located beneath the southern suburbs of Linji Mountain. The second was Daizhu, worshipped at Mount Tai and Mount Liangfu. It is said that heaven favours the shady. Thus, sacrifices to it must be conducted at the base of high mountains and on small hills above them. Such cities were called Ji. Earth values brightness, therefore sacrifices to Earth must take place at a round altar in the middle of a marsh or a lake. The third was Bingzhu, worshipped as Qi-Yo. Qi-Yo's shrine is located in Jianxiang, Dongping-Lu, which lies on the western borders of Qi. The fourth was Yinzhu, worshipped at Sanshan. The fifth was Yangzhu, worshipped at Zifu Island. The sixth was Yuezhu, worshipped at Liaoshan Mountain. All of these deities were located in the northern part of Qi, bordering Bohai Sea. The seventh was Rizhu, worshipped at Changshan Mountain. Changshan protrudes into the sea like a ladle and is located in the northeastern corner of Qi, where it faces the rising sun. The eighth was Shizhu, worshipped at Langya. Langya lies to the east of Qi and is considered the place where each year begins. Each deity was worshipped with one sacrificial set, but priests and shamans made their own additions or omissions, resulting in varied rituals and offerings of jade and cloth. During the reigns of Duke Wei and Duke Xuan of Qi, followers of Zhou Zi discussed and recorded the theory of the 5 virtues cycle from beginning to end. When Qin became emperor, people from Qi presented this theory to him. Thus Emperor Qin Shi Huang adopted it. Later Song Wuji, Zheng Bo Qiao, Chong Shang, and Xian Men Gao were all from Yan. They practiced the way of the immortals through alchemy and transformation, relying on supernatural and spiritual matters. Zhou became prominent among the feudal lords by expounding on the theory of yin-yang and cosmic cycles. However, those alchemists from Yan and Qi along the coast who transmitted its teachings could not fully grasp it. From then on, a large number of strange eccentrics and flatterers emerged, too numerous to count. Since the time of Duke Wei, Duke Xuan, and King Zhou of Yan, envoys were sent into the sea in search of Peng Lai, Fang Zhang, and Jing Zhou. These three divine mountains are said to be located in Bohai Sea, not far from the human world, but when misfortune was about to strike, the ships would suddenly be carried away by strong winds. It is said that some people had actually reached these islands, where immortals and the elixir of eternal life were to be found. The animals and beasts there were all white in colour, and palaces and gates were made of gold and silver. Before reaching them, they appeared like clouds on the horizon, but upon arrival, it turned out that the three divine mountains were actually submerged beneath the water. Whenever one approached them closely, strong winds would suddenly arise and carry the ship away. No one was ever able to reach them. No ruler of the age failed to be deeply eager for this. When Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified all under heaven and came to the sea, alchemists spoke endlessly about these matters. Emperor Qin Shi Huang believed that by coming to the seaside he might still be too late, so he sent people with young boys and girls into the sea in search of them. The ships were caught at sea by strong winds, and all claimed that they had not yet reached the divine mountains, but had merely glimpsed them from afar. The following year, Emperor Qin Shi Huang once again toured by the sea, reaching Langya, passing Mount Heng, and returning via Shangdang. 3 years later he travelled to Jishi, examined the alchemists who had gone into the sea searching for immortality, and returned via Shangjian. 5 years later, Emperor Qin Shi Huang travelled south into Xingshan, and then ascended Qiaoji Mountain. He followed the coast of the sea in hopes of encountering the miraculous elixirs of the three divine islands in the ocean. He failed to find them and, while returning, died at Xiaochao. In the first year of his reign, Second Emperor Qin Shi toured eastwards to Jishi and followed the southern coast of the sea. He passed Mount Tai and arrived at Qiaoji Mountain, where he performed sacrifices and inscribed new texts beside the stone steels erected by Emperor Qin Shi Huang in order to highlight the achievements and virtue of his predecessor. That autumn, the feudal lords rebelled against Qin. 3 years later, the second emperor was assassinated. 12 years after the Fengshan ceremony of Qin Shi Huang, the state of Qin fell. The Confucian scholars resented the Qin for burning books and suppressing literature, while the common people hated its laws. The whole world rebelled against it. All spread rumours saying, when Emperor Qin Shi Huang went to Mount Tai, he was struck by a violent storm and could not perform the Fengshan ceremony. Is this not exactly what is meant by those who attempt such matters without possessing the virtue to do so? In ancient times, the capitals of the three dynasties were all located between the Yellow River and the Luo River. Therefore, Songgao Mountain was regarded as the central sacred mountain, while the 4 sacred mountains corresponded to their respective directions, and the 4 great rivers were all situated in Shandong. When Qin declared itself emperor, with its capital at Xianyang, the 5 sacred mountains and 4 great rivers all lay to the east. From the 5 emperors to Qin, dynasties rose and fell. Sacred mountains and great rivers were sometimes under feudal lords or under the Son of Heaven. Their rituals changed with each generation, differing so much that they could not be fully recorded. When Qin unified the world, it ordered officials in charge of sacrifices to regularly worship heaven and earth, sacred mountains and great rivers, as well as spirits and deities that could be systematically arranged. Thus, from XiaoJing to the eastward, there were 5 sacred mountains with sacrificial rites, and 2 great rivers with their own shrines. The first was Taishi Mountain. Taishi is Songgao Mountain, Hengshan, Taishan, Kuajishan, and Xingshan. The rivers were the Ji River and the Hawaii River. In spring, sacrifices of dead meat and wine were offered annually. When the ice melted in ponds, they would perform rites accordingly. In autumn, when rivers dried up or froze, and in winter, when channels became blocked, prayers and sacrificial ceremonies were conducted. The sacrifices used 1 young bull for each offering, with different sets of ritual vessels, jade offerings, and silk gifts for each. From Huashan westward, there were 7 sacred mountains and 4 great rivers. They were Hua Mountain and Boshan. Boshan is Tsuishan, Yueshan, Qishan, Wuyue, Hongzhongshan, and Dushan. Dushan is the Wen Mountain in Shu. The river was the Yellow River, with its shrine located at Linjin. The Mian River worshipped in Hanzhong. Qiaoyuan worshipped at Qiaona. The Yangtze River worshipped in Shu. They also performed spring and autumn rites for thawing or drying rivers and prayers when channels were blocked, just as was done for the sacred mountains and rivers in the east. And each offering used a young bull with different ritual vessels, jade gifts, and silk offerings. Moreover, the 4 great shrines at Hongshan, Qishan, Wuyue, and Yueshan all had sacrificial millet offerings. The Chenbao festival was held for seasonal sacrifices. For the Yellow River, sacrificial millet porridge was added to the offerings. All these were located within the domain of Yongzhou, near the Son of Heaven's capital. Therefore, 1 additional carriage and 4 young horses were added to the offerings. The Ba River, Chan River, Changshui River, Feng River, Lao River, Jing River, and Wei River were not great rivers. However, because they were near Xianyang, they all received sacrificial rites comparable to those of sacred mountains and rivers, but without any additional offerings. The Qian and Luo rivers, along with minor sites such as Mingzi, Puyushan, and Jueshushan, were considered lesser mountains and rivers. They also received annual prayers for blocked channels or thawing ice on rivers, but the rituals did not have to be identical. In Yongzhou there were shrines for the Sun, the Moon, the Sand Star, the Shen Star, the Northern and Southern Dipper constellations, Yingho, that is Mars, Taibei, that is Venus, Suixing, that is Jupiter, Tianxing, that is Saturn, the 28 lunar mansions, that is Chenxing, the wind god, Fengbo, the rain master, Yuxi, the 4 seas, the 9 ministers, the 14 officials, and various other deities such as Jubu, Juyan, and Juchu. There were more than 100 temples in total. To the west, there were also dozens of shrines. At Hulu, there was a shrine for the Zhou Son of Heaven. At Xiaoji, there was a deity of heaven. The Feng and Hao rivers had the Zhou-Ming and Son of Heaven's Bi-Chi pools. At Shidu and Bo, there were shrines to the three Shi-Tzu gods, and a shrine to XiaoJing, and in Yongzhou's Jiang Temple, there was also a Du-Ju deity. Du-Ju, an old Rite general of the Zhou dynasty, was among the smallest deities venerated in Xinjiang. Each was worshipped according to seasonal rites. Only the 4 altars of Yongzhou for the supreme deities were held in the highest reverence, and among them, only Chenbao Shrine had a visible effect on the masses. Therefore, the 4 altars in Yongzhou were used for annual prayers in spring and for thawing ice or drying rivers in autumn. Winter rites were held when channels became blocked. In May, young horses were offered as sacrifices, and during the middle of each season, monthly sacrifices were conducted, and once a year on the Chenbao festival. Red-brown horses were used in spring and summer, while chestnut-coloured ones were used in autumn and winter. 4 young horses were sacrificed at each altar, along with 1 set of wooden figurines of dragons and carts, and another set of wooden cart-horse figures. Each was coloured according to the respective deity's colour. 4 yellow calves and 4 lambs were sacrificed, with jade offerings and silk gifts in specified quantities. All were buried alive, or covered without the use of ritual tables or sacrificial vessels. A grand sacrifice at the suburban altar was held once every 3 years. Qin regarded the 10th month of winter as the beginning of the year, so the Son of Heaven would usually appear at the suburban altar on a certain day in the 10th month to perform rites. He would light torches and offer sacrifices by the side of Xin Yang, while wearing white robes. The procedure followed those described in the ritual classics. The sacrifices at Xinchang and Qizhou were conducted as before, but the Son of Heaven did not personally attend. All these shrines were regularly managed by the Grand Priest, who performed sacrifices according to seasonal rites. As for other sacred mountains and rivers, or various deities and the 8 gods, if the Son of Heaven passed by a site, he would offer sacrifices there, but once he left, no further rites were performed. As for shrines of distant deities in outlying commanderies or counties, the local people themselves conducted sacrifices independently. These were not under the jurisdiction of the Son of Heaven's priestly officials. The priestly officials had secret priests who, whenever disasters or omens occurred, would immediately perform sacrifices and prayers to transfer the misfortune onto the lower ranks. When the Han Dynasty rose to power, Emperor Gaozu, when he was still obscure, once killed a giant serpent. An object said, "This snake is the son of the White Emperor. Its killer is the son of the Red Emperor." When Emperor Gaozu first rose in rebellion, he offered sacrifices at Fengyu. When he captured Pei and became the Lord of Pei, he worshipped Qi and used blood to consecrate drums and banners. He then arrived at Bashi in the 10th month, joined with feudal lords to pacify Xianyang, and was enfeoffed as King of Han. Therefore, he adopted the 10th month as the beginning of the new year, with red being the favoured colour. In the 2nd year, when he marched east to attack Xiangji, and then returned through the pass, he asked, which of the former Qin dynasty's supreme deities was worshipped at this altar? The reply was, there were 4 deities, shrines for the white, blue, yellow, and red emperors. Emperor Gaozu said, "I have heard that heaven has 5 emperors, but there are only 4 here. Why is this so?" No one knew the explanation. At this, Emperor Gaozu said, "I now understand. It is waiting for me to complete the 5. He then established a shrine for the Black Emperor and named it Bai Zhou. The officials in charge conducted the sacrifices, but the emperor did not personally attend. He summoned all former Qin priestly officials and re-established the posts of Grand Priest and Grand Minister, following their original ritual procedures. He also ordered that each county establish a communal shrine for public sacrifices. An edict was issued. "I greatly value religious rites and hold them in deep reverence. Now, the sacrifices to the supreme deity, as well as sacred mountains, rivers, and other deities that should be worshipped, must all be conducted according to their proper seasons with rituals just as before." 4 years later, when the empire had been pacified, an edict was issued to the Grand Historian, ordering Feng to carefully maintain Fen Yu Shi, and to offer sacrifices with sheep and pigs on a regular basis in all 4 seasons. He ordered the priestly officials to establish a shrine for Chai Yo in Chang'an. Chang'an was assigned priestly officials, female shamans, and their shrines. The Liang witches worshipped heaven, earth, the sacred earth of heaven, the heavenly water, and sites such as Fangzhong and Tangshan. The Jin witches worshipped the 5 emperors, Dongzhen, Yanzhongzhen, Siming, Wu Shi, Wu Si, clansmen, Xian Shui, and others. The Qin witches worshipped Shi Ju, Wu Bao, Tsu Lei, and other deities. The Jing witches worshipped Tang Sha, Wu Xian, Si Ming, Shi Mi Mi, and others. And the Jiu Tian witches worshipped the 9 heavens. All these deities were venerated with seasonal rites inside the palace. The river witches offered sacrifices to the Yellow River at Linjin, while those of Nanshan worshipped Nanshan in Qinzhong. Qinzhong refers to Emperor Shi. Each had its designated month and day. 2 years later, some said that with the rise of the Zhou, the city of Tai was established, and a shrine to Hoji was built. To this day, sacrifices are offered there throughout the empire. At that time, Emperor Gaozu issued an edict to the Grand Historian, "Order all commander estates and counties to establish shrines for Ling Xing. Sacrifices with oxen must be conducted regularly according to seasonal rites." In spring of the 10th year of Emperor Gaozu's reign, officials in charge requested that counties regularly offer sacrifices to Shi Ji, the gods of land and grain, with sheep and pigs during the 2nd month of spring and at the winter solstice. Local communities could conduct their own sacrifices according to their means. The imperial decree stated, "Approved." 18 years later, Emperor Wen Dai ascended the throne. 13 years after his enthronement, he issued an edict. "Now that secret priests transfer misfortunes onto the lower ranks, I find this practice unacceptable. From now on, abolish it. At first, sacred mountains and great rivers belonged to feudal lords. Each lord's priest conducted sacrifices independently, without oversight from the Son of Heaven's officials. After the states of Qi and Huainan were abolished, an order was given for the Grand Priest to conduct seasonal rites at all former sites, as before. In this year, an imperial decree stated, "Since I ascended the throne 13 years ago, thanks to the blessings of our ancestral temples and the gods of the land and grain, peace prevails within the realm, and my people suffer no illnesses. In recent years, harvests have been abundant, yet I am unworthy. How can I deserve such blessings? They are all gifts from the supreme deities and various gods. I have heard that in ancient times those who received blessings for their virtue were expected to repay the merit. I wish to add more shrines and offerings to these deities. The officials in charge proposed adding one carriage for each of the 5 altars at Yongzhou, along with harnesses and all necessary equipment. One set of wooden carts or yu-qi for each of the Xi, Chang and Qi-Zhou altars. 4 yu horses with harnesses and equipment for the Yellow River, Qian Yuan and Han Shui rivers. Add 2 jade offerings each. And for all other shrines, enlarge the altars and courtyards, increasing jade gifts, silk offerings, ritual tablets, and sacrificial vessels, according to their rank. Yet these secret priests attribute blessings solely to me, the Son of Heaven, without involving the common people. From now on, priests must offer sincere reverence and make no requests or prayers. Gongsun Chen of Lu submitted a memorial saying, initially, Qin was granted the water virtue, now Han has received it. Following the cycle of succession, Han should possess the earth virtue. The manifestation of the earth virtue is an appearance of a yellow dragon. Therefore, we should reform the calendar and change the imperial colours. Yellow should be favoured. At that time, Chancellor Zhang Tsang was very fond of music theory and the calendar. He believed Han to be the beginning of the water virtue. Hence the Yellow River's breach at Jindai was its omen. The year should begin in the 10th month of winter. The colour should be black on the outside and red within, corresponding to the virtue. Therefore, Gongsun Chen's statement is incorrect. The proposal was rejected. 3 years later, a yellow dragon appeared in Chengji. Emperor Wen summoned Gongsun Chen and appointed him as a doctor of literature, instructing him, together with the scholars, to draft proposals for reforming the calendar and the imperial colours. That summer, an edict was issued stating, "The divine manifestation of a strange creature appeared in Chengji. It caused no harm to the people, and brought a year of good harvest. I have offered sacrifices at the suburban altars to heaven and various deities. The officials in charge of rites should deliberate, without concealing anything that would trouble me." The officials all said, "In ancient times, the Son of Heaven personally performed sacrifices at the summer suburban altar to worship heaven there. Hence it is called Jiao, or the suburban sacrifice. Thus, in the 4th month of summer, Emperor Wen first performed a suburban sacrifice at the 5 altars in Yongzhou. He wore red garments. The following year, Xin Yuan Ping of Zhou presented himself to the emperor by observing atmospheric signs and said, "To the northeast of Chang'an, there is a divine aura appearing in 5 colours, resembling a person wearing an official headdress. Some say that the northeast is where eastern deities dwell, and the northwest is where western deities are buried. This heavenly omen indicates that we should establish a shrine to heaven in order to align with these signs." Thus, the Wu Yang Temple of the 5 Emperors was built, all under one roof, with a single hall for each emperor. Each side had 5 gates, coloured according to the respective emperor's virtue. The offerings and rituals used at this shrine were also like those of the 5 altars in Yong. In the 4th month of summer, Emperor Wu personally paid homage at the confluence of Ba and Wei rivers to perform a suburban sacrifice for the 5 emperors in Wu Yang. The temple of the 5 emperors faced south towards the Wei River and was connected to the Puji-Go waterway in the north. When sacrificial fires were lit, their flames seemed to shine brightly up into the sky. Thus, Xin Yuanping was honoured as a senior official and received rewards amounting to thousands of gold pieces. He also ordered the doctors of literature and scholars to study the 6 classics, completing a system for royal governance, and planning discussions on imperial tours, sacrifices at Mount Tai, and other rites. Emperor Wen passed through Changmen Gate and saw 5 people on the northern side of the road. He then established an altar for the 5 emperors directly to the north, offering sacrifices with the 5 sets of ritual offerings. The following year, Xin Yuanping sent someone carrying a jade cup and submitted a memorial at the palace gate to present it. Ping claimed that the emperor said, "A divine aura of propitious jade is coming from beneath the palace gates." After examining it, there was indeed a person presenting a jade cup, which was engraved with the words, "Longevity for the Son of Heaven." Ping also claimed, "I have observed the sun shining twice at midday." After a short while, the sun did indeed appear to shine again at midday. Thus, he began to change the 17th year into the 1st year of the new era, and ordered a grand public feast throughout the empire. Ping said, "The Zhou tripod was lost in the Sea River. Now that the Yellow River has overflowed and connected with the sea, I have observed a golden aura of treasure at the northeast of Fenyin. Could it be that the Zhou tripod will emerge? If such an omen appears and is not welcomed, then it will not arrive." Thus, the emperor sent envoys to build a temple in the southern part of Fenyin by the riverbank, intending to perform sacrifices, hoping for the emergence of the Zhou tripod. Someone submitted a memorial reporting that all claims made by Xin Yuanping about divine signs and spirits were fabrications. The emperor ordered officials to investigate Xin Yuanping, who was later executed for his crimes. From then on, Emperor Wen became indifferent to reforming the calendar, imperial colours, and matters concerning divine signs. The temples of Wu Yang and Changmen for the 5 emperors were managed by officials in charge of sacrifices, who ordered seasonal rites without the emperors personally attending. The following year, the Xiongnu repeatedly invaded the borders, prompting military forces to be mobilized for defense. In subsequent years, harvests were poor and yields were low. Several years later, Emperor Jing ascended the throne. For 16 years, officials in charge of rituals continued to perform seasonal sacrifices as before, without any new initiatives, until the present Son of Heaven. When the current emperor first ascended the throne, he was especially reverent towards ancestral and divine sacrifices. In the first year, more than 60 years had passed since the founding of the Han Dynasty. The empire was at peace and prosperous. Scholars and officials all hoped that the Son of Heaven would perform the Fengshan sacrifice and reform the calendar system. The emperor favoured Confucianism, recruiting virtuous and capable men. Zhou Wan and Wang Zhang were appointed as high-ranking ministers for their literary talents, intending to discuss establishing a Ming Tang, or Hall of Illuminations, in the southern part of the capital city to receive feudal lords. They had not yet completed their proposal on imperial tours, Fengshan sacrifices, calendar reforms, and changes in court colours. At that time, Empress Dowager Dao, who favoured Huang Lao Taoist philosophy and disliked Confucianism, had agents secretly investigate Zhou Wan and others for corrupt dealings. When summoned to be investigated, Zhou Wan and Wang Jiang committed suicide. All of their proposed reforms were abandoned. 6 years later, Empress Dowager Dou passed away. The following year, scholars such as Gong Sun Hong were summoned to court. The next year, the current emperor made his first visit to Yongzhou and performed a suburban sacrifice at its 5 altars. Thereafter, he continued to perform such sacrifices every 3 years. At that time, the emperor sought a divine spirit and resided at Taishi Pavilion in Shanglin Park. The divine lord was a woman from Changling, who after the death of her son, claimed to have encountered spirits at the tomb of the Empress Dowager Wanruo. The people of Wanruo built a shrine for her in their village, and many commoners went there to worship. Ping Yuanzhan visited the shrine. Afterwards, his descendants became honoured and prominent. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he offered generous honours and placed her shrine within the palace grounds. It was said that people heard her words but never saw her in person. At this time, Li XiaoJing also presented methods for altar worship, grain cultivation, and longevity to the emperor, who honoured him highly. Li XiaoJing had previously been a retainer of the Marquis Shenzi, in charge of alchemical formulas. He concealed his age and background, often claiming to be 70 years old, and said he could manipulate objects and ward off aging. He travelled widely among the feudal lords, promoting his alchemical methods. He had no wife or children. People heard that he could manipulate objects and achieve immortality, so they gave him gifts. As a result, he always had money, food, and clothing in abundance. Everyone believed that without managing any business or profession, he was still wealthy. Since no one knew where he came from, people became even more convinced and competed to serve him. XiaoJing had a natural talent for alchemy and was skilled at making clever predictions that often proved accurate. Once, while drinking with the Marquis Wuan, there was an elderly man over 90 in attendance. XiaoJing said he had once played and hunted with the old man's grandfather. The elder recalled as a child following his own grandfather to that very place and recognised it. Everyone at the gathering was astonished. When XiaoJing presented himself before the emperor showed him an old bronze vessel and asked about it. XiaoJing said, "This vessel was placed in the Baiming Hall during the 10th year of Duke Huan of Qi's reign. Later, when they examined its inscription, it indeed proved to be a vessel from Duke Huan of Qi." The entire palace was astounded and regarded XiaoJing as a divine being, believing him to be hundreds of years old. XiaoJing told the emperor, "By worshipping the stove god, one can summon objects. Once summoned, cinnabar sand can be transformed into gold. When golden vessels are used for food and drink, longevity increases. With increased longevity, the immortal beings of Penglai in the eastern seas may appear. If one sees them and performs the Fengshan sacrifice, they will achieve immortality. This was how the Emperor Huangdi did it. I once travelled by the sea and met Anshi Sheng, who ate large dates as big as melons. Anshi Sheng was an immortal being who resided in Penglai. He would appear to people when conditions were right and vanish otherwise. Thus, the Son of Heaven began personally worshipping the stove god and sent alchemists into the sea, in search of XiaoJing and others on Penglai. At this time, people started experimenting with cinnabar, sand, and various medicinal ingredients to transform them into gold. After some time, Li Xiaojing fell ill and died. The Son of Heaven believed he had transformed into an immortal and did not die, so he ordered Huang Shui and Shi Kuan-shu to study his alchemical methods. The search for Anshi Shen on Penglai yielded no results, yet many eccentric alchemists from Yan and Qi in the coastal regions continued to come forward with tales of divine matters. Bo native Miao Ji recommended a shrine for Tai Yi, saying, "The most honoured celestial deity is Tai Yi. The assistants of Tai Yi are the 5 emperors." In ancient times, the Son of Heaven offered sacrifices to Tai Yi at the southeast suburban altar in spring and autumn, using a grand sacrifice, or Tai Lao, for 7 days. An altar was built with 8 passageways opened as spiritual paths. Thus, the Son of Heaven ordered the Grand Priest to establish a shrine for Tai Yi in the southeast suburbs of Chang'an, where sacrifices were regularly offered according to Miao Ji's methods. Later, someone submitted a memorial saying, in ancient times, the son of Tianzi offered sacrifices with a grand sacrifice to the 3 ones, Tian Yi, Dai Yi, and Tai Yi, once every 3 years. The Son of Heaven approved this proposal and ordered the Grand Priest to oversee these sacrifices at Miao Ji's Tian Yi altar, following these methods. Later, another person submitted a memorial saying, in ancient times, the Son of Heaven regularly performed sacrificial rites in spring to release burdens. Sacrifices for Huangdi used 1 broken mirror and 1 owl. For Mingyang, a sheep was offered as a sacrifice. For Mohang, 1 green male horse was used. For Tai Yi and Dai Zhang of Xishanzhan, a bull was offered. For Wu Yizhan, dried fish were used, and for the yin-yang envoys, 1 bull was offered. The emperor ordered the officials in charge of sacrifices to follow these methods and perform the rites at a shrine near Miao Ji's Tai Yi altar. Later, in the imperial park, there were white deer. Their hides were used as offerings to manifest auspicious signs, and thus white gold was produced. The following year, during a sacrifice at Yongzhu's suburban altar, a 1-horned beast was captured, resembling a qilin. The officials said, "Your Majesty has sincerely observed the suburban sacrifices. Heaven has responded by bestowing a 1-horned creature, which is presumably a qilin." Therefore, it was presented at the 5 altars of Yongzhu, with an additional bull added to each altar for sacrificial burning. White gold was also granted to feudal lords. These signs and omens harmonized perfectly with heaven's will. At this time, King Jibei believed that the Son of Heaven was about to perform the Fengshan sacrifice. He therefore submitted a memorial offering Mount Tai and its surrounding towns. The emperor compensated him with other counties instead. King Changshan had committed a crime and was exiled. The Son of Heaven granted his younger brother, the thief at Junding, to continue the ancestral rites, and converted Changshan into a commandery. After this, all 5 sacred mountains came under the imperial jurisdiction. The following year, Xiaowen of Qi presented his methods for communicating with spirits and ghosts to the emperor. The emperor had a favoured concubine, Lady Wang. After her death, Xiaowen claimed that by night he could summon the image of Lady Wang and the stove spirit. The Son of Heaven observed them from behind a curtain. Thus, Xiaowen was appointed as General Wen Cheng and received many rewards and gifts. he was treated with the courtesy due to a guest. When Sheng said, "If your majesty wishes to communicate with spirits, the palace and your attire do not resemble those of the divine. Otherwise, spiritual beings will not come. Therefore, they made a chariot decorated with painted clouds and on appropriate days drove it to ward off evil spirits. They also built the Ganshan Palace, in which a central pavilion was constructed. The walls were painted with images of heaven, earth, Tai Yi, and various deities and spirits. Sacrificial implements were placed there to summon heavenly gods. After more than a year, the efficiency of his methods gradually declined, and no divine beings appeared. Then he wrote messages on silk cloth and fed them to a bull, pretending not to know about it, saying that there was something extraordinary in the bull's stomach. After killing the bull and examining its abdomen, they found the silk cloth. The writing on it contained very strange messages. The Son of Heaven recognized his handwriting, questioned him, and indeed found it to be a forgery. Thus, General Wen Cheng was executed in secret. After that, they built structures such as the Baling Tower, copper pillars, and figures of immortals holding the Chenglu nectar. The year after Wen Cheng's death, the Son of Heaven fell seriously ill at Dinghu Palace. He summoned every kind of shaman and physician available, but his condition did not improve. Yue Shui Fargen reported that there was a shaman in Shangzhen who had fallen ill and through whom spirits and deities descended. The emperor summoned him and established an altar for his rites at Ganshan. When the illness persisted, he sent people to consult the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord said, "Your Majesty need not worry about your illness, it will soon improve. You must make an effort to meet with me at Ganshan." Thus the emperor recovered and rose from his sickbed. He went in person to Ganshan, where he found that his illness had indeed vanished. A general amnesty was declared, and a temple for the Divine Lord of Longevity was established. Among those honoured at the Temple of Longevity, the most exalted deity was Tai Yi. His attendants included Dajin and Si Ming. All followed him. He could not be seen directly, but one could hear his voice, which was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. At times he would appear and at times he would disappear. When he arrived, the wind would suddenly become still and solemn. He resided within a curtained chamber. Sometimes he spoke during the day, but usually at night. The Son of Heaven would undergo purification rites before entering. A shaman served as the host, overseeing food and drink offerings. Thus his words were carried out by those below. They also established the Temple of Longevity and the Northern Palace, raised feathered banners, and arranged sacrificial offerings to honour the Divine Lord with ritual. What the Divine Lord said was recorded by imperial envoys, who transcribed his words. His collection of writings was called Hua Fa. What the Divine Lord said was recorded by imperial envoys who transcribed his words. This collection of writings was called Hua Fa. What he said were things known to the common world, nothing extraordinary or unique, yet alone among them, the Son of Heaven took special delight in it. The matter was kept secret, and no one in later generations knew about it. 3 years later, the officials stated that the beginning of an era should be based on heavenly omens and auspicious signs, not merely numbered as 1 or 2. The first era was named Qian, the second, marked by a long comet, was called Guang, and the third, following the capture of the one-eyed beast at the suburban sacrifice, was named Xiao. The following winter, the Son of Heaven performed a sacrifice at Yongzhou. The court discussed, "Now that I have personally offered sacrifices to heaven, but earth has not yet been properly honoured with rites, this would be an incomplete expression of ritual propriety. The officials, together with the Grand Historian and Qian Shu, the official in charge of sacrifices, discussed. The sacrificial animals for heaven and earth should have horns as small as silkworm cocoons or young chestnuts. Now that your Majesty is personally offering sacrifices to Ho-Tu, it would be appropriate to construct 5 round altars in the marshland for Ho-Tu. Each altar should have 1 yellow bull as a grand sacrifice. After the rites are completed, all offerings must be buried completely, and those accompanying the ceremony should wear yellow robes. Thus, the Son of Heaven proceeded eastward and established a temple for Ho-Tu on the Shui Hill in Fenyin, as proposed by Qian Shu and others. The Emperor personally gazed towards the altar and paid homage, following the same rites used for heaven. After completing the ceremony, the Son of Heaven travelled to Yin-Yang before returning. Passing through Liaoyang, he issued an edict. The 3 dynasties are long gone. They are distant and difficult to preserve. Therefore, I shall grant 30 li of land to the descendants of Zhou as the Lord Zhou Nanzhan, so that they may continue their ancestral rites. In this year, for the first time, the Son of Heaven began touring the commanderies and counties, gradually approaching Mount Tai. That spring, Marquis XiaoJing submitted a memorial concerning Luandar. Luandar was a native of Jiaodong Palace. He had previously studied with General Wen Cheng under the same teacher, and later became an official in charge of alchemy for King Jiaodong. Marquis XiaoJing's elder sister was Queen Dowager of Wang, who had no children. After King Wang died, a son of one of his concubines succeeded to the throne as monarch. However, Queen Dowager Kang had immoral conduct and did not get along with the new king. They threatened each other with legal action. Queen Dowager Kang, having heard of Wen Cheng's death and wishing to ingratiate herself with the emperor, sent Luandar through Marquis Yu Cheng to request an audience in order to present his methods. After executing General Wen Cheng, the Son of Heaven regretted his early death, and lamented that his methods had not been fully revealed. Upon meeting Luandar, he was greatly pleased. Luandar was tall and handsome. He spoke eloquently with many strategies, and boldly made grandiose claims without hesitation. He declared, "I have travelled to the sea, where I met Anshi and Qian men. They regarded me as lowly and did not believe me. Moreover, they considered King Wang merely a feudal lord, unworthy of receiving my methods. I repeatedly advised King Wang, but he did not heed my advice. My master said, 'Gold can be transmuted, breaches in the Yellow River can be sealed, elixirs of immortality can be obtained, and immortal beings can be summoned. Yet I fear that if I suffer the same fate as Wen Cheng, all alchemists will keep their mouths shut, and dare not speak of their methods.' The emperor said, 'Wen Cheng merely died from eating poisoned liver. If you can truly perfect your methods, what is there that I would not give?' Luandar said, 'My master did not seek anyone, it was others who sought him out. If your Majesty truly wishes to summon him, you must honour his envoys highly, grant them family ties, treat them with courtesy due to guests, and not belittle them. Let each envoy wear a seal of authority. Only then can they serve as intermediaries between mortals and immortals. Whether divine beings would still be willing to descend remains uncertain. Only by showing the utmost respect for their envoys can they possibly be persuaded to appear.' Thus, the emperor ordered tests of Luandar's minor methods. He demonstrated a game of chess in which pieces moved and struck each other on their own. At this time, the emperor was greatly concerned about breaches in the Yellow River, and had not yet succeeded in transmuting gold. Thus he appointed Luanda as General Wu Li. After more than a month, he received 4 seals, those of the Heavenly Earth General, the Earthly Earth General, and the Datong General. The Emperor issued an imperial decree to the Grand Historian. In ancient times, Yu dredged the 9 Jiang rivers and regulated the 4 Dus. Recently, the Yellow River has overflowed onto dry land and embankments have been constantly under repair. For 28 years that I have ruled over all under heaven, it seems as if heaven has sent me a man of talent who can achieve great success. The Book of Changes says a flying dragon, and the Odes say the goose gradually arrives at the riverbank. I believe this man may be comparable to those omens. Therefore, bestow a fief of 2,000 households upon General Di Shida as Lord Li Tong. He was granted the residence and honours befitting a marquis, along with 1,000 attendants. Imperial carriages, horses, tents, and various ceremonial objects were provided to fill his household. The Emperor also married him to Princess Wei Chang, bestowing 10,000 catties of gold upon them. The name of this fief was changed to Gongju Dang Li. The Son of Heaven personally visited General Wu Li's residence. Envoys sent to inquire after him and provide supplies were constantly travelling along the roads, from the principal princesses, generals and ministers down, all set up banquets at his home, presenting gifts and offerings to him. At this time, the Son of Heaven also carved a jade seal inscribed Tian Dao General, and sent an envoy dressed in feathered robes to stand on white reeds at night. General Wu Li similarly wore feathered robes, and stood on white reeds to receive the seal, thereby demonstrating that he was not subject to imperial authority. The one who wore the Tian Dao seal would serve as an intermediary between the Son of Heaven and the gods of heaven. Thus, General Wu Li often conducted night sacrifices at his home, in hopes of summoning divine beings to descend. Though the gods had not yet arrived, many lesser spirits gathered. However, he was somewhat able to control them. Later, he prepared for a journey and travelled eastward into the sea in search of his master. After several months, Luanda had been awarded 6 seals and his prestige shook the entire realm. In the coastal regions of Yan and Qi, no one failed to grasp their wrists and claim they possessed secret methods for attaining immortality. In the 6th month of the summer, a shaman named Jin from Fen Yin, while performing rites at a civilian shrine near the Ho-Tu altar in Wei Shui, noticed an earth formation shaped like a hook. When he dug it up, he found a tripod. This tripod was greatly different from ordinary tripods. Its engravings were intricate, but it bore no maker's mark or inscription. Finding this strange, he reported it to the officials. The official informed Tai Sheng, the governor of Hedong Commandery. Tai Sheng then submitted a report to the imperial court. The Son of Heaven sent envoys to investigate and confirm that the shaman had not used trickery in obtaining the tripod. Then, with proper rites, it was honoured at a shrine. The tripod was brought to Ganshan Palace along with the imperial procession and presented as an offering. When they reached Zhongshan, it became warm and sunny, and a yellow cloud formed over the tripod like a canopy. A Xiao passed by. The emperor personally shot it with his bow, and used its body for a sacrifice. Upon arriving at Chang'an, all the high officials, ministers and scholars discussed and petitioned to honour the tripod as a sacred treasure. The Son of Heaven said, "Recently the Yellow River overflowed, and for several years there have been poor harvests. Therefore, I taught to perform sacrifices to Ho-Tu, praying that the grain may be produced in abundance for the people. Now this year has yielded a bountiful harvest before any report could even be made. Why then did this tripod appear?" The officials all said, "We have heard that in ancient times Emperor Tai created a single sacred tripod. The number 1 signifies unity and represents the ultimate connection of heaven, earth, and all things. Huangdi made 3 precious tripods symbolizing heaven, earth, and humanity. Yu collected the metal from 9 regions and casted the 9 tripods. All of them were once used to cook sacrifices for the gods and spirits of heaven and earth. When a sage arose, they would flourish. The tripods passed from Sha to Shang. As Zhou virtue declined and the sacred altar of song was destroyed, the tripod disappeared and remained hidden without being seen. The ode says, "From hall to foundation, from sheep to ox, great tripods and small cauldrons, neither boastful nor arrogant. This is the virtue of longevity. Now that the tripod has arrived at Ganshan, it shines with a lustrous transformation like a dragon, bearing boundless auspiciousness." In harmony with this in Zhongshan, yellow and white clouds descended as a canopy, like an animal appearing as an omen. The bow was drawn and arrows shot, gathering at the altar below to offer great sacrifices. Only those who receive their mandate to become an emperor truly understand its meaning and harmonise with virtue. The tripod should be presented before the ancestors, enshrined in the imperial court, to align with this clear divine response. An edict was issued, approved. Those who sailed into the sea in search of Penglai claimed that it was not far away, yet could never reach it, perhaps because they failed to see its aura. The emperor then dispatched an official skilled in observing atmospheric signs to watch for the aura of Penglai. That autumn, the son of heaven visited Yong, and was about to perform a suburban sacrifice. Some said, the 5 emperors were assistants to Tai Yi, therefore, Tai Yi should be enshrined and the son of heaven himself should personally perform a suburban sacrifice for him. The emperor was uncertain and had not yet decided. Gong Sun Qing, a native of Qi, said, "This year we obtained the sacred tripod. On the first day of winter, it was also the winter solstice, just as in the time of Huangdi. Qing had a written record stating, Huangdi obtained the sacred tripod at Wanchu and consulted Guai Chu. Guai Chu replied, Huangdi received the sacred tripod and a divine staff. In that year, on the first day of winter solstice, he grasped the pattern of heaven. Thus began an eternal cycle. Thus, Huangdi welcomed the sun and used his staff to calculate time. Afterwards, every 20 years, he would again encounter a winter solstice on the first day of the month. After 20 such cycles, spanning 380 years, Huangdi ascended as an immortal to heaven. Qing therefore asked XiaoJing to submit this report. XiaoJing examined the document and found it unorthodox, suspecting that it was fabricated. He replied in refusal, "The matter of the sacred tripod has already been decided. What more is there to do?" Qing then submitted his report through a favoured court official. The emperor was greatly pleased and summoned Qing for questioning. Qing replied, "I received this book from Shen Gongshen. However, Master Shen has already died." The emperor asked, "Who was Master Shen?" Qing said, "Master Shen was a native of Qi. He associated with Anshi Sheng and recited teachings about Huangdi. He had no written records, only this book on the tripod." He said, "The Han Dynasty's rise marks a return to the time of Huangdi." He also said, "The sage of the Han will be among Gao Zu's grandsons or great-grandsons." When the sacred tripod appears and communicates with divine powers, it is time for the Fengshan sacrifices. Among the 72 kings who have performed the Fengshan rites, only Huangdi was able to ascend Mount Tai and perform his ceremony. Master Shen said, "The ruler of Han should also ascend Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice. By doing so, he will become an immortal and ascend to heaven." In Huangdi's time, there were 10,000 feudal lords, and among them, several thousand received divine blessings for their sacrifices. There are 8 famous mountains in the world. 3 of them lie beyond the borders among the southern and western tribes, while 5 are within China proper. Among these 5 mountains in China, Huashan, Shaoshan, Taishi, Taishan, and Donglai. These were the ones where Huangdi often travelled and met with spirits. Huangdi fought wars while also learning to become an immortal. He was concerned about the common people who did not follow the right path, so he punished those who denied gods and spirits by beheading them. After more than 100 years, he finally achieved communion with divine powers. Huangdi performed a suburban sacrifice to the god of heaven at Yong, and stayed there for 3 months. Guai Yu Chu, whose title was Da Hong, died, and was buried in Yong. This is the so-called Hong Zhong. After that, Huangdi convened 10,000 spirits at Mingting. Mingting refers to Ganshan. What is called Huanmen is actually the valley's mouth. Huangdi mined copper from Shaoshan and casted a tripod at the foot of Jingshan Mountain. After the tripod was completed, a dragon descended with its beard hanging down to welcome Huangdi. Huangdi rode upon it. More than 70 of his ministers and concubines followed him up, and the dragon ascended into the heavens. The lesser officials who could not ride were left behind. They all grasped at the dragon's beard, but it was torn out and fell to the ground, along with Huangdi's bow. The people looked up as Huangdi ascended to heaven. They embraced his bow and the dragon's beard in wailing grief. Hence, later generations named that place Ding Hu, and called his bow Wu Hao. Hearing this, the Son of Heaven said, "Alas, if I could truly become like Huangdi, I would regard leaving behind my wife and children as easily as discarding a worn-out shoe." He then appointed Qing as an imperial attendant, and sent him eastward to await divine signs at Taishi Mountain. The emperor proceeded to perform a suburban sacrifice in Yong, reaching Longxi and ascending to Kungtong Mountain before visiting Ganshan. He ordered the official in charge of rites, Kuan Shu and others, to prepare an altar for Tai Yi. The design of this altar was modelled after the Taishi Tai Yi altar, with 3 concentric enclosures. The altars of the 5 emperors surrounded it below, each placed according to its directional association. Huangdi's altar was located in the southwest. 8 paths were cleared for spirits to pass through. The offerings used at the Tai Yi altar were identical to those of Wanji altar in Yong, with additional items such as sweet wine, dates, and dried meat. A single black bull was sacrificed to prepare the ritual vessels and sacrificial food. The 5 emperors received only the ritual dishes, sacrificial vessels, and sweet wine as offerings. Below were 4 areas of land for offering sacrifices to the spirits accompanying the gods, and to the northern dipper. After the sacrifice, all remaining offerings were burned in a ritual fire. The sacrificial bull was white, a deer stood among it, and pigs were placed within the deer's enclosure. The water poured over them until they were soaked. For sacrifices to the sun, an ox was used. For sacrifices to the moon, a sheep and a pig or boar were used. The priest and slaughterer of Taiyi wore purple robes with embroidered patterns. Each of the 5 emperors was associated with a specific colour. The sun was red, and the moon was white. On the first day of winter, which also coincided with the winter solstice on Shi Day, that is December the 21st, of the 11th month, at dawn, before full daylight, the Son of Heaven began his suburban sacrifice by paying homage to Taiyi. When offering sacrifices to the sun in the morning and to the moon in the evening, he performed a bowing gesture and paid homage to Taiyi according to the ritual of the suburban sacrifice at Yong. The official offering the sacrifice declared, "Heaven first bestowed the sacred tripod and divine staff upon the emperor. The life cycle of months begins again, ending only to begin anew. The Son of Heaven respectfully bowed in homage. He wore yellow on top. The altar was fitted with torches, and cooking utensils were placed around it for the sacrificial meals. The officials reported, "There is a light above the altar." Ministers and high officials said, "The Son of Heaven first performed a suburban sacrifice to Taiyi at Yanyang. The officials presented jade offerings and choice sacrificial animals for the ritual. That night there was a beautiful light, and by daybreak, yellow vapour rose to connect with heaven." The Grand Historian, Kuan Shu of the Rites Office, and others said, "This divine blessing and auspicious omen indicates heaven's favour. We should therefore establish a grand Taiyi altar at this site to clarify its meaning. Let the Grand Priest oversee it, performing regular sacrifices in autumn and during the winter solstice. The Son of Heaven should perform the suburban sacrifice once every 3 years. That autumn, in preparation for a campaign against the Nanyue Kingdom, he made offerings and prayers to Taiyi. He had a banner decorated with male holly, painted depictions of the sun, moon, northern dipper, and ascending dragon to symbolise Taiyi and the 3 stars. This was called Ling Chi, or the divine flag. When praying for military success, the Grand Historian would hold up the banner and point it towards the enemy state to be attacked. Meanwhile, General Wu Li, who was sent on a mission, dared not go to sea, but instead went to Mount Tai for worship. The Emperor sent people to follow and investigate. In reality, nothing miraculous was found. General Wu Li falsely claimed that he had seen his master, but all the methods he presented were exhausted and mostly ineffective. The Emperor then executed General Wu Li. That winter, Gongsun Xing waited for divine signs in Henan and claimed to have seen the footprints of an immortal on Gaoshi city wall. He also saw a creature resembling a pheasant moving back and forth atop the wall. The Son of Heaven personally visited Gaoshi city to inspect the footprints. He asked Qing, "Are you trying to imitate Wen Sheng or General Wu Li?" Qing replied, "Immortals do not seek the favour of sovereigns. It is the sovereign who seeks them. Unless a generous and lenient attitude is adopted towards their ways, the spirits will not come. Matters concerning deities often seem remote or absurd. They can only be achieved after many years of accumulation." As a result, each commandery and kingdom cleared roads and renovated palaces, pavilions, famous mountains, and shrines dedicated to gods, in anticipation of the emperor's visit. That spring, after the Nanyue Kingdom had been conquered, the emperor favoured a court official named Li Yannian for his musical talents. The emperor liked it and summoned the grand commanders and ministers to deliberate, saying, "Even in common people's ancestral worship, there are still dances and music. Now, for sacrifices at the suburbs without music, is that appropriate?" The grand commanders and ministers said, In ancient times, sacrifices to heaven and earth were all accompanied by music, and thus the deities could be properly honoured. Some said, the Supreme Emperor once had Su-Nu, a celestial maiden, play the 50-stringed C. Her music was so sorrowful that the Emperor could not stop himself from grieving. Thus, he ordered her C to be broken into one with 25 strings. At that time, after pacifying the Nanyue region, sacrifices and prayers were made to Tai Yi and Ho Tu. Music and dance were first introduced into these rituals. More singers were recruited, and from then on, the 25-stringed C and instruments such as the Kong Ho, Qin, and Si came into use. The following winter, the Emperor remarked, in ancient times, one first must rally troops and settle military campaigns before proceeding with the Fengshan sacrifices. He then proceeded north on an inspection tour to Shaofang, mustering more than 100,000 troops. On his return journey, he paid homage at the tomb of the Yellow Emperor on Xiaoshan Mountain, and disbanded his army at Shu-Ru. The Emperor said, I have heard that the Yellow Emperor did not die. Now there is a tomb. Why is this so? Someone replied, the Yellow Emperor had already ascended to heaven as an immortal. His ministers buried only his clothing and hat. After arriving at Ganshao, in preparation for the upcoming ceremonies on Mount Tai, he first performed a classification sacrifice to Tai Yi. Since obtaining the precious tripod, the Emperor discussed with his ministers and scholars about performing the Fengshan sacrifices. The rites and ceremonies for the Fengshan sacrifices were rare, long forgotten, and no one knew their exact forms. The Confucian scholars therefore collected references from texts such as the Shangshu, or Book of Documents, the Zhou Guan, or Rites of Zhou, and the Wangzi, or the Institutes of the King, regarding the expected rituals for worship and sacrificial oxen. Ding Gong, a native of Qi, who was over 90 years old, said, the Fengshan sacrifices are about uniting the name with immortality. The first emperor of Qin could not ascend to perform the sacrifice. If your majesty is determined to do so, you should proceed gradually. If there are no winds or rains during the ascent, then you may complete the Fengshan ceremony on the summit. The emperor therefore ordered the Confucian scholars to practice the ritual of sacrificing oxen and draft the procedures for the Fengshan ceremonies. After several years, preparations were nearly complete. The Son of Heaven, having heard the words of Gong Sun Qing and the alchemists, learned that from Huangdi onwards, those who performed the Fengshan sacrifices all encountered strange phenomenon and supernatural powers. He wished to emulate Huangdi in connecting with divine immortals on Penglai Mountain, and surpass the world by matching the virtue of the 9 emperors. He therefore adopted some Confucian doctrines to provide a literary basis for these endeavours. The Confucian scholars, already unable to clarify the details of the Fengshan rituals, were further constrained by their adherence to classical texts, such as the XiaoJing and the Shangshu, and could not offer bold or creative suggestions. The emperor displayed the ritual vessels for the Fengshan sacrifice to the Confucian scholars. Some of them said, these do not conform to ancient practices. Xu Yan added that the students and officials at Taichang were less skilled in performing rituals than those from Lu, while Zhou Ba submitted a diagram illustrating the Fengshan rites. As a result, the emperor dismissed Xu Yan and Zhou Ba, and completely abandoned the use of all Confucian scholars. In March, he proceeded east to Gongshi and performed rites at Zhongyue Taishi Mountain. The officials accompanying the emperor on the mountain heard as if someone were saying 10,000 years. They asked the emperor about it, but he said nothing. They inquired among those below, and they also remained silent. Therefore, he bestowed a fief of 300 households to maintain the shrine at Taishi Mountain, naming it Chonggao-yi. He then travelled eastward up Mount Tai. At that time, the grass and trees on Mount Tai had not yet sprouted leaves. He therefore ordered people to place stones at the summit of Mount Tai. The emperor then proceeded eastward for an inspection tour along the coast, performing rites and sacrifices to the 8 deities. Thousands of people from Qi submitted memorials, speaking about divine omens and strange methods, but none proved effective. He then dispatched even more ships, and ordered thousands of people who claimed to know about the divine mountain in the sea to search for immortals on Penglai Island. Gong Sun Qing, holding an imperial token of authority, often travelled ahead to await divine mountains. When he arrived at Dong Lai, he claimed that one night he saw a giant figure, several zhang tall. When he approached it, the figure vanished, but its footprints were very large, and resembled those of some kind of wild beast or bird. Some court officials claimed to have seen an old man leading a dog, who said, "I wish to see the great official," but then suddenly disappeared. The emperor saw large footprints, but did not believe them at first. However, when the court officials mentioned an old man, he greatly believed it to be a divine immortal. He stayed by the sea for some time, providing alchemists with carriages and sending thousands of secret envoys to search for immortals. In April, he returned to Fenggao. The emperor reflected that the Confucian scholars and alchemists each gave different accounts of the Fengshan sacrifices, many of which were unorthodox and difficult to implement. The Son of Heaven arrived at Liangfu Mountain and performed rites and sacrifices to Diju, the earth deity. On the Yimao Day, he ordered Confucian scholars serving as attendants to wear paiban caps and girdles of rank, perform the ritual shooting of an ox, and carry out the ceremonies. He performed the Fengshan sacrifice at the eastern foot of Mount Tai in a manner similar to the suburban rites for worshipping Tai Yi. The stone used for the Fengshan sacrifice was 2 chi wide and 9 chi high, with jade tablets containing secret writing placed beneath it. After completing the rites, the Son of Heaven ascended Mount Tai alone with his attendants and the carriage attendant Zi Ho, who also performed a smaller Fengshan sacrifice. All details of these events were kept secret. The next day, he descended from the western side of Mount Tai through Yindao. On the Bing Chen Day, the Son of Heaven performed the Changshan sacrifice at the northeast base of Mount Tai on Suzan Mountain, following a ritual similar to that for Ho Tu. The Son of Heaven personally performed all the bows and appearances in yellow robes, with music used throughout the entire ceremony. Between the rivers Jiang and Hawaii, a single thatch mat with 3 ridges was prepared as an offering for the deities. The Fengshan sacrifice also incorporated 5-coloured earth of various kinds to symbolise the unification of all regions. He released rare beasts, flying birds and white pheasants from distant lands, bestowing them with elaborate rites as offerings. Creatures such as sea cattle, rhinoceroses, and elephants were not used in the sacrifice. All of them arrived at Mount Tai to perform the sacrifices to Ho Tu. The Fengshan and ancestral rites were performed. That night, there appeared to be a glow, and during the day, white clouds rose from the site of the sacrifice. After returning from the Chanshan ceremony, the Son of Heaven sat at the Mingtang Hall, and his ministers took turns offering their congratulations. The emperor then issued an edict to the Grand Historian. "I, with my humble self, have inherited the supreme position. I am filled with anxieties and fear that I may not be worthy. My virtue is shallow, and I do not fully understand rites and music. I performed sacrifices to Tai Yi, and strange lights and auspicious signs appeared as if in response. I was startled by the supernatural phenomenon, but dared not stop. Thus I ascended Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice, reaching Liangfu Mountain before proceeding with the Chanshan rite at Suzan Mountain. I have now renewed myself, and I wish to share this new beginning with the officials and scholars. Therefore, I grant each household of 100 families 1 ox and 10 dan of wine, and give 2 bolts of cloth and silk to those over 80 years old, as well as orphans and widows. Bo, Fenggao, Shi Qiu, and Li Cheng shall be exempt from this year's taxes and levies. I hereby issue a grand pardon for all under heaven, following the decree of amnesty issued on the Yi Mao Day. No further construction or restoration shall be carried out along the route I have travelled. Matters occurring more than 2 years ago shall not be investigated. He also issued another decree. In ancient times, the Son of Heaven conducted a tour every 5 years and performed rituals at Mount Tai. Feudal lords had designated places for lodging during these visits. Therefore, I order all feudal lords to establish guest houses beneath Mount Tai. After the Emperor had completed the Fengshan sacrifice on Mount Tai without encountering any wind or rain disasters, the alchemists continued to claim that the divine mountains of Penglai and others might be attainable. Encouraged by this, the Emperor was delighted at the possibility of meeting them, and once again travelled eastward to the seashore, in hopes of encountering Penglai. Zi Ho, the carriage attendant, suddenly fell ill and died within a single day. The Emperor then departed directly along the coast, travelling north to Jishi and touring from Liaoshi through the northern frontier regions all the way to Jiuyuan. In May, he returned to Ganjuan. The officials reported that the precious tripod had appeared and was named Yuandong. Therefore, this year was designated as the first year of Yuan Feng. That autumn, a comet appeared in the constellation Dongjing. More than 10 days later, another comet appeared in Saneng. Wang Shao, an expert in observing atmospheric omens, said, "I observed a unique sight of the planet Tianxing emerging like a melon. After a meal's time it re-entered." The officials all said, "Your Majesty has established the Fengshan sanctuaries of the Han Dynasty. This must be a reward from heaven in the form of an auspicious star." The following winter he performed the suburban sacrifice to the 5 emperors at Yong. On his return journey, he offered sacrifices and prayers to Tai Yi in accordance with the ritual. The sacrificial chant said, "The virtue star shines brilliantly, its radiance a sign of auspiciousness. The longevity star continues to appear, its light profound and brilliant. The trustworthy star is clearly visible. The Son of Heaven respectfully bows in homage to the offerings made by the Grand Priest." That spring, Gong Sun Xing claimed that he had seen a divine being on Dong Lai Mountain who said, "I wish to meet the Son of Heaven." The Emperor therefore visited Gaoshi City and appointed Qing as XiaoWu, or Middle Doctor. He then went to Dong Lai, staying there for several days, but saw nothing except the footprints of a giant. Once again, he sent thousands of alchemists to search for divine beings and strange phenomena, as well as to gather medicinal herbs and fungi. This year was marked by a drought. As the Emperor had already left without an announced itinerary, he made sacrifices and prayers at Wanli Sha and passed through Mount Tai for worship. On his return journey to Huzi, The emperor personally inspected the river embankment where a breach had occurred and stayed for 2 days before performing a sacrifice by casting offerings into the water and then departing. He ordered 2 high-ranking officials to lead troops in repairing the breached river, redirecting 2 channels back to their original courses as recorded during Yu's time. In the past, King Donggao revered ghosts and lived to be 160 years old. Later generations became careless and disrespectful, which is why they declined and weakened. The emperor then ordered Yui shamans to establish shrines for the Yui ancestral deities, with altars but no ritual platforms. They also worshipped heavenly gods and 100 ghosts, using chicken bones for divination. The emperor believed in this practice, and the Yui rituals involving chicken bone divination began to be used. XiaoJing said, "Immortals can be seen, but the emperor always travels in haste, which is why he has not been able to see them. Now, your majesty could build an observatory, like the one in Gaochen, placing meats and dates there, and thus it would be appropriate to invite divine beings. Moreover, immortals prefer to dwell in high towers." Thus, the emperor ordered that at Chang'an a Feilian Gui pavilion be built, and at Ganshuan a Yi Yanshu pavilion be constructed, instructing Qing to hold a ceremonial offering with full preparations while waiting for divine beings. They then built the Tongtian altar, placing sacrificial equipment beneath it in order to summon immortals and divine beings. At this time, a new front hall was built at Ganshuan, marking the beginning of the expansion of various palace buildings. In summer, fungi sprouted inside the central chamber of the palace hall. After the emperor had the river blocked and built the Tongtian altar, where he saw a light in the sky, he issued an edict. 9 stems of fungi have grown inside the palace at Ganshuan, therefore I grant amnesty to all under heaven, and forbid any further labour projects. The following year, he launched a campaign against Xiaoxian. In summer, there was a drought. XiaoJing said, during the time of Huangdi, the heavens were dry when he performed the Fengshan sacrifices. It took 3 years for the soil to become moist enough for the sacrificial earth. The emperor then issued an edict saying, "There is a drought in the heavens. Could this be because of the dry Fengshan sacrifice? Therefore, I order that all under heaven honour and worship the deity Lingxing." The following year, the emperor performed a suburban sacrifice at Yong, opened up the Huaizhong Road, and toured it. In spring, he arrived at Mingzi and returned from the Shi River. The following winter, the emperor toured Nanjun, reaching Jiangling before heading eastward. He climbed and performed rites at Tianzu Shan in Qian, which was declared as Nan Yui, or the Southern Sacred Mountain. He sailed along the Yangtze River, departing from Shenyang through Zhongyang and passing Penglai, performing rites at its famous mountains and rivers. He travelled north to Langya, reaching the coast along the sea. In the 4th month, he arrived at Fenggao and began preparations for the Fengshan sacrifice. Initially, when the emperor performed the Fengshan ceremony on Mount Tai, there was an ancient Ming Tang, or Grand Hall for Rituals, at the northeast base of Mount Tai. However, it was located in a perilous and narrow area, not open or suitable. The emperor wished to construct a Ming Tang hall near Fenggao, but had yet to understand its proper design and specifications. Gong Sudai from Jinan submitted a diagram of the Ming-Tang Hall from the time of Huangdi. The diagram of the Ming-Tang showed one hall with no walls on any of its four sides, covered with thatch and connected by water channels. The circular palace was surrounded by a wall, with an elevated corridor for passage. There was also a tower above it. Access to the hall was from the southwest entrance, which was named Kunlun. The emperor would enter through this gate in order to perform sacrifices and worship heaven. Thus, the emperor ordered the construction of a Ming-Tang at Fenggao on the Wei River, following the design in Dai's diagram. When the emperor conducted the Fengshan sacrifice 5 years later, he arranged for sacrifices to Tai Yi and the 5 emperors on the upper platform of the Ming-Tang, with ancestral altars for Emperor Gaozu facing them. Sacrifices to Ho Tu were performed in the lower chamber using 20 Tao Liao, or ritual offerings. The emperor entered through the Kunlun passage, and for the first time, paid homage in the Ming-Tang according to the ritual of a suburban sacrifice. After the ceremony, sacrificial offerings were burned beneath the hall. The emperor ascended Mount Tai and secretly performed sacrifices at its summit. At the foot of Mount Tai, altars were set up for the 5 emperors, each arranged according to their respective directions. Huangdi was placed together with Qidi, and officials attended the sacrifices accordingly. Fires were lit on the mountain tops, and all below responded in kind. 2 years later, on the first day of the 11th month, XiaoJing, the winter solstice, those who calculated the calendar used this as a fundamental reference point. The emperor personally went to Mount Tai, and on the first day of the 11th lunar month, which coincided with XiaoJing and the winter solstice, he worshipped heaven at the Ming-Tang Hall without performing the Fengshan sacrifices. The official offering prayer stated, "Heaven has bestowed upon the emperor Taiyuan Shensi, the great divine strategy, which cycles and repeats endlessly." The emperor respectfully worships Tai Yi. He travelled east to the sea, examining those who had entered the ocean and alchemists seeking divine beings. None proved effective. Nevertheless, he sent out even more people in hopes of encountering them. On Yi Yui Day of the 11th month, that is, November the 15th, 129 BC, a fire broke out in Boliang. On XiaoWu Day of the 12th month, that is, December the 1st, 129 BC, the emperor personally performed the Chanshan ceremony at Gaoli and worshipped Ho Tu. Standing by Bohai Sea, he intended to perform distant sacrifices to Penglai and others in hopes of reaching a miraculous realm. On his return journey, because of the Boliang fire, the emperor received reports from officials at Ganchuan instead of in the capital court. Gongsun Qing said, "Huangdi built Qiangliang altar, and after 12 days of burning sacrifices there, he constructed the Mingting, or Hall of Clarity. The Mingting is Ganchuan. Many alchemists claimed that ancient emperors had once established their capitals at Ganchuan. Later, the emperor again received feudal lords at Ganchuan, and guest houses for the feudal lords were built there." Yongzi then said, "Among Yui customs, when a fire occurs, the new house must be built larger than before in order to overcome and subdue the misfortune. Thus, they constructed Jianzhang Palace, designed with a scale of 10,000 households and 1,000 gates. The front hall was planned to be as tall as the Weiyang Palace. To its east stood Fenggui, over 20 zhang in height. To its west was Tangzhong, where tigers were kept in enclosures stretching to dozens of li. To the north, a large pool was constructed. Jiantai, over 20 zhang high, was named Tai Yi Chi, or the Great Liquid Pool. Within it were Penglai, Fangzhang, Yingzhou, and Huliang, symbolizing divine mountains, turtles, and fish in the sea. To its south were Yuting, or the Jade Hall, Bai Men, or the Jade Gate, and other structures associated with great birds. They then built Shenming, the Divine Light Altar, and Jianganlu, the well-dry tower, each over 50 zhang in height, connected by elevated roads. In summer, the Han Dynasty revised its calendar system, designating the first month as the beginning of the year. Yellow was adopted as the favoured colour. Official titles and seals were changed to use 5-character names, marking it as the first year of Tai Chu. In this year, a western campaign against Da Yuan was launched. A massive locust plague occurred. Lady Ding, Lu Yuang's Yu Chu, and others performed ritual curses against the Shongyu and Da Yuan through their religious practices. The following year, officials reported that at Yong's 5 altars there were no prepared sacrificial animals or mature offerings, and the fragrant items required for rituals were incomplete. The emperor then ordered ritual officials to provide calves, sacrificial animals, and offerings at the altar in accordance with the colours and foods associated with overcoming certain elements, using wooden dummy horses as substitutes for foals. Only during the May sacrifice were actual young horses used, as well as in the emperor's personal suburban rites. For sacrifices at all famous mountains and rivers where foals had previously been required, wooden dummy horses were used instead. Only when the emperor passed through an area would actual foals be used for sacrifice. All other rituals remained as before. The following year, the emperor travelled east along the coast to examine matters related to divine beings and immortals, but none proved effective. Some alchemists claimed, during the time of Huangdi, 5 cities and 12 towers were built to await divine beings at fixed times, named Yingnian, or Welcoming the Year Towers. The emperor approved their construction according to this plan and named it Mingnian, or Next Year. The emperor personally performed rituals and worshipped heaven. Gong Su Dai said, although Huangdi performed the Fengshan sacrifice on Mount Tai, it was actually Feng Ho, Feng Ju, and Qi Bo who instructed Huangdi to perform the Feng ceremony at Dongtai Mountain and the Chanshan ritual at Fanshan. Only after uniting the divine symbols did he achieve immortality. The emperor had already ordered the preparation of sacrificial equipment and travelled to Dongtai Mountain. However, since Dongtai was small and did not match its reputation, he merely instructed ritual officials to perform ceremonies there without conducting the Fengshan sacrifices. Later, he ordered Dai to oversee sacrificial rites in search of divine beings and objects. In summer, the emperor returned to Mount Tai and performed the 5-year sacrifice as before, adding a Chanshan ceremony at Shilu. Shilu was located to the south of the base of Mount Tai. Many alchemists claimed it to be a gate where immortals resided, so the emperor personally performed the ritual there. 5 years later, he returned once again to Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice. On his return journey, he he passed by Heng Mountain and performed a sacrifice there. The temples established by the present emperor for worship include Taiyi and Ho-Tu, with a personal suburban sacrifice held once every 3 years. The Han Dynasty's Fengshan rituals were initiated, and a major Fengshan ceremony was conducted once every 5 years. The worship of Taiyi, Sanyi, Mingyang, Ma Xing, and Qi Xing, that is the 5 deities, and the ritual officials under Quan Shu offered seasonal sacrifices according to set times. In total, there were 6 shrines, all overseen by the Grand Priest, or Taiju. As for the 8 gods and other deities, as well as temples such as Mingnian, Fanshan, and others with various names, sacrifices were performed only when the emperor passed by. Once he left, no further rites were conducted. All other temples remained as they had been before. Since the emperor performed his Fengshan sacrifice, 12 years later he returned and paid homage to all 5 great mountains and the 4 major rivers. However, the alchemists' efforts to await divine beings or search for Penglai by sailing into the sea ultimately proved fruitless. As for Gongsun Qing, who was sent to await divine beings, he still used the footprints of giants as an excuse, yet there were no real results. The emperor became increasingly weary and sceptical of the alchemists' strange and impractical claims, yet he still managed a loose connection with them, hoping to encounter one who might be genuine. From this time onward, the number of alchemists speaking about divine shrines and spiritual matters increased even more, yet their effectiveness was clearly non-existent. I followed the emperor on his tour to perform sacrifices at the shrines of heaven and earth, as well as at famous mountains and rivers, including the Fengshan ceremonies. I entered Xiaogong to serve at the shrine and listen to the discussions about divine matters, thoroughly examining the intentions of alchemists and ritual officials. Thus I withdrew and compiled a detailed account of all those who had been involved with spirits and deities since ancient times, clearly revealing their inner motives and outward appearances. Later generations of virtuous men will be able to peruse this account. As for the detailed arrangements regarding ritual vessels, jade offerings, and the etiquette of presenting and responding with wine, these are matters entrusted to the appropriate officials. In ancient times, the calendar was established, and the first month of spring was set as the beginning. At that time, ice melted, and hibernating creatures awoke from their slumber. All kinds of grasses sprang to life, and the Zimu bird was the first to migrate north. All things were thus prepared for the year. They originated in the east, followed sequentially through the 4 seasons, and concluded at the winter solstice. At that time the rooster crowed 3 times, and it became bright. Following the 12 lunar months, it concluded on the Cho day. The sun and moon were completed, therefore there was brightness. Brightness is the beginning, obscurity is the end, and the combination of brightness and obscurity represents yin and yang. Yin and yang alternatively flourish, thus following the principle of harmony and order. The sun returns to the west, yet rises in the east. The moon returns to the east, yet shines brightly from the west. If correctness does not follow the heavens, and is also not determined by human will, then all matters are easily ruined and difficult to accomplish. When a sovereign changes his surname and receives the mandate of heaven, he must be cautious at the beginning. He should reform the calendar, change the ceremonial colours, trace back to the fundamental principle of heaven's origin, and follow in accordance with its will. The time before Shen Nong is already ancient history. It was the Yellow Emperor who examined and determined the stars and calendar, established the 5 elements, initiated the cycles of waxing and waning, regulated intercalary months, and thus there were officials in charge of celestial deities, terrestrial spirits, and all categories of things. These were called the 5 officials. Each official was responsible for their respective order, without mutual disorder. Therefore, the people could have trust, and the deities could thus possess virtuous qualities. The people and the deities had distinct duties. They revered each other without desecration. Therefore, the deities bestowed bountiful harvests upon them. The people offered sacrifices with their possessions. Calamities did not arise, and whatever was sought would never be lacking. When the Xiaohao clan declined, the Zhuli people disrupted virtue. The people and deities became mixed in disorder, unable to distinguish things properly. Calamities occurred frequently, and no one could complete their lifespan. Zhuanshu inherited the throne and thus appointed Nanzhangzhong to oversee heaven in charge of deities, and Huozheng Li to oversee earth in charge of the people. He ordered them to restore the old order so that there would be no mutual encroachment or desecration. Later, the San Miao people submitted to the virtue of Zhuli, so both officials abandoned their duties. As a result, intercalary months became distorted. The first month was destroyed, the Shetty calendar lost its records, and the chronological sequence collapsed. Yao continued the descendants of Zhong and Li, not forgetting those who preserved the old traditions. He appointed them to resume their duties, and established the office of Shi He. When time was clearly defined and measurements were accurate, yin and yang would be in harmony, winds and rain would follow their proper seasons, vital energies would flourish, and the people would suffer no premature deaths or epidemics. When Emperor Yao grew old, he abdicated in favour of Shan and solemnly warned the ancestral shrine, saying, "The mandate of heaven's calendar lies upon your person." Shan also passed this same command to you. From this we can see what the sovereigns valued most. The Shah dynasty used the first month as the beginning of the year, the Yin dynasty used the 12th month, and the Zhou dynasty used the 11th month. The calendar systems of these 3 dynasties followed a cyclical pattern. When they reached an end, they would return to their original starting point. When the world is governed properly, there will be no loss of order and sequence. When it is not so, then the calendar system cannot be implemented among the feudal lords. After the reigns of King You and King Li, the Zhou royal house declined. Subordinate ministers held power. Historians no longer recorded time accurately, and rulers no longer announced the new month. Therefore, descendants of the Chou-Ren, or calendar officials, dispersed, some settling among the Chinese states and others among the barbarian tribes. As a result, their knowledge of omens and celestial phenomenon was abandoned and no longer used. In the 26th year of King Xiang of Zhou, an intercalary 3rd month was added, but this was criticised in the spring and autumn annals. The calendar system of former kings established order at the beginning, maintained correctness during the middle, and corrected deviations at the end. Establishing order at the beginning ensures that sequences do not deviate. Maintaining correctness during the middle prevents confusion among the people. Correcting deviations at the end ensures that affairs do not go against reason. Afterwards, during the Warring States period, all states competed for dominance. Their focus was on conquering enemies and resolving urgent crises. How could they have time to consider such matters? At that time, only Zhou Yan was clear about the transmission of the 5 virtues and could distinguish the cycles of waxing and waning, to demonstrate his theories among the feudal lords, and also because Qin destroyed the 6 states and military affairs were extremely busy. In addition to its brief time as supreme ruler, there was no opportunity or leisure for such matters. They also somewhat promoted the 5 victories, claiming that they had received the auspicious sign of the water virtue. They renamed the Yellow River as Di Shui, or virtuous water, and set October as the 1st month, favouring black in ceremonial colours. However, regarding calendar calculations and intercalate months, they were still unable to grasp the true principles. When the Han Dynasty rose to power, Emperor Gaozu said, "The Northern Altar awaited my arrival," and also believed that he had received the auspicious sign of water virtue. Although those well-versed in calendar calculations, such as Zhang Song, all agreed with this view, at that time the empire had just been pacified and was in the early stages of establishing its fundamental order. Empress Dowager Gao, as a female ruler, also had no leisure for such matters. Therefore, they continued to follow the Qin calendar system and ceremonial colours. It was not until the reign of Emperor Wen that Gong Sun Chen, a native of Lu, submitted a memorial on the 5 virtues cycle, stating, "The Han Dynasty has acquired the earth virtue. It is appropriate to begin anew and reform the calendar system and change the ceremonial colours. There should be an omen. A yellow dragon appeared." The matter was referred to Chancellor Zhang Song, who had also studied the laws and calendar systems. He considered it incorrect and dismissed the proposal. Later, a yellow dragon was sighted in Chengji. Zhang Song himself recanted his previous stance, and thus the matter he wished to discuss could not be established. Meanwhile, Xin Yuanping gained an audience by observing atmospheric signs and made many claims about the calendar system and ceremonial colours. He was favoured and held in high esteem. However, later, he instigated chaos, so Emperor Wen dismissed him and no longer asked about such matters. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he summoned the Taoist scholar Tang Du to divide up the celestial divisions, and Baluo Xiaoho calculated and adjusted the calendar system, after which the measurement of days and months aligned with those of the Xia dynasty. Thus, he changed the era name, altered official titles, and performed a sacrificial ceremony on Mount Tai. He then issued an edict to the Grand Historian saying, "Previously, officials stated that the stellar measurements were not yet determined. We have widely invited and consulted experts to clarify these measurements, but still could not fully resolve them. I have heard that in ancient times the Yellow Emperor united all things and did not die. He clearly identified measurements and verified them, established distinctions between clarity and turbidity, initiated the 5 officials, and set up divisions for qi, or vital energy, and material phenomena." But this was already ancient history. The records are incomplete and the music system has declined. I deeply lament this situation. I consider myself unable to fully understand these matters, but by carefully calculating the division of days, they generally correspond to the superiority of water virtue. Today, following the summer solstice, Huanzhong is used as gong, or palace tone, Linzhong as ji, or sharp tone, Taitsu as shang, or merchant tone, Nanlu as yu, or feather tone, and Gu Qian as ju, or angle tone. From this point onwards, the qi returned to its proper state, the yu tone became clear again, and the names of tones resumed their correct variations. When the day of Zi coincided with the winter solstice, then the principle of yin-yang separation and union was properly observed. On the Jizi day of the 1st lunar month at dawn, on the winter solstice, which has now been clearly determined, it was decreed that this year should be changed to the first year of Tai Chu. According to the calendar calculations in the Jizi chapter, the year was named Yangfeng Sheti Gi, the month Biju, and on this day it was Jizi. At midnight, dawn of the new moon coincided with the winter solstice. The remainder of this treatise describes the various intercalary months that were inserted over time. The Xiaoshu says, "Yu controlled the great floods for 13 years, passing by his home but not entering the gate. On land one travels in a cart, on water in a boat, through mud by treading on downy feathers, over mountains by crossing bridges, to distinguish the 9 provinces, to follow the mountains and dredge rivers, and to assign tribute according to the land. He connected 9 roads, constructed embankments around 9 lakes, and measured 9 mountain ranges. Yet the Yellow River's floods overflowed extensively, causing especially severe harm in central China. This was his sole concern. Thus the Yellow River flowed from Jixieqi, through Longmen, south to Huayin, east past Dizhou, and down to Mengjin and Luwei-Rui, reaching as far as Dapi. At this time, Yu considered that the terrain from which the river originated was high, and the water swift and fierce, making it difficult to flow through flat land. It frequently caused damage. Therefore, he dug 2 canals to divert the river. One channel directed the water northward to high ground, passing through Jiangshui and reaching Dalu. It spread into 9 rivers, converging as a reverse-flowing river, entering Bohai. After the 9 rivers were dredged and the 9 lakes drained, all of Zhou Sha enjoyed peace and stability. His achievements benefited the 3 dynasties. After this, from Shangyang, the river was led southeast into Hongyu to connect Song, Zhong, Chen, Xian, Sao, and Wei, converging with the Ji, Ru, Huai, and Si rivers. In Shu, to the west, channels were dug connecting the Hangshui and Jiangmeng marshes. In the east they connected Hongou between the Jianghuai region. In Wu, channels were opened connecting the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. In Qi, channels connected between Zai and Ji rivers. In Shu, the governor of Bing excavated Li Luo, eliminating the hazards of Mo Shui, and channelling the 2 rivers through the centre of Chengdu. The canals were all navigable for boats. When there was surplus water, it was used for irrigation, and the people benefited from it. As to the areas these channels passed through, they often diverted water for additional irrigation canals, numbering in the tens of thousands, yet none could be fully counted. Shi Menbao led Jiang Shui to irrigate Yi, enriching Wei's Hedong region. The state of Han, hearing that Qin favoured ambitious projects, wished to stop it and prevent Qin from advancing eastwards. Thus they sent a water engineer named Zheng Go to secretly advise the state of Qin to excavate a channel diverting Jingshui from Zhongshan's western side at Hukou, running along the northern mountains towards the east into Luo for more than 300 li, intending to use it for irrigation. When the project was halfway done, Qin discovered the plot and wanted to execute Zheng Go. Zheng Go said, "Initially, I acted as a spy, but once the channel is complete, it will also benefit Qin." Qin considered this true, and ultimately allowed him to complete the canal. Once completed, the channel directed water from Yuzhen to irrigate more than 40,000 qing of saline and barren land, yielding 1 zong per mu. Thus, Guanzhong became fertile fields with no years of famine. Qin grew rich and powerful, eventually unifying the feudal states. The channel was therefore named Zhangou Canal. In the 39th year of Han's founding, during Emperor Wendai's reign, The Yellow River broke out at Xuanzhou and overflowed eastward to Jindai. Thus, a large number of conscripted soldiers were mobilised in Dongzhen to block it up. More than 40 years later, during the Yuanguang period of the current emperor, the Yellow River burst its banks at Huzi and flowed southeast into Juyi, connecting with the Huai and Xi rivers. At this time, the emperor sent Qian and Zhang Dangxi to mobilise people and labourers to block it, but they were repeatedly damaged. At that time, the Marquis of Wu, An Tianfen, was the prime minister, and his fiefdom included Shu. Shu lay north of the Yellow River. If the river broke out to the south, then Shu would suffer no water disasters, and its fiefdom's harvest would be abundant. Tianfen said to the emperor, "The breaking of rivers and lakes is a matter of heaven, not easily controlled by human effort. Even if we try to block them forcefully, it may not necessarily confirm with heaven's will." Those who observed atmospheric omens and used numerology also agreed. Thus, for a long time, the emperor did not take action to block it again. At that time, Zhang Dangxi was the Danong, or Grand Agricultural Officer, and he said, "In previous times, grain transport from Guangdong to Chang'an followed the Wei River route, taking about 6 months to complete. The waterway for grain transport was more than 900 li long, with frequent difficulties along the way. If we excavate a canal from Chang'an through the Wei River, running parallel to the southern mountains down to the Yellow River for more than 300 miles, it would be direct and easier for grain transport. It could reduce the journey to about 3 months, and more than 10,000 Qing farmland below the canal could also be irrigated. This would reduce grain transport costs and labour, while enriching Guangzhong land and increasing grain production." The emperor agreed, ordering Qi native water engineer Zhu Bo to survey the site and mobilising tens of thousands of conscripts to excavate the grain transport canal. It took 3 years before this was completed. Once completed, it facilitated grain transport with great convenience. Later, as more grain was transported through the canal, the people living along its route also benefited significantly from irrigation. Later, Fan Zi, the governor of Hedong, said, "The grain transport route from east and west of Shandong carries over 1 million dan annually. It must pass through the perilous stretch at Dizhou, where many losses occur, and it is also costly and laborious. If we excavate canals to divert Fen Shui and irrigate Pixi and Fen Yin, and also lead the Yellow River water to irrigate Fen Yin and Puban, it is estimated that 50,000 Qing could be cultivated. These 50,000 acres were previously all abandoned land across the Yellow River floodplain, used only for growing reeds and grazing. Now, if they are irrigated as farmland, it is estimated to yield over 2 million dan of grain." Grain transported via the Wei River would be no different from that in Guangzhong, and thus there would be no need for further grain transport east of Dizhou. The emperor considered this reasonable and mobilised tens of thousands of labourers to construct the canal farmland. After several years, the Yellow River shifted its course, making the canals unproductive. As a result, those who cultivated the land could not even recoup their seed costs. After some time, the canal farmland in Hedong was abandoned and given to the Yue people, with the small treasury collecting a small amount of revenue from it. Later, someone submitted a memorial proposing to open up the Baoxia Road and related grain transport matters, which was referred to the Yushi Daifu, Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang inquired about the matter and then said, "Travelling to Shu via the old road is difficult because it has many steep slopes and is circuitous. Now, if we excavate a route through Baoxia, there will be fewer slopes, covering about 400 li. The Bao River connects the Mian River, and the Xia River connects the Wei River. Both can be used for boat transport of grain. Grain could be transported from Nanyang up the Mian River into Bao. then across land between Bao and Xia for over 100 li by cart before descending via Xia into the Wei River. In this way, grain from Hanzhong could be transported. Shandong's grain via the Mian River would not face the constraints of Dezhou and would be more convenient than the Dezhou route. Moreover, Baosha is rich in timber, bamboo, and arrows, comparable to Ba and Shu. The emperor considered this reasonable, appointed Zhang Tang's son, Zhang Ang, as the governor of Hanzhong, and mobilized tens of thousands to construct more than 500 li of the Baosha road. The road proved indeed convenient and shorter. However, the water was swift and rocky, making grain transport by boat impossible. Later, Zhong Xiongpi said, "The people of Linjin wished to excavate a canal through Luo Shui to irrigate over 10,000 mu of old saline land east of Zhongqin. If water is successfully obtained, it could yield 10 dan per mu. Thus, more than 10,000 conscripts were mobilized to excavate a canal, diverting Luo Shui from Zheng to the foot of Shangyan Mountain. The riverbanks were prone to collapse, therefore wells were dug, some over 40 shang deep. Wells were frequently constructed, with underground channels connecting them for water flow. The water flowed downwards to bypass Shangyan and extended eastward through the mountain ridges over 10 li. The practice of well canals began from this time. A dragon bone was found during the excavation, so it was named Longshuo Canal. After more than 10 years of construction, the canal was somewhat completed, but had not yet achieved its expected benefits. More than 20 years after the Yellow River broke at Huzi, harvests continued to be poor year after year, and the regions of Liang and Chu were especially affected. After the emperor had performed the Fen Shang ceremony and toured to worship mountains and rivers, the following year was marked by drought, with little rain at Shangfeng. The emperor then dispatched Ji Ren and Guao Chang to mobilize tens of thousands of conscripts in an effort to block the breach at Huzi. This time the emperor had conducted ceremonies at Wanli Sha. He returned to personally oversee the river breach. He sacrificed a white horse and jade into the Yellow River, ordering all officials from generals downward to carry firewood to help block the breach. At that time, Dongjun was experiencing a grass fire, so there was little firewood available. Therefore, bamboo from Qi Yuan was used to make stakes. After the emperor personally visited the breached river and lamented that the efforts had not succeeded, he composed a song, "The Huzi Breach. What can be done? Day after day we toil endlessly for the river. Toiling for the river makes the land unrest. Ceaseless labour until my mountain is levelled. My mountain levelled, Juyi overflows. Fish boil in turmoil on pine-covered winter days. Rivers deviate from their course and abandon the usual flow. Dragons gallop, venturing far away. Return to your old riverbed, O mighty river of power. Without Feng Shan ceremonies, how could I know the outside world? On my behalf, speak to Hebo. Why are you so unkind? Cease your flooding, and cease troubling the people. Nibi flows. Huaiyan Sea rivers overflow. The waters have not receded for a long time, their flow is delayed. Another verse says, the Yellow River surges and churns. Crossing northward is difficult as the muddy current resists dredging. Pulling long reeds, we sink fine jade. Hebo agrees, but firewood remains scarce. The lack of firewood is the fault of Wei's people. The land lies barren. Alas, how can we control the waters? Fallen bamboo and stones block the disaster. When Zhuangfang is sealed, 10,000 blessings will come. Thus they finally blocked the Huzi breach, built a palace on its site, and named it Zhuangfang Palace. They then redirected the Yellow River to flow northwards through 2 canals, restoring Yu's ancient course. As a result, Liang and Chu regions were once again at peace, free from water disasters. After this, officials vied to speak about the benefits of water management projects. Shuofeng, Sha, Hexi, and Xiaojuan all diverted Yellow River and mountain stream waters for irrigation, while Guanzhong, Fuji, and Lingji channeled Du Shui. Runan and Xuzhang diverted the Huai River. Landau Donghai diverted Juding, and beneath Mount Tai, the Wen River was channeled. All of these regions excavated canals for irrigation, each covering more than 100 mu. Other smaller canals that traversed mountains and valleys were too numerous to mention, yet the most notable among them all was Zhuangfang. I travelled south to Mount Lu, observed Zhu's dredging of the 9 Jiang rivers, and eventually reached Kuaiji Taikang. I climbed Gusso Hill and gazed at the 5 lakes. I looked eastward towards Luo Rai and Da Pi, faced the Yellow River, and travelled along the Hua, Si, Ji, Lao, and Luo canals. I gazed westward at Shuzmin Mountain and Li Luo, and north from Longmen to Xiaofang. He said, "How great is the benefit and harm caused by water. I once carried firewood to block the breach at Zhuangfang, moved by the poem on Huzi, and thus composed this river canal book." When the Han Dynasty arose, it inherited the exactions of the Qin. Men went to war while the elderly and weak transported provisions. Labour was intense but wealth was scarce. Even the Son of Heaven could not have a team of 4 horses matched in colour, and generals or ministers sometimes rode on ox carts. Common people had no savings at all. Therefore, because the Qin currency was heavy and difficult to use, they issued new orders allowing the people to cast money. 1 unit of gold weighed 1 jin, and laws were simplified and restrictions reduced. Yet unscrupulous people who pursued profit accumulated surplus wealth and hoarded goods, causing prices to soar. Commodities rose sharply in price. Rice reached 10,000 coins per shi, and a single horse was worth 100 jin of gold. After the empire had been pacified, Emperor Gaozu issued an order prohibiting merchants from wearing silk or riding in carriages, and imposed heavy taxes to humiliate and oppress them. During the reigns of Emperor Xiaohui and Empress Dowager Lu, when the empire had just been stabilised, they once again relaxed laws governing merchants. However, descendants of market traders were still not allowed to hold official positions or serve as officials. They measured the salaries for officials and estimated government expenditures, then levied taxes on the people accordingly. However, revenues from mountain and river resources, gardens, pools, marketplaces, and taxes were all privately used for the maintenance of the Son of Heaven, down to feudal lords' fiefdoms, for their personal sustenance, without being included in the empire's official budget. Grain was transported by canal from Shandong to supply the central government, but the annual amount did not exceed several 100,000 shi. By the time of the Emperor Xiaowen, thin coins were becoming increasingly numerous and light. The currency was depreciating in value. Therefore, they cast new 4-zu coins with the inscription Ban Liang or Half Liang and allowed the people to freely mint their own money. Thus, Wu was a feudal lord who cast coins using the resources from the mines on his estates and became as wealthy as the Son of Heaven. Eventually, he ended up rebelling. Deng Tong, an official, amassed wealth through coin casting that surpassed even that of the emperor. Therefore, the coins of the Wu and Deng families circulated throughout the empire, which led to the imposition of a ban on private coin casting. The Xiongnu frequently raided and plundered the northern borders, so there were many troops stationed for defence. Grain in the border regions was insufficient to feed those who should be fed. Therefore, they recruited civilians willing to transport or deliver grain to the borders and granted them official rank. These ranks could reach as high as Da Shuzhong. During the reign of Emperor Xiaojing, drought struck Shangjun and areas to its west. Therefore, they once again restored the decree allowing the sale of official ranks, but lowered their prices to attract civilians. And for convicts or those ordered to relocate and perform labour, they were allowed to deliver grain to the country officials in order to have their crimes pardoned. They increased the breeding of palace horses for greater use, and at the same time, palaces, pavilions, carriages, and horse stables were further expanded and renovated. For several years since the current emperor ascended the throne, during the more than 70 years of Han Dynasty rule, the state experienced no major troubles. Except for occasional floods or droughts, the people were well provided for, and each household had enough. Granaries in both capitals and outlying areas were full, and government treasuries overflowed with goods and wealth. The money stored in the capital accumulated into tens of millions. So many strings of coins had rotted that they could no longer be counted accurately. The grain in the grand granary piled up layer upon layer, overflowing, and left exposed outdoors until it rotted and became inedible. Among the common people, there were horses on the streets and alleys. They gathered in flocks, even between fields. However, those who owned mares and stallions could not gather freely due to restrictions. Gatekeepers ate millet and meat. Those who became officials ensured their descendants' status, and office holders passed down official titles as family names. Therefore, people loved themselves and valued the law, acting with righteousness first, before facing disgrace or humiliation. At this time, the law was lenient and the people were wealthy. Wealth and power overflowed, leading some to become powerful gangs who dominated the local communities with force. Among the imperial clan, marquises, ministers and officials down to lower ranks, there was fierce competition in extravagance. Their houses, carriages, clothing and other possessions imitated those of the emperor without restraint or limits. When things reach a peak, they inevitably decline. This is an inevitable transformation. After this period, Yan Zhu, Zhu Meichen and others invited Dong Yu to come in, deal with the two Yue states, and the region between the Yangtze and Huai rivers became filled with disorder and excessive expenses. Tang Meng and Sima Shangru opened road to the southwestern Yi tribes, carving through mountains for over 1,000 li in order to expand access to Bashu. The people of Bashu were exhausted by this effort. Peng Wu raided and destroyed Xiaoshang, establishing the Shanghai Commandery. As a result, the region between Yan and Qi became restless and stirred up. When Wang Hui devised a plan at Ma Yi, the Xiongnu cut off peace talks and began to raid the northern borders. Warfare continued without end. The people of the empire suffered from the burden of labour, and conflicts with weapons grew increasingly frequent. Travellers carried provisions, and those at home saw them off. The whole country was in turmoil as people supported each other. The common people were exhausted by evading laws through cunning means, their wealth and bribes dwindling to insufficiency. Those who contributed goods were granted official positions, and those who paid money had their crimes pardoned. The system of selecting officials became corrupt. Integrity and shame were disgraced as people violated each other's values. Military power was favoured for advancement, while laws grew strict and decrees numerous. From this time onwards began the officials who pursued profit-making policies. Later, Han generals annually led tens of thousands of cavalry to attack the Xiongnu. When General Wei Qing, commander of chariots and cavalry, captured the area south of the Yellow River from the Xiongnu, he built Shuofang. At that time, the Han Dynasty opened road to the southeastern tribes. Tens of thousands were involved in construction. People carried provisions and grain for 1,000 li, with about 10 sheng needed to deliver 1 shi. They distributed coins among the Chong and Bi peoples to gather support. For several years the roads remained impassable, so the barbarian tribes repeatedly attacked. Officials sent troops to suppress them. The taxes and levies from Bashu were insufficient to cover the costs, so they recruited wealthy civilians to cultivate land in Nanyi. These people delivered grain to country officials and received money from the central treasury in return. To the east, as far as the Shanghai Commandery, the cost of labour and manpower was comparable to that for Nanyi. In addition, more than 100,000 people were mobilised to build Waishuofang. The transportation of grain was extremely long and arduous. People throughout Shandong all bore this burden, with costs reaching tens or even hundreds of millions, further depleting government treasuries. They then recruited civilians who could contribute slaves and servants to receive lifelong tax exemptions, promoted them as Lang officials with higher ranks. The practice of granting Lang status in exchange for sheep also began at this time. 4 years later, the Han dynasty sent a great general with 6 generals and an army of more than 100,000 men to attack Yu Xiaowang, capturing or killing over 15,000 enemy soldiers. The following year, the great general led 6 generals to once again attack the Xiongnu and captured or killed 19,000 enemy soldiers. Those who captured or killed the enemy were rewarded with over 200,000 jin in gold. Tens of thousands of captives also received generous rewards and relied on government officials for food and clothing. Yet the number of Han soldiers and horses that died exceeded 100,000. This did not include the costs of weapons, armour, or transportation. At that time, Danongchen reported that stored money had been largely exhausted. Taxes and levies were already depleted, yet still insufficient to support the soldiers. An official stated, "The Son of Heaven said, I have heard that the teachings of the 5 emperors did not repeat each other, but still brought order. The laws of Yu and Tang differed in approach, yet both achieved kingship. Though their paths varied, they all built virtue in one way. The northern borders are not yet at peace. I deeply lament this situation. Recently, the great general attacked the Xiongnu and killed or captured 19,000 enemies, but our troops were left stranded without food supplies. Therefore, I propose allowing the people to purchase official ranks, and use this to redeem punishments or reduce crimes." They requested the establishment of a reward system for officials. This is called the Wugongju, or martial merit ranks. Each rank cost 170,000 gold coins. Altogether, the value amounted to over 300,000 jin. Those who purchased official ranks through the Wugongju system would be tested and appointed as officials first, given priority for removal of their status restrictions. 1,000 Fu-ranked individuals were equivalent to a Wu-Dafu, the 5 great officials. Those who committed crimes could have their punishments reduced by 2 ranks. Ranks could reach as high as XiaoJing. To honour and highlight military achievements, military merit was often awarded beyond rank. The greatest received marquis, or officials of high rank, while lesser ones became Lang officials or minor clerks. With official appointments becoming mixed and numerous, government positions were neglected and wasted. Since Gongsun Hong used the principles of Cheng Hu to govern his subordinates and became Han Prime Minister, Zhang Tang applied legalistic interpretations as a judge at Ting Wei. From then on, laws requiring officials to report known crimes emerged, and cases involving obstruction, suppression, or defamation were pursued with extreme rigour. The following year, plots of rebellion by the kings of Huainan, Huangshan, and Jiangdu were uncovered. Ministers and high officials pursued leads to investigate them, rooting out their accomplices. As a result, tens of thousands were executed. Senior officials became increasingly harsh and strict, while laws and decrees grew more meticulously enforced. At that time, they invited and honoured upright and virtuous scholars of learning and literature. Some even rose to the ranks of ministers or high officials. Gong Sun Hong, as Prime Minister of Han, wore a coarse cotton quilt and ate simple food without variety, setting an example for the whole empire. Yet this had no real effect on customs. Gradually, people became more focused on achievements and material gain. The following year, General Biao-Chi once again led an expedition against the Xiangnu and captured over 40,000 enemy soldiers. That autumn, Han Yi-Wang led a force of tens of thousands to surrender. In response, the Han Dynasty dispatched 20,000 carriages to welcome them. After their arrival, they were rewarded, and those with merit also received gifts. The total expenditure for that year amounted to over 100 million. Initially, more than 10 years earlier, the Yellow River had broken its banks at Guan. The regions of Liang and Chu were already repeatedly suffering. Along the river, Commanders built dikes to block it, but they would often collapse with costs beyond calculation. Later, Fan Shi wished to reduce the canal transport through Daizhou and dug channels in the Fen River and Yellow River for irrigation of the fields. Tens of thousands were mobilized for this work. Shang Dongxi, considering the Wei River Canal route to be too long and winding, dug a straight channel from Chang'an to Huayin, mobilizing tens of thousands for construction. Channels were also dug in Shuafang, with tens of thousands involved in the work. Each project lasted 2 or 3 years, and although the work remained unfinished, costs reached tens of millions. The Son of Heaven, preparing for war against Xiongnu, raised many horses. Tens of thousands of horses were brought to Chang'an for feeding. Eventually, the number of handlers and herders in Guangshong proved insufficient, so nearby commanders had to be mobilized. Meanwhile, the surrendered Xiongnu were all provided with clothing and food by the government. When the government could no longer afford it, the Son of Heaven reduced his own rations, dissolved his 4-horse carriage team, and took the palace treasury to support them. The following year, Shandong was struck by floods and many people suffered from hunger. Therefore, the Son of Heaven sent envoys to open granaries in commanderies and states to relieve the poor. It was still insufficient. Therefore, they also recruited wealthy individuals to lend money or grain to help out. Still unable to fully assist, they relocated poor people from the east of Guan to the west, and to areas south of Shuafang, in the new Quanzhong region. Over 700,000 mouths were moved. Their clothing and food all depended on government support. For several years they provided loans for livelihoods, with envoys dispatched in groups to oversee them. Officials and carriages could be seen travelling back and forth continuously. The costs were counted in the hundreds of millions, beyond calculation. At this time, government treasuries became severely depleted. Meanwhile, wealthy merchants and big traders accumulated wealth by exploiting the poor. They controlled hundreds of carriages for transport, established residences in towns, and even marquises had to bow low and depend on them. Those who cast goods, smelted metal, or boiled salt amassed wealth in the tens of thousands of gold units, yet did not assist the state during times of crisis. As a result, the common people suffered even more. Therefore, the Son of Heaven and ministers deliberated on reforming the currency production to replenish state finances while curbing greedy and monopolistic individuals. At that time, there were white deer in the imperial parks, and the Sifang office had abundant silver and tin. Since Emperor Xiaowen had introduced the 4Zhu coins, more than 40 years had passed. Since the Qian Yuan era, coin usage was low. Government officials often used copper-rich mountains to mint money, while common people also secretly and illegally cast coins in large numbers, beyond count. The more the coins multiplied, the less their value became. Goods grew scarcer and more expensive. An official stated, in ancient times, animal hides and silk were used as currency, by which feudal lords conducted diplomatic visits and banquets. Gold had 3 grades. Yellow gold was the highest, white gold the middle grade, and red copper the lowest. Now the Banliang coin is supposed to weigh 4Zhu, but some criminals or thieves file down coins to extract metal. As a result, coins have become lighter and thinner, while goods grow more expensive. This causes inconvenience and excessive costs for distant regions using currency. Therefore, they made a square chi of white deerskin, bordered with embroidered patterns, as a kind of skin currency, valued at 400,000 coins. When marquises, kings and members of the imperial clan came to court for audiences or diplomatic visits, they had to present this skin currency along with jade discs. Only then would their missions be approved. They also cast silver and tin into white gold coins. They believed that for heavenly use, nothing was more fitting than the dragon. For earthly use, no creature symbolised better than the horse, and for human use, none represented well-being like the turtle. Thus, 3 grades of white gold currency were created. One weighed 8 liang, round in shape, with a dragon design, named Bai Xuan, valued 3,000 coins. The second was slightly smaller and square in shape, with a horse design valued at 500 coins. The third was even smaller, oval-shaped, with a turtle design and worth 300 coins. They ordered government officials to melt down Banliang coins and recast them into 3Zhu coins, with inscriptions matching their weight. Those who illegally cast gold or copper coins were to be executed. Yet the number of officials and commoners secretly casting white gold currency was beyond count. At that time, Donghua Xianyang and Kong Jin were appointed as Da Nong Cheng, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, overseeing salt and iron affairs. Sang Hongyang was entrusted with financial calculations and served as Nei Shizhong, or attendant in ordinary. Donghua Xianyang was a major salt producer in Qi, and Kong Jin was a leading metal smelter from Nanyang. Both had accumulated fortunes of thousands of gold units. Therefore, Zheng Dangxi recommended them to the throne. Sang Hongyang was the son of a merchant from Luoyang. He excelled in mental arithmetic and entered service as an attendant in ordinary at the age of 13. Thus, these 3 individuals were extremely skilled in discussing matters of profit, analysing even the finest details, like autumn hares. As laws became increasingly strict, many officials were dismissed or relieved of their posts. With frequent military campaigns, the people often purchased exemptions and ranks as Daifu, or 5th-rank officials, so fewer conscripts were available for mobilisation. Therefore, they appointed holders of the rank of Qianfu and Daifu as officials. Those who did not wish to serve could instead provide a horse. Thus, officials were all ordered to cut thorny bushes in Shuanlin and construct the Kunming Pool. The following year, the Grand General and Piao Qi Da, a high-ranking general, launched a campaign against the Hu people, capturing or killing about 80,000 enemies. The rewards amounted to 50 million gold units. However, this did not include expenses for transporting provisions, wagons, armour, or other military supplies, as over 10,000 Han horse died in the campaign. At that time, the treasury was exhausted and many soldiers were not receiving their stipends. The officials reported that 3 Zhou coins were too light and easily counterfeited, so they requested permission for all commanderies and states to cast 5 Zhou coins with a rim at the bottom, making it impossible to shave off metal. Danong submitted a report from Yantia Cheng, Kong Jin, and Donghua Shanyang, stating, "Mountains and seas are the treasuries of heaven and earth. They should all be under the control of Xiaofu. Since your majesty does not claim them as private property, they must instead be entrusted to Danong to assist in tax collection. We request that the people be recruited and allowed to bear their own costs, using official equipment for salt production. The government will provide the large cauldrons. Idle and cunning people wish to monopolise the resources of mountains and seas for their own enrichment, exploiting the common folk through labour and profit." The arguments opposing this proposal were numerous and could not be fully heard. Anyone daring to privately cast iron tools or produce salt would have their left foot pierced with a branding iron, and all their equipment would be confiscated. In commanderies where there is no iron production, small iron officials should be appointed, directly subordinate to the local counties. They sent Kong Jin and Donghua Xianyang travelling by official conveyance to oversee salt and iron operations throughout the empire. They established government offices and appointed wealthy former salt and iron producers as officials. The ranks of officials became increasingly mixed, with less selection based on merit, and many were now merchants. Merchants, taking advantage of the currency fluctuations, accumulated large amounts of goods to pursue profits. At this time, the ministers and high officials stated, "Many commanderies and states have suffered from disasters. Poor people without property should be recruited to relocate to fertile and abundant regions. Your Majesty has reduced your own expenses, spent palace funds to support the poor, and eased tax burdens. Yet people are not returning to farming in the fields, but instead becoming more numerous among merchants. The poor have no savings at all and must rely entirely on government support. Previously, there were distinctions in the calculation of taxes for light carts and merchants' money. We request that these calculations be restored to their former standards. All merchants, artisans, lenders, and traders who reside in towns, store goods, or engage in commerce for profit, regardless of whether they have a market register, are to declare their own assets. A tax rate of 1 dan is levied on every 2,000 Qian of property. For those engaged in land cultivation or metal casting, a tax rate of 1 dan per 4,000 Qian is imposed. For non-officials such as the Northern Border Cavalrymen, a light cart tax is levied at 1 dan. Merchants' light carts are taxed at 2 dans. Ships over 5 zhan in length are taxed 1 dan. Those who conceal their assets and fail to declare them fully will be sent for border garrison duty for 1 year, and their money will be confiscated. Anyone able to report such violations will receive half of the confiscated funds as a reward. Merchants who have market registers along with their families are not allowed to register land ownership in order to facilitate agriculture. Anyone daring to violate this decree will lose both his farmland and servants. The Son of Heaven then recalled Bu Shi's words, summoned and appointed him as Zhonglang, or attendant, bestowed the title of Zuashu Chang, or left commoner, granted 10 qing of farmland, and issued a proclamation to all under heaven so that everyone would be clearly informed. Initially, Bu Shi was a native of Henan, who made his living through farming and animal husbandry. After his parents died, Bushi had a younger brother who was still young. When the brother grew up, Bushi left on his own to separate from him, taking only 100 sheep and giving all of the farmland, houses and property to his brother. Bushi went into the mountains to raise livestock for more than 10 years, accumulating over 1,000 sheep and purchasing farmland and houses. However, his younger brother eventually ruined all of his possessions. On several occasions, therefore, Bushi would once again divide what he had acquired and give it to his brother. At that time, when the Han Dynasty was frequently sending generals to attack the Xiaowen, Bushi submitted a memorial offering to donate half of his family's property to the government for border defence. The Son of Heaven sent an envoy to ask Bushi, "Do you wish to hold office?" Bushi replied, "Since I was young, I have been a shepherd, and am unfamiliar with officialdom. I do not desire it." The envoy asked again, "Does your family have any grievances you wish to report?" Bushi said, "I have never had disputes with others in my life. If there are poor people in my village, I lend them money. If there are those who behave badly, I teach and guide them. Everyone follows me where I live. How could I possibly have grievances with them?" "There is nothing more for me to say," the envoy said. "If that is the case, then why do you desire so much as to act this way?" Bushi said, "His Majesty is waging war against the Xiaowen. I think that virtuous people should die for their principles on the frontier, and those with wealth should contribute to the cause. If this is done, the Xiaowen can be defeated." The envoy reported all of Bushi's words in detail to the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven relayed this conversation to the Chancellor Gong Hong. Gong Hong said, "This is not in line with human nature. Such an unorthodox subject cannot be used as a model to set an example or disrupt the law. I hope your Majesty will not approve." Thus, the Son of Heaven did not respond to Bushi for a long time. After several years, he finally dismissed him. Bushi returned home and once again took up farming and herding livestock. After more than a year, when the army was frequently deployed and the Han Yi Wang surrendered, government expenditures increased greatly, leaving granaries and treasuries empty. The following year, a large number of poor people were relocated, all relying on government support, which could no longer fully sustain them. Bushi gave 200 Qian to the government of Henan to provide for the relocated poor. The governor of Henan submitted a register of wealthy people who assisted the poor. The Son of Heaven saw Bushi's name and recognized him, saying, "This is indeed the man who previously wished to donate half of his family's wealth for the defence of the border," and thus granted Bushi exemption from 400 external corvée labours. Bushi once again returned all of it to the government. At that time, wealthy and powerful families were all competing to hide their wealth. Only Bushi especially wished to contribute his money for public expenses. The Son of Heaven therefore regarded Bushi as a truly virtuous man, and honoured him in order to set an example for the common people. Initially, Bushi did not wish to become a lang or attendant. The Son of Heaven said, "I have sheep in Shanglin Park and would like you to tend them." Bushi was then appointed as a lang, wearing plain clothes and straw sandals while tending the sheep. After more than a year, the sheep became fat and multiplied. The Son of Heaven passed by and saw his flock. He praised them highly. Bushi said, "It is not only about raising sheep. Governing the people is also like this. One must follow proper schedules for daily life and expel those who behave badly to prevent them from harming the group." The Son of Heaven found Bushi remarkable and appointed him as the magistrate of Gaoxi for a trial, and the people of Gaoxi benefited from his governance. He was later promoted to the magistracy. In Shanghai, where he achieved the best performance in canal transport management, the Son of Heaven regarded Bu Shi as simple and loyal, and appointed him Tai Fu, or Grand Tutor, to Prince Qi. Meanwhile, Kong Jin, who had been sent to oversee the casting of iron tools throughout the empire, was appointed Da Nong, or Minister of Agriculture, within 3 years, and ranked among the 9 ministers. Meanwhile, Sang Hong Yang served as Da Nong Cheng, or Vice Minister of Agriculture, managing all financial affairs and gradually establishing the Jun Shu system to facilitate trade. The government first allowed officials to purchase rank by contributing grain, with positions ranging from lang or attendant up to the rank of 600 dan. 5 years after the introduction of white gold and 5 Zhu coins, tens of thousands of officials and commoners who had been sentenced to death for illegal coin casting were pardoned. Those who committed such crimes without being discovered could not be counted in full. Over 1 million people were pardoned for self-reporting their offences. Nevertheless, less than half of them came forward voluntarily. In general, the entire realm was likely engaged in illegal coin casting. With so many offenders, officials could not execute or confiscate from them all. Therefore, the emperor sent scholars, such as Chu Da and Zhu Yan, to travel through commanderies and states in groups, investigating those who were local magistrates or governors colluding with wealthy individuals for profit. At the same time, the Grand Censor Zhang Tang was in high favour and wielded great power. He appointed Dan Xuan and Du Zhou as Zhongcheng, or deputy censors, while Yizong, Yin Shi, and Wang Wenshu and others were promoted to the ranks of 9 ministers due to their harsh and severe governance styles. This marked the emergence of officials like Xia Lan, who carried out direct imperial orders with strict enforcement. Meanwhile, Yang Yi of Da Nong was executed. Initially, Yan Yi had served as a Ting-zheng, or local official, in Jinan, and gradually rose to the rank of the 9 ministers, due to his integrity and uprightness. When the Son of Heaven and Zhang Tang had already created white deerhide currency, they consulted Yan Yi on the matter. Yan Yi said, "Now, marquises and dukes present blue jade discs worth several thousand coins when paying homage to the Son of Heaven, yet this white deerhide mat is priced at 400,000 coins. The value of the main item and its accessory are completely disproportionate." The Son of Heaven was displeased. Zhang Tang also had a grudge against Yan Yi, and when someone reported that Yan Yi had expressed other opinions, the case was handed over to Zhang Tang. Yan Yi once spoke with a guest, and when the guest mentioned that some people found the new decree inconvenient, Yan Yi did not respond but slightly moved his lips. Zhang Tang submitted a report stated that, as an official of the 9 ministers, Yan Yi had seen the decree was inconvenient but did not report it and instead criticised it secretly. He was thus sentenced to death. From then on, a law against secret criticism was established, and many ministers and officials began to flatter the emperor in order to survive. After the Son of Heaven issued the coin tax decree and honoured Bu Shi, the common people still did not voluntarily contribute their wealth to assist the government. Thus, Yang Qi began to encourage reporting on hidden assets for profit. Many commanderies and states were producing counterfeit coins, which were numerous but of low weight. The ministers then requested that the capital city cast Zhongguan Chase coins from the Bell Office, with each such coin worth 5 regular ones, and decreed that these non-Chase coins could not be used for official expenses. White gold gradually lost its value. The people no longer valued it, and government prohibitions proved ineffective. After more than a year, white gold was ultimately abandoned and ceased to circulate. In the year Zhang Tang died, the people did not mourn for him. 2 years later, the choice coins depreciated. The people devised ways to circumvent the law and used them inappropriately, causing inconvenience. They were then abolished again. At this time, all commanderies and states were strictly prohibited from minting coins, with the exclusive authority granted to the free officials of Shanglin. With a large supply of coins, the government decreed that only the free officials' coins could circulate. All previously minted coins from various commanderies and states were to be melted down, and their copper sent to the free officials. As a result, private coin production by the people gradually decreased. Calculating the cost, it was no longer worthwhile. Only skilled forgers and major criminals continued to produce counterfeit coins secretly. Bushi served as the governor of Qi, while Yanqi's coin tax reporting spread throughout the empire. Households of moderate wealth or higher were generally reported. Du Zhou handled these cases, and few defendants turned out to be falsely accused. The emperor then dispatched officials, including magistrates and judges from the Ministry of Justice, to various commanderies and states to investigate coin tax violations. They seized property worth millions in assets, tens of thousands of slaves and servants, hundreds of acres of farmland in large counties and over 100 acres in small ones, along with equally vast amounts of real estate. As a result, merchants and households of moderate wealth or greater were largely ruined. The people secretly enjoyed fine food and clothing without engaging in productive labour or accumulating assets. Because the government had control over salt, iron, coinage and currency taxes, its revenues became increasingly abundant. The empire further expanded its customs stations and established left and right auxiliary offices. Initially, the Grand Administrator of Agriculture had many officials managing salt and iron operations and set up the Shui Heng office, intending to oversee salt and iron. When Yanqi initiated the coin tax reporting system, and a large amount of wealth was collected in Shanglin, the emperor then ordered the Shui Heng office to oversee Shanglin. After Shanglin's stores were already full, its capacity was further expanded. At this time, the Yue people wished to engage in naval battles with the Han dynasty, so they greatly expanded the Kunming Pool and built a series of pavilions around it. They constructed large river ships over 10 zhang in height, with banners added on the top, which looked very imposing. Impressed by this, the Son of Heaven built the Bailing Terrace, which was dozens of zhang in height. From then on, palace construction became increasingly luxurious and magnificent. They then divided the coin tax revenue among various officials, and the Shui Heng, Xiaofu, Dangong, and Taifu offices each established agricultural officers who frequently seized farmland in commanderies and counties to cultivate. The slaves and servants they confiscated were distributed among the imperial parks for raising dogs, horses, and other animals, as well as to various government offices. With more officials being appointed in increasing numbers and a large number of slaves and servants employed, the annual grain transport via the Yellow River reached 4 million dan. Only when the government itself purchased additional grain did their needs become fully met. XiaoJing said, descendants of noble families and wealthy individuals sometimes engage in cockfighting, dog racing, horse riding, hunting with bows, gambling, and other games that disrupt the common people. The government then arrested those who violated decrees, along with thousands of others implicated through mutual accusations. These prisoners were called Ju Song Tu. Those who contributed wealth could be appointed as Lang officials, and thus the selection process for langs declined in quality. In the Jiangnan region, people practice slash-and-burn agriculture and wet rice cultivation, allow starving civilians to move freely for food in the area between the Yangtze and Huai rivers. Those who wish to stay may do so. He dispatched envoys, whose carriages were constantly seen on the roads, escorting them and sending millet from Bashu to relieve their suffering. The following year, the Son of Heaven began touring the Commanderies and States. He crossed eastward over the Yellow River. The governor of Hedong was unprepared for the emperor's sudden arrival, failed to recognise him in time, and committed suicide. When the emperor travelled westward across Long Mountain, the governor of Longxi had died suddenly before he could prepare for the visit. The Son of Heaven's attendants were left without food, and in shame the governor committed suicide. The emperor then travelled north through Shaoguan Pass with tens of thousands of cavalry, hunting in the New Qin region to inspect and discipline the border troops before returning. In the New Qin region, there were areas stretching for 1,000 li without watchtowers or border defences. As a result, officials below the rank of Tai Shao in Baidai were executed. The government then allowed civilians to raise livestock in frontier counties and provided them with breeding mares on loan. After 3 years, they would return the horses along with 1/10 of their offspring as interest. The policy replaced the coin tax reporting system, aiming to populate and develop the New Qin region. After obtaining the precious tripod, the Son of Heaven established altars for Hutu and Tai Yi. The ministers discussed plans for a Feng Shan ceremony, and all commanderies and states throughout the empire prepared in advance by repairing roads and bridges, renovating old palaces, and at counties along the imperial highway, local officials stocked supplies and arranged accommodations, eagerly awaiting the emperor's visit. The following year, Nanwei rebelled, and the western Qian tribes invaded the border regions with great ferocity. As a result, the Son of Heaven, concerned about the insufficient resources in Shandong, pardoned prisoners throughout the empire. He then mobilised more than 200,000 southern riverboat troops to attack Nanwei, sent tens of thousands of cavalry from west of the Three Rivers to fight against the western Qian, and dispatched another several thousand men across the Yellow River to build Lingzhou. The empire initially established Zhangye and Jianshu commanderies, while in the Shangjian, Suofang, Xie and Hexi regions, officials were appointed to oversee farmland. 60,000 frontier soldiers were stationed there for both defence and farming. The central government repaired roads to transport provisions, with the furthest distances reaching 3,000 li and the nearest over 1,000 li. All these supplies were provided by the Grand Administrator of Agriculture. When border troops lacked sufficient equipment, weapons stored in the Wu Ku or martial armoury, and those produced by government workshops were mobilised to supply them. When war horses and carriages became scarce, and government funds were insufficient to produce more horses, an order was issued. Officials, from marquis down to those holding ranks of 300 dan or higher, had to contribute female horses according to their rank for the imperial relay stations. Each station would keep these breeding mares and be assessed annually on the number of foals produced. Bu Shi, the Prime Minister of Qi, submitted a memorial saying, "I have heard that when the ruler is troubled, his ministers are shamed. Now that Nan Yui has rebelled, I wish to lead my sons and those from Qi who are skilled in boats to fight and die for the cause." The Son of Heaven issued an edict. Bu Shi, though he personally tills the soil and tends livestock, does not do so for profit. Whenever he has surplus, he contributes it to government needs. Now that the empire faces an urgent crisis, Bu Shi bravely offers his sons to fight and die for it. Though he has not yet fought in battle, One might say that righteousness is deeply rooted in him. Therefore, I bestow upon him the title of Guan-Nei-Hu, or Inner Pass Marquis, grant him 60 jin of gold, and award him 10 king of farmland. The decree was announced throughout the empire, yet no one responded. There were hundreds of marquis listed in the ranks, but none volunteered to join the army and fight against the Qian or Yue tribes. During the Zhao tribute ceremony, the Xiaofu office inspected the gold contributions, and more than 100 marquis lost their titles for failing to meet the standards of the gold offerings. The emperor then appointed Bushi as Minister of Justice. After assuming office, Bushi observed that in many commanderies and states, the government's control over salt and iron production was causing inconvenience. The iron tools produced were of poor quality and expensive. Sometimes officials forced the people to buy or sell them. In addition, there was a tax on ships, which reduced the number of merchants and caused goods to become expensive. Thus, Bushi followed Kong Juan's advice regarding the ship tax. The Son of Heaven therefore became displeased with Bushi. The Han Dynasty waged war for 3 consecutive years, exterminated the Qian people, and destroyed Nanye. From Panyu westward to southern Shu, 17 new commanderies were established. They were governed according to local customs without imposing taxes or levies. The commanderies of Nanyang and Hangzhong, along with those of the west, each provided supplies according to their local resources for the salaries, food, currency, goods, transport vehicles, horses, and equipment needed by officials and soldiers in these newly established regions. However, the new commanderies frequently experienced small-scale rebellions in which officials were killed. The Han Dynasty sent troops from southern regions to suppress them. At times, more than 10,000 soldiers were deployed each year, and all expenses were supported by the Grand Administrator of Agriculture, Dang Gong. The Grand Administrator of Agriculture was able to support these efforts through the equal transport system and revenue from the salt and iron monopolies, which helped supplement tax revenues. However, in counties where troops passed through, officials only used local resources to ensure there was no shortage. They dared not claim the authority to impose additional taxes or alter tax laws. The following year, in Yuanfeng Yuannian, the first year of the Yuanfeng era, Bushi was demoted and appointed as Taifu of the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Sang Hongyang became Director of Grain Affairs, took charge of the Grand Administrator of Agriculture, and completely replaced Kong Jian in overseeing salt and iron production throughout the empire. Sang Hongyang, noting that various officials independently conducted market activities and competed with one another, causing prices to wildly fluctuate, and that in some cases the cost of transporting taxes exceeded their value, requested the appointment of dozens of assistant administrators under the Grand Administrator of Agriculture. These assistants were assigned to oversee commanderies and states respectively, often establishing equal transport, salt and iron offices in various counties. He proposed that distant regions should pay their taxes with local goods at prices set by merchants who traded them, allowing for mutual transportation and exchange. He also established a price stabilisation office in the capital to centrally receive all goods transported from throughout the empire. The government summoned officials overseeing workshops to produce carts and other equipment, all of which were supplied by the Grand Administrator of Agriculture. All offices under the Grand Administrator of Agriculture controlled goods throughout the empire, selling them when prices were high and buying them when low. In this way, wealthy merchants could no longer make huge profits. Thus, they returned to farming and commodity prices remained stable without the wild fluctuations seen in the past. Therefore, by controlling the flow of goods throughout the empire, this system was named Pingzhan, or price stabilization. The Son of Heaven agreed with this approach and approved of it. Thus, the Son of Heaven travelled north to Shuafang, east to Mount Tai, toured along the coast, and returned by patrolling the northern frontier. The rewards and gifts given during his travels amounted to over 1 million bolts of silk, with money and gold measured in the tens of thousands. All these expenses were fully covered by the Grand Administrator of Agriculture's funds. Sang Hongyang also requested permission for officials to purchase official positions by contributing grain, as well as allowing criminals to redeem their sentences with grain. He decreed that common people who contributed grain to the Ganzhuang Temple would receive various rewards depending on the amount, granting them lifelong exemptions from certain duties without being subject to coin tax reporting. Other commanderies transported grain to urgent locations, and farmers in various regions contributed their harvests, increasing the annual canal transport from Shandong to 6 million dan. Within a single year, both the Taotung and Ganzhuang granaries were filled to capacity. Surplus grain and goods from the frontier regions were transported via the equal transport system, amounting to 5 million bolts of silk. The people did not pay additional taxes, yet the empire's resources became abundant. At this time, Sang Hongyang was granted the title of Zuoshu Chang and received 200 jin of gold. In this year there was a minor drought. The emperor ordered officials to pray for rain, and Bu Shi said, "The government should merely live off the land rents and clothing taxes." Now Sang Hongyang has settled officials in the markets, running shops and trading goods for profit. If we roast Sang Hongyang, heaven will send rain. When the channels of trade among farmers, artisans and merchants were open, various forms of currency, such as tortoise shells, cowrie shells, gold, silver, knives and cloth, began to flourish. Their origins are very ancient. They date back even before the reign of Gao Xinshi, too distant to be recorded in detail. Therefore, the Book of Documents describes the period between Tang and Yu, while the Book of Songs records the eras of Yin and Zhao. In times of peace, emphasis was placed on education in schools. Fundamentals were prioritized over trivialities, and Confucian rights and righteousness served as safeguards against greed. In times of frequent change and turmoil, however, the opposite often occurred. Therefore, when things reach their peak, they decline. At the extreme point of an era, a transformation occurs, alternating between simplicity and sophistication. This is the natural cycle from beginning to end. Yu Gong described the 9 provinces, each contributing duties according to their land suitability and the size of their population. Tang and Wu inherited exhaustions but brought about changes, ensuring that the people were not overburdened. Each generation diligently pursued governance, yet gradually declined into decline and weakness. Duke Wan of Qi, employing Guanzhong's strategies, mastered the balance between light and heavy taxation, exploited mountain and sea resources, and thus convened feudal lords. With a small state like Qi, he achieved dominance and became a renowned hegemon. The state of Wei employed Li Qi, who maximised the productivity of its land, making it a powerful state under a strong ruler. From then on, the world fell into competition among warring states. Deceit and strength were valued over benevolence and righteousness. Wealth and possessions took precedence over humility and yielding. Thus, among common people, the wealthy might accumulate tens of thousands in assets, while the poor barely had enough to eat scraps and bran. Strong states sometimes annexed small ones and brought feudal lords under their subjugation. while weak states might see their ancestral sacrifices end and their dynasties vanish. This continued until the Qin dynasty finally unified all within the seas. The currencies of Yu and Xia were divided into 3 grades of metal: yellow, white, or red. They could be coins, cloth, blades, or tortoise shells, or cowrie shells. By the time of the Qin dynasty, the currency of the entire country was standardized into 2 grades. Gold measured in yin was designated as the upper currency, bronze coins were marked half tu, or bai liang, weighing exactly what the inscription indicated, and served as the lower currency. Jade, pearls, tortoise shells, cowrie shells, silver, tin, and similar items were used as ornaments or treasures, but not as currency. Yet their value fluctuated with time, without fixed standards. Thus, while repelling the Rong and Di tribes externally, they promoted military achievements internally. The people within the realm found their efforts at farming insufficient for provisions, and women's spinning was inadequate to provide clothing. In ancient times, people often drained the nation's resources to support their rulers, yet still felt it insufficient. There is no different reason. This was simply a result of circumstances and pressures that naturally arose. What is there to be surprised about?